Hey, I am cyanidesugar running Final Fantasy VIII. No manipulations! I'm cyanidesugar and I'm joined by Wabajack on commentary, and I hope you guys are ready for a very cozy 8 hours with me.
And me. I'm Waba. I don't run this game, but I know enough about it and may or may not know the story. And I was available, so here we go.
Alright, I'm gonna start the run in 3, 2, 1. So enjoy this beautifully rendered PlayStation 1 level cutscene for Final Fantasy VIII No Manipulations. Isn't it beautiful? The conversation in this cutscene comes back at about the 7 hours and 7 hours and 20 minute mark of the game. Unfortunately, we play this game in French, so we don't know that this is actually the conversation that happens, but it is.
Yeah, the sentiment here, though, is very... It matters to the finale.
Correct.
With what happens to Squall.
And why they're waiting in this field of flowers. It is so beautiful. And Squall's Gunblade. I think a pretty iconic weapon in terms of JRPGs or Square games. The Gunblade. Probably not as convenient or effective as you'd like to think, joining a blade and a gun together, but it is very, very cool.
It makes for a really fun tank to play in Final Fantasy XIV.
There you go.
Fun fact, most of the job actions for the Gunbreaker in Final Fantasy XIV are just the limit breaks and attack names that Squall and Cypher use.
Now the double Gunblade fight.
I feel like Cypher's would be more effective because the bullet looks like it can actually go somewhere.
So this part of the cutscene actually takes place directly before the start of the game, whereas the other bits with Idea and Renoa are actually flashes of time interspersed with this. So this is present time. And then the rest of it is just flashes of memories from the future / past. Spoilers. This game has time travel.
Yeah, it gets real weird.
A Final Fantasy game with time travel? No way.
What are the ones that have time travel?
Well, I mean, a lot of them have flashes of memories and past and future stuff, you know, like,
sure.
Like
Yeah,
10.
Okay.
13 to an extent. Alright, and so the game officially starts. Squall has been injured by Cypher in that fight earlier on. Do you know why? Did I ever tell you why we changed Squall's name to S?
For fun, and why not?
So the game loads, it's the same reason why we play the game in French as well. The game loads the text boxes one character at a time. So because Squall is the character, the name Squall appears the most in the entire run. By reducing his name from 6 letters to a single letter, you are saving frames per letter that you are not loading when his name is a single S. Similar to using French, the localization, the translation of the game from Japanese to English to French As it went through the languages, the French translation apparently, because I don't speak French nor understand it, is very terrible, and they take shortcuts, and don't actually tell the full story. So with that being said, because the French has been so cut, or the French version of the game has been so cut, it's the fastest because it loads the least amount of words in the game. It's not a very good translation, as I've been told by native French speakers. They hate it when I play this game. But it is faster by about 5 to 6 minutes compared to the English version of the game. The Japanese version of the game is actually the fastest. It is about, I want to say, maybe almost 5 minutes faster than the French, but because I'm running the PC version of this game, you cannot get the Japanese version of the PC Final Fantasy VIII without doing a lot of manipulation in your Steam account and having a Japanese Steam account, Japanese payment method to get the Japanese version of this game. So, if you don't play Japanese for PC, it's not allowed because it's hard to get. But you can in the console versions, like the remastered console versions, you can play Japanese. Because apparently it's not behind a big giant paywall.
And recap the story a little bit. So, for those who are paying attention, there was a woman in white who visited Squall. She was not actually a vision or nothing. She was actually there in the room next to him, viewing him through a window. Very odd, but whatever. And now Quistis, who is his teacher, has brought him back to class and informed him he still has a test to take. And that's what we'll be doing now.
So he's been injured. He's been slashed across the forehead by a sword. And she goes to class, and Quistis is like, "You've got a test. Let's do it." Great. Great first day in class.
Didn't she tell you to go get your GFs out of your desk?
Yes,
there?
she does.
Yeah.
But we're a rebel, so we don't do it.
And the game just gives them to us anyway.
This is Selphie. We'll see her again later, but this is a pre-introduction. The best mate Selphie. She does ask for a school tour, but we deny her. So we don't have time for that. This is a speedrun Selphie.
If you do give her a tour, you go to the various places of the school and visit the internal fast travel system, which is the little map of
the directory, yeah.
Directory.
And it actually takes a long time, like insanely. But before we go do this test, we will spend some time playing cards.
So yeah, you're on top of saving.
Yeah. So we play cards here. In this category, you only play cards one time for Quistis. Because Quistis gives us, refining the Quistis card gives us, in French it's Sacrum, which gives you triple magic. Samantha Souls. It's Samantha Souls, which gives you triple magic, which is the second most powerful.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna have to do this and focus.
Right. So, you focus. So, for those who aren't fully familiar with FF8 and the way it works, is try to do a little revolutionary kind of JRPG thing, and you don't ever over level against any of your enemies.
I don't think we did this. This is not.
Instead, you need to unlock junctions through your guardian forces you'll assign to yourself, and then you junction magic to your various stats to increase them. And so that's why we want the Quistis card for triple, as we're going to later junction triple to is it attack, I think? And that just makes it so we start just decimating everything at a point.
So we get OP very early with the Quistis card. And we did get it first try. It was a little touch and go there because
You're a little worried, but you got it.
that was the second last frame available that I could have gotten it on. But we did it. So now that we've got the Quistis card, we can go on to our test. Well, our mini test before the big test.
I gotta wonder who makes those cards. Like, who decided that Quistis gets to be a card? Like, is there like a Maximilian Pegasus of this game who's just sitting drinking wine, randomly deciding what guardians and monsters get to be cards?
You're not supposed to question that. You just have to accept it.
We've got 8 hours, and I can only make up stuff about time travel for so long.
So, we didn't get the GFs at the school computer, but Quistis will just give it to you anyway.
Yeah, 'cause the game needs you to be doing this at this point.
Yeah, so another little quirky thing about the French translation is the names of things are really weird. You know, you'd think names like Quetzalcoatl and Shiva and Ifrit are all pretty standard in terms of names. There's no reason to use a French name for Quetzalcoatl and stuff. But Quetzalcoatl is Golgotha, Shiva is Shiva, Ifrit is Ifrit, Diablos is Nosferatu. So they really just did not care about translating everything. They just, I guess, decided to pick and choose what they wanted to translate and decided that some of them got different French names and some didn't. So, the test is to go into this dodgy little fire cavern to fight Ifrit. And the question that I always ask when I get to this point in the game is that are there multiple fire caverns that every student can go and collect a GF from when they do the test? Or does Ifrit just respawn every time a student needs to do the test? What is that about?
I think it's maybe more the latter, kind of like how Final Fantasy X had you go to the various locations to pray to acquire the summon.
Oh yeah. The cloister trials.
There.
I hated those. Never figured them out.
Like, you beat him and he's just like, cool kid, here's my phone number, call me later. I'm gonna hang out here just longer.
Forward.
Yeah, so all through it up to E3, we're doing a little bit of setup and build up.
Yeah,
Using
so I'm
the
drawing
game's
Thunder
draw
there.
system.
To use we do use it in the Ifrit fight, but not on Ifrit. But I do use it later on when we're fighting the fish fins. Thank you for the good luck. But yes, do you want to explain what the no manipulations category actually is? I don't think we've talked about that yet.
Yeah, you just don't manip at all, ever. Don't do it.
You don't do it.
If you manip at all, gone. Rut's done. Runs over. Basically, if you're sort of familiar with previous FF8 runs, they required a lot of notation about the attacks you did, the victory animations, and you kind of had to have a whole array of programs up to figure out your seed and fairly. We did away with all that. All that's gone. Get out of here. We just
run the game.
Pick up and go. Just run the game. Curse Quistis whenever it doesn't show up on the right time. But we love you, Quistis. Quistis.
No, we don't.
I love Quistis.
Don't tell chat lies.
I'm not lying about that one. I love Quistis. But yeah, so pretty much just does away with all of the early tracking up through the president fight. If I remember correctly.
Yeah. So the any percent run of this game requires separate programs open to calculate your RNG position, your RNG of where you are in the game, to manipulate Mostly the card games. But because we don't get the Zell card that requires the RNG manipulation here, we don't need to manipulate anything. Easy. No, it's
The other
not.
thing it does is it'll tell you what the train code is without you having to read it. It's helpful, you know. But ultimately, the goal of the no manip category was to try and lessen the burden of running the game, because it had kind of, you would have to do a lot of tracking in the first, hour or so of the game, and then once you got through that train fight, you close it all down and you just move on through pretty much the rest of about what we do.
Yeah. No cheating, basically. It does get rid of a lot of reset points, because when you are running the any percent category with the RNG manipulation or RNG tracking, if you do one wrong move, if you don't count one attack, or if you got a camera angle wrong, that means that your entire first 45 to an hour of the game is wasted, so you reset there. So the whole idea of the no manipulations kind of category is to minimize the need to reset after an hour or an hour and a half of playing the game, because you just take what the game gives you, and sometimes that's not very nice. The game tends to be very trolly when it wants to be. But yeah, I mean, for me, the no manipulations category is so much more fun, because I'm not malding at an hour in.
Yeah,
because
an 8-hour run is very daunting.
Yeah.
And to from the start know that you may have to just constantly reset that first hour.
Yeah.
It'd be a little off-putting if you're looking to speedrun a RPG. I think overall, the no MIPS category is very easy to enter if you have the time to do it. 8 hours. Diablo 2 runs, yeah, those are very random. I know people who run Path of Exile. That one changes every 3 or 4 months too. So.
Let's see, Golgotha.
Yeah.
G-Force. Heal Squall. Off we go. The pre-rendered backgrounds are beautiful in this game. The only time that I don't appreciate it is when you play the remastered version of FF8, where the background is exactly the same as what you're seeing now. Like, the background is exactly the same, but they have upscaled the character models and turned them into HD models, and so your character sticks out like a sore thumb against the PS1 era backgrounds, and it's so ugly. Yeah.
I don't recall if it was a rumor or if it was actually true, but to what I understood, the reason they did not redo FF9 re-released it for so long was that they lost the masters to it.
I've
and
heard
so,
that
all
rumor
those pre-rendered
as well.
backgrounds were just gone. So would have had to have made them by hand. I don't know whatever happened. It might have been a rumor because I believe it's been re-released.
Yeah, who knows? I need the fishes to attack Quistis.
Ancient video game rumors. Remember, everybody, use strength, push the truck, get your view. Let's go.
Oh my god, I need to attack. Can you attack Quistis? Oh my god.
There we go. Now, watch you critter. So resetting on the fish fins, which is not usual. Also, less having to reset the run on fish fins is very nice. So the fish fins are just like the Quistis card. We're going to refine those into magic. Is it aqua?
Water, yeah.
It's called here. Water. And do the same thing. Refine the fish fin item into aqua, and then junction aqua to an ability and become OP.
One
Look, Quista's using the whip as a weapon. I think she's ready for the abuse.
She's gonna die. She's gonna troll me and die here. Look at her, 52 HP. Now they attack Quistas. When I don't need them to attack her. But it's all good.
Yeah, it should be fun.
So we need 5 fish fins. We got 1 from that earlier fight.
The max is 3?
3 per fish, so you can potentially get 6.
Kippo, if you've got the time to play this casually, I highly suggest it. It is a very fun game.
And it's very different to like FF7 and 9. Oh, 1. Another 1 fish fin. So out of a possible 6, I got a 1. So this is why, you know, I say the game can be very trolly. If you were doing the manipped version of this game, you can manipulate the fish fin drops as well, but it involves a lot of setup.
Yeah. And again, we don't manip. No manip.
We don't manip. So we're just taking what the game gives us.
It's the straight edge of Final Fantasy VIII speedruns.
Alright. Usually we only do 3 fish fin battles, because on average that would be enough to get you 5, but it feels like a 4 fin fight today. Unless we get a 3 right now. And we get a 1.
Alright, let's get 2 on this one and be done with these.
Yeah, if we get 2 on this one, we can leave. Let's go. I do have enough thunders. So when I drew the thunders earlier in the cave from the bats, you saw that I drew, I don't know if you noticed, but I drew extra thunders for this reason and this reason alone, because I anticipate this game being an absolute troll today.
Alfie, we don't need your negativity.
Let's not get a 0.
3 fins. We're going for 3. What do you think, chat? 3 fins?
I just need 2. I don't even want 3. I just need 2.
We're gonna go with a 3. We want
and
that spare.
Is dead.
Just to have.
Yes, we do keep levels low for this run, because another interesting quirk of this game that is not the same as other FF games is that the enemies scale to your party's average level. So we finished the game at an average level of 16, like 13. 3!
Oh,
alright.
Called shot. This is a pre-recorded run? Yes, these graphics were definitely a step up from 7. So remember, 7 did come out pretty early in the PS1's lifespan. So there was still a lot of learning with the development of 3D models at that time, so...
Alright, so story-wise, we're now going to the real test. For Squall's graduation from the SEED program. The SEED program is a, for lack of a better word, a mercenary program run by Balam Garden.
Child soldier program
that takes children from orphanages and trains them to be mercenaries, to be hired out to do a whole bunch of murdering when they're older. To put it very, very simply.
And we'll find out in French later on why this whole thing exists. And we'll cover that more when we actually get there. It's probably about 15 minutes before the game ends. I think we kind of find that out.
Chat reckons we're miming the game for 8 hours. It's pure dedication right there. Or what time is it there for you, Wabajack?
It's about 7 past midnight, so in for a long one.
We're in for a long one. It's middle of the night for Wabajack. It's middle of the afternoon for me. We're crossing time zones here today. Thank you all for hanging out, by the way. It's nice. It's nice to be part of the Retrothon event this year. I've wanted to submit for a while, but didn't have the balls to.
Thanks for having me too.
The hot dogs, I believe the hot dogs are pretzels. I believe. So another quirk here is that whatever language that you change this game into, so in English, Zal's little thing here is he loves hot dogs that's sold by the cafeteria. It's pretzels, and then it's like panini in Italian or something like that. And there's a different, I think it's like something else in Spanish. So they change the hot dogs depending on what language you're playing this in. And in Japanese, the hot dog is actually translated into like sugar bread or sweet bread. Yes, flavored bread. Thank you, Lunatic Moth. Chicken wuss gets translated into porcupine. In French, it's harrison. I'm butchering the pronunciation, but it's like harrison, Herrison. You'll see it in a second. And then I looked it up, and harrison is like porcupine. So chicken wuss is translated into porcupine in French.
And then here we have Robin Williams telling us of what our next mission is, which is going to be the Dalit Assault.
So for Squall's graduation test, as Wabajack said, we're gonna go and fight a military presence in Dalit. Just casually. Just casually gonna go fight some soldiers, actual soldiers. This school, I tell ya.
Yeah, I believe he's supposed to be modeled after Robin Williams from Dead Poet Society.
Oh, I didn't know that. I knew Robin Williams, but I didn't realize Robin Williams specifically from Dead Poet Society.
Yeah, I believe that is the intent, is what he's supposed to look like. There is another like real world insert. We'll see if chat catches it when we get there.
Look at Zal. Yeah, so he says Tete du Harrison. It's like Harrison, porcupine.
So given that Zell's an orphan, did he not need to get anyone's permission to get a face tattoo?
Well, Zell actually got adopted because he has his mom is in Balam town.
Man, that's a real lenient mom.
I mean, mom also gave him a hoverboard. Pretty cool.
True.
All right.
Which is a very important part of this run.
All right. Car direction, my friend. So another quirk of this scene is that you can control the direction the car drifts down into Balam Garden by just holding a directional pad. It's just funny. It adds nothing to the game. It's just hilarious. You can drift sideways into Balam town.
It's just for style. You know, why not?
Just for style.
I don't know, someone in chat, look it up. When did Mike Tyson get his face tat, and when was this game produced? Go off the Japanese release date. It's gonna be a little earlier. Yeah. I want to say it was Zell. I want to say it was. But then again, this game came out, you know, it's a long time ago. I was much younger. My memory is not as good, but...
Tyson was 2003, so Tyson copied Zell. Yeah. Yo!
It's
This
also
game
like
was-
tribal too. So like,
This
yeah,
game is 1999, I think, or 98 for
Tyson is
Japanese.
Tyson's a massive Cell fan.
Zell, the OG, absolute OG. So when we get to Dalit, the cutscene that plays with the background music, "The Landing," which is one of my favorite tracks in the game, after "Man with the Machine Gun" and "The Extreme."
Yeah, it's got a lot of good tracks.
This game, every song in this game is an absolute banger.
Yeah,
I hear it, and I'm like, it's my favorite one, and then I hear the next one. No, this is my favorite one.
Yeah, and then there's a lot of good tracks, or a lot of these good tracks actually end up in Final Fantasy XIV. If you played it, you know what I'm talking about. There, it's a whole.
Do they remix it in 14?
They might. I don't know. I don't think it's a remix. Might be updated just a little bit.
Right.
Because it's a redo, but I don't think it's a remix. I don't know the music-y words to explain that, but I believe they're updated to,
Yeah. Another beautiful cutscene here.
recomposed. That's what I believe.
Look at the moon's reflection. You don't need no RTX DLSS ray tracing technology. We got the moon's reflection right there in the water, perfectly rendered. Alright.
Just a few really good pre-rendered cutscenes can really drive it, Like I was talking earlier about Breath of Fire 4, to me, is like the pinnacle of RPGs on the PS1. And the one thing it doesn't really have is doesn't have these pre-rendered cutscenes, which are they're really amazing for the time.
I mean, these cutscenes are the reason why this game is 4 discs long, I think. Not
Yeah,
that
and
I'm
then like the
complaining.
4th disc is like 0 of the main story, just like I think with Final Fantasy VII. It was like you're pretty much done with the game when you pop in disc 3.
Alright, so we land on Dalit. And we're gonna conduct our final test. Before we do that, I have a menu to get through.
Yeah, this is a test, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're in school right now, which you should go to sleep, it's midnight EST. But if you're out here, stay, watch. I know I just gave you conflicting instructions. I'm not your dad. Do what you want. But this is a test. Imagine this is your test. What a weird school. Yeah, these are very pretty. Yeah, some what Square could do at this time was really impressive. If you've never looked into it, the team that did Final Fantasy Tactics, which was 3D but ultimately mostly 2D, they're the same team who ended up doing Vagrant Story, and Vagrant Story was the first full 3D thing they had ever did, and they crushed it. That game is amazing. I've now got chat to all reminisce about the amazingness of Final Fantasy Tactics.
I have never played that.
It's really good. There's a little bit to the original that kind of wears on you. You get a little bit more grinding than I think I would like these days, but it's still really good. And of course, there's a whole Final Fantasy hack community out there if you love tactics and wish there was more of it.
So you see there Squall's hitting at 247 damage, and that's because we refined those fish fins that we were trying so hard to get. And we refined it into 100 waters that we junctioned to Squall's strength stat. So Squall's now hitting at 247, while Safer and Zell are hitting at under 100 damage. So immediately from the junction system of this game, you can kind of see how broken it can potentially get. come on.
He saw it coming.
I just needed to get Squall down, and it's too good. Alright, we have
yeah,
two
get cozy.
more.
We've got how much longer?
Oh,
Going. I don't even know.
8 hours.
I was like, I don't have a timer up. I don't even remember when we started.
We're 34 minutes in, so 7.5 hours.
Yeah, we got about 7 and some change. There's not a lot of bathroom breaks.
Alright.
Go before and then
Tech Squall. Come on. I need you to
the space scene, I think, is the only other one.
Can you attack Squall? Oh, that was too much. That was too much, Zal. Can't win. So this is
really
going
trying to
into
be
this at
overachiever.
74 is a little spicy because the Anaconda headbutt is about 80.
Is there a safety save by chance? Or
Nah, it's
just
alright.
risk
We
it?
don't need
Okay.
to save before the Anaconda, but I will take a save before Alvaret.
Okay.
If this is the HP that we're going in with.
Just throwing them out there. You know, it's 8 hours. Let's not make it 8 and 15 or 8 and 30.
Anaconda Headbutt is the name of my metal band. I think if I were to start a band, I would name it Fuit Impossible. Fuit Impossible. You can't escape.
I feel like Anaconda Headbutt's more like jungle rock. That's what I would expect out of a band name that.
Right, so this part of their test is to wait for orders here in the town square. While the actual people go up and fight the big bad soldiers. Unfortunately for us, Safer, who is the big rebel, and you can tell that Safer is a bit of a rebel because he refuses to wear the uniform, the test uniform, and he's in his own clothes. Anyway, he decides that he does not want to wait in the town square like he was instructed to, and wants to go join the big fight at the Dalek communication tower where all these Galbadian soldiers are going. So he decides he wants to be the hero and wants to go up there while these two start arguing about whether that's a good idea or not. Zell wants to stay in position, and Squall, being the good, very good student that he is, wants to, because Safer is the captain of their squad. So Squall's just like, well, Safer's the captain, and our job is to listen to the captain. So if the captain says let's go, we should go, because it's an order. And Squall's best personality trait is to follow orders. Without question. Whereas Zell wants to stay, and that's why he's a bit mad. He wants to listen to the actual instructions, but Safer wants to run off, Squall wants to run off, and so they all run off together. And you'll see that I'm running away from all these encounters. So non-forced battles, I'm escaping them and Fuit Impossibling, because we don't want to gain XP in this run. We want to stay as low leveled as possible so that all our bosses also stay as low leveled as possible. Please, not on Squall. Alright.
Sorry, beat up Cypher. That's alright.
I can't rate it. I think
I haven't played 9 enough to rate it. I think just off of more
8.
recency bias, I'd put 8 at top.
8, 879, I think, for me. Although if it's just battles, 879. If it's boss fights, 897, because the 9's boss battle music is like insane. Don't headbutt me, don't headbutt me, don't headbutt me.
I'd say, I mean, 8 does have some amazing tracks.
I said don't headbutt me.
Uh-oh.
Oh!
Clutch! Remember, this is a
With the 1 HP. Yo. game is such a troll. So because this is a marathon, I will play it a little safe and force Squall to die and resurrect him. If this was a PB attempt, I guess I would go in and YOLO it. But I don't want to sit here for 9 hours, you know.
We're on Retrothon's time here. We gotta be a little safer.
I gotta think about the person running after me. I'm being very considerate. So we're just gonna kill off Squall in the next fight that's coming up in the elevator. Run away, revive Squall, take a save, and then go on to the boss fight. Our first real boss fight in this run. It's a 3-part boss fight. You fight Biggs and Wedge, and then once you get those two down, you fight Elvaret. Biggs and Wedge being a cheeky little callback to Star Wars for all you Star Wars fans out there.
And then are we drawing off of Elvaret?
We're drawing Ondine, which is Siren. Another GF that had their name changed for some reason.
I couldn't remember the random draws that we do here. Say we, like I run this game. But in spirit, for these next 8 hours, in theory, I run this game.
And here we see Selphie again, who we bumped into in the in Balam Garden earlier. She has been sent by her squad to tell Squall and his squad to wait. Of course. Safer isn't gonna listen to nobody. The one where everyone playing the game for the first time forgot to draw a Siren. Yeah. I've done that in a run before. It's not fun because Siren gives you abilities that you absolutely need for the run. So if you do forget to draw Siren, it is a reset. Couple of pretty crucial GFs that you do have to draw in this game. We don't use Quetzalcoatl. Oh, I mean, we get Quetzalcoatl and Shiva automatically, so we have those two, but you get Ifrit, Diablos, Carbuncle, Siren, Pandemona. Basically. Zephyr.
Skipping, honestly, most of them, I think.
Yeah.
Don't get the brothers, don't get Eden.
No Alexander.
Yeah.
So we're gonna kill Squall off. Oh, another crits out. Jeez.
We don't get Doom Train, sadly. No Doom Train.
So we've killed Squall. We'll revive him, which is really great for us at the moment because he has perfect HP for a instant limit. The only downside is that we are almost out of Phoenix Downs. No Bahamut, unfortunately. Yeah, no Bahamut. We do fight Tiamat, though. No
I'll say if you've played this game and you like Eden's summoning animation, play Final Fantasy XIV. It's in there. You'll find it.
There's a little mini cutscene here as well. And you learn from this conversation here that the whole reason the Galbadia forces are in Dalit is because they want to fix this communication tower. Why they want to fix it at this point in time of the game, you don't know yet. But they're here to fix the communication tower. And Balam Garden is sending their students to stop that. Why? We won't know till later.
Yeah, they're setting up a pirate radio station. Biggs and Wedge started a podcast. Really trying to get it out there.
Name of their podcast is How These Dastardly School Students Foiled Our Every Attempt at Being Good Soldiers.
Child soldiers and the ethics of them.
So they do fix the tower. We were too late to come and stop that. So they do fix the tower. It sends out some sort of signal. To whom and why and where? ...
Yeah, absolutely. Square put a lot of effort into the pre-rendered cutscenes that they put into 7, 8, and 9.
What's up, Proquar? Alright, so this is the boss fight. We have to fight each one of them until each one of them is depleted their HP. So he calls his friend to come help him.
So if you're wondering why the cycling through the menus here, the limit breaks pop up, I believe, randomly, right?
Yep.
So to get them to show up, you cycle through the menu until it pops up. Whereas if you played like 7, you had to build a meter to get them up there, as well as 10 was also like that. Whereas this is just once you're in a critical range, there is a chance that your attack will have an additional option to allow you to use your limit break. And then, of course, each of the characters have their own kind of limit break going on. Quistis is Blue Mage. She does other monsters' attacks. Squall just goes ham with his gunblade here. Zell's is very reminiscent of Sabin from Final Fantasy VI, where you just do a bunch of combos and just keep going crazy.
Very clean fight. Really clean Eldoret fight. No complaints.
So I was really worried there. Squall get bopped and
yeah.
You see in the menu screen again.
So Eldoret has a his actions that Eldoret takes is we know what it is. So if we kill him before his 3rd action, we're safe pretty much, because what Eldoret does is 2 attacks, either a physical or a magic attack, and then he skips a turn, and then on his 4th turn, which is the 3rd action, he will do an AoE attack that will definitely kill Squall. So the strat for this boss is to make sure that Squall gets off 2 limits, because 2 limits is enough to kill Eldoret, before that 4th turn, which is the AoE. And that was very clean, as you can see. The trolley part of this fight is usually, because, you know, Eldoret has 2 turns to take, and any 1 turn that Eldoret takes can down Squall. And so you're wasting a turn on reviving Squall. And when you do that, you are most definitely going to get AoE, which wastes time, because then you don't want to revive Squall until that AoE has occurred. So you're waiting. So it's very much a timing thing for this boss, for Eldoret. And so you saw we collected Siren, so we checked that off the list. Check that reset point off the list.
Yeah. I'll say this game really loves on-screen timers.
It does.
This is the 2nd time we've gotten one, and it will not be the last. It's not dead.
So we're gonna go. Unfortunately, as we escape, Biggs and Wedge have decided to throw a little crab spider bot into our faces. And we gotta fight. We gotta fight.
Welcome in, Raiders. Get ready. You got 7 more hours of Final Fantasy VIII ahead of you.
I think this is okay. We'll survive this.
Yeah.
So XATM, this dude is also on a loop. His third turn, which is he will take after this if he doesn't die, will actually be an AoE that will kill us. But because we downed it in time, we're safe. And I'll take a little walking step here. And we will be free of that spider. Very good time, I think, for a 4 fish fin start to this run.
So, this track really reminds me of Mega Man X. Some of the tracks in there.
And as all runs go, we are going to save the dog. If you don't save the dog, because this is a test, you get less points.
You, of course, get even less points if you let the spider robot kill you.
Yeah. So the little thing that a lot of people who only run this game casually are probably not aware of is that there is a cutscene that involved Quistis machine gunning this spider to death. But because this is a speedrun, we want to save the 2 minutes that the cutscene takes up. We will run into this pub, let the spider go, and then when we get out of here, the spider is already dead because Quistis already killed it for us off screen, saving us a whole 2 minutes. So up there on the top of the screen.
Which is a bummer. It's an awesome scene.
It is a little bit awesome.
It's pretty awesome.
But we don't need more Quistis airtime at all.
Not one more.
So, we've escaped all it. In the any percent run of this game, this is where all the RNG counting and manipulation and all that stuff comes to a head. So you can see it's already 52 minutes into the game. In an any percent run, it would be around the 55 mark because you do kill the spider. But if you had not kept track of all the attacks that Squall and his party has made, all the attacks that the enemies have made, if you had paid attention to the camera angles on the victory screen, you know, when you win the battles, if you had not kept track of any of them properly, you will not be able to pull off getting the Zell card, which is an instant reset at this point on an any percent run, any percent normal run, which is manipped, which is painful, you know, because you run for an hour and then you reset because you've missed one attack or you've missed one camera angle. We don't do that here. We just go. Oh my goodness, Squall. Got into school.
Go to school, Squall.
We've officially passed the test, I guess. Well, no, we don't know if we've passed the test yet. We're gonna go find out if we passed the test. Yeah. There are pros and cons, obviously, to the different categories of this game. No manipulations takes out the manip-related suffering of resetting if you don't get the right RNG or you messed up one little thing. But the upside of a manipped run is that you are stronger because the Zell card gives you strength plus 60% stat. So the boss fights are a little bit less risky compared to a no manip run, but I mean, it's part of the game, right? So the chances of you finishing a run on a no manips category run is a bit higher than a manipped run, which is nice. I know runners who spend 5 or 6 hours on starting an FF8 run and just not getting past the first hour of the game because they can't get the minute right and stuff like that. Which for people, for an 8-hour game, it's rough.
Yeah, any sprint wants you to do a lot of homework, and the only person we want doing homework here is Squall, so.
You think Squall is the kind of person that does homework?
Squall absolutely does his homework. Zell doesn't do homework. Zell doesn't remember he has homework.
Squall probably does homework. Zell probably pays someone to do his homework for him.
It's the same person he got that face tattoo from.
Right. So we're leading up to the results of our test.
Gumi.
The headmaster here is kind of telling Safer that he's failed the test because he didn't listen to instructions. Well, we all expected that, didn't we?
I mean, you go through all of that, and then it's like, nah, sorry, you failed. Like,
and the thing with Safer is that it's not the first time he's failed it. Failed it multiple times. Big menu part here.
So do they keep doing the Dalit assault like every quarter?
Yeah, right.
Is
that's
that the final
question.
exam? Like the Dalit assault is like the Kobayashi Maru, or like the Ender's Game, where like maybe it's not actually all real. They're faking it the whole time. Just like the Ifrit fight. This is all a dream. This game's just a big dream, isn't it?
This whole game is a dream.
So, big menu. Have a few of them throughout the run. The biggest, of course, being the S-Star menu. I mean, what Final Fantasy game wouldn't be complete without a lot of menuing?
And we do this menu here because in the game you are forced to wait 57 seconds on this screen. 51 seconds on the screen before this dude with the yellow hat comes out. So it's a free time for you to do the menu, which is nice. But you do have to do it in the 51 seconds, and I think I went a little bit over, but it is what it is.
Sorry, marathon. Rather it be done correctly than, getting golds here.
So Sid is called 4 of us in here, Squall, Zell, Nita, and Selfie, and we have all passed our exam. Everybody else who has waited outside did not pass. Very sad for them.
Who's the one next to Selfie?
Nita.
What's their story? Oh, okay.
They end up piloting the garden later.
Okay. Couldn't remember him.
Well, that's funny you say that, because when you go meet him for the first time to pilot the Balam garden, he says, "Don't you remember me? I passed the test with you."
It's like, nah, man, I'm still shell-shocked. Come on. Did you see? I fought a giant spider. I barely remember Selfie. I forgot she was here.
Everyone comes up here, they give us a big clap. Safer is upset that he has failed yet again another seed exam. So sad.
Did it to himself.
Seed level 4. So those scores that you just saw pop up there, they change depending on what you do in that dalit. Oh well, everything from the Ifrit fight, actually, because your test officially starts at the Fire Cavern. So everything that you've done since the Fire Cavern all up to the end of that dalit test is graded. We didn't do very well because we got a 4.
That passed, though. That passed.
It's good enough. You still passed. And we're on the way to everyone's favorite meme. The best looking guy here. Salute. So for those of you who don't know, throughout this entire game, I am button mashing through all of the text boxes to make them disappear faster. So, which is why there's barely any breaks, because if there is a break in the game for long dialogue sections, I still have to sit here and button mash through them. It's a bit brutal. Turbo is allowed for this category, but I don't have a turbo controller and don't particularly want to set up a turbo program software to do it on my PC, so I turbo with my fingers. You can button mash with square and X in this game, so both square and X will progress the text boxes, so I alternate between the two of them.
Yeah, if you want to take bathroom breaks, I would suggest getting a very long cord on your controller.
I did that once with the PS5 version of this game, because the controller is wireless, and I learned through experience that I can control it from my bathroom.
You played this game enough. You can play in your sleep. But this is where we first meet. We don't know her name yet, do we?
No, we don't.
Right. We don't.
It's just some random girl who tells you look good.
Yeah. So this is Renoa. And yeah, she's going to be very important, as you probably saw from the opening cutscene. Yeah, the whole thing with this is the big celebration for having passed the test. He is now a seed. Right, that's what they're just called seeds.
He's now a official seed mercenary.
Yeah. And so while he's a little awkward at first, he gets the hang of the dance. And...
It's because he had that glass of wine finally kicked in, and now he's like a pro dancer.
Man, they're sending him to war, giving him wine at their age. This is a crazy school. This is... It's some... Again, just great pre-rendered cutscenes here.
So good, like the lighting and the shadows flickering. And she just
part of the
leaves
training
him.
is being very adaptive on your feet, so that's what happened here.
Alright, so this is where the game gets a little creepy, right? So, the first sign that something's a bit off is that Quistis is not in her fancy seed uniform. She's in her casual clothes. Civilian clothes, right? Like, why? That's a bit weird. Anyway. Quistis comes out while Squall's having a moment to himself and tells him to go get changed and to meet her in the training center. There's a secret zone in the training center. Bit sus.
I
don't know what else she says.
I believe this is also where she informs him, I'm no longer your teacher as of this day.
Yeah, she does that at the secret zone.
I guess maybe it's all part of kind of this part of kind of squishing it together, but basically informs you, well, I'm no longer your teacher. She gets a little
flirty.
It seems like she might have a thing for Squall, maybe. But Squall's personality is rough, so
Squall's just like, whatever.
Yeah, it basically blows her off.
She's invited him to the training center where it's full of T-Rexes and stuff like that.
T-Rexes, giant wasp things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Carnivorous plants that could eat you.
I'm not saying Quistis is anything wrong. I'm just saying she's kind of coming onto a guy who very clearly didn't want anything. But to her credit, she seems to she takes the hint. She moves on.
So at this point, you don't know what this secret zone is. Like, you just kind of like, yeah, all right, I'll go into the training center. I'll go to the secret zone. Maybe you're going to give me like a special award for being a good soldier. I don't know. But once we get to the secret zone, you don't wonder anymore what this secret zone is primarily used for. Let's put it that way. This is a secret zone. Not very secret. It's very lit up and bright and glowy.
I'll just assume it's usually closed, but Quistis,
And then you get into the secret zone, and there are just couples canoodling in every corner of the zone. And if you were a Squall at this point in time, would you not be sus?
Well, see, that's why they get people who don't have parents. Then they don't have to sign a waiver. Did your parents sign this waiver, Squall? I don't have any parents. Perfect. I'm a bored kid.
So this is when she tells him that she was fired from being an instructor.
Right.
And that she is now just a regular old seed member. She's not his instructor anymore, and therefore can he please date her?
Basically, yeah.
Basically. Long story short, that is exactly what the French dialogue is telling us. 100%. I
don't recall her being as direct about it, but she certainly tries to hint in that direction, and Squall is just like, you'll learn through the game, Squall is not very in tune with his emotions.
No.
It improves over the game, that's a whole growth thing, but it makes sense for an orphan who probably grew up in a military school. Maybe not the most open their feelings.
So Quistis is kind of desperate for some sort of reaction from Squall about her bad news, and she tells him something, and it's like, why don't you something, and Squall goes, just go talk to a wall. It's probably the same. This is my favorite line in this entire game, is Squall telling Quistis to go talk to a wall. And then he leaves her, and she stands there looking absolutely devastated.
That's super awkward for her. I mean, it's probably good that she's been fired. She can get out of here. Mega embarrassment.
That's so great.
How are there multiple wall emotes?
Yeah, the first one is actually a GIF. It's like Quistis is hitting her head against the wall. The first one, it's just too small.
Oh, okay. It's not. He's just
Second
not
one is a
gifting for
static
me.
image.
All right, okay.
Alright, so we're leaving the training center, but before we can properly leave, we encounter some drama.
Yeah.
So there's a glitch in this game that makes Squall runs in a circle there. It's just something that happens.
Yep. Total glitch. So again, we see the same woman that we saw at the beginning.
Mysterious.
Who visited Squall in the
Mysterious
infirmary.
woman.
Yeah. So also going to be very important. Honestly, the entire catalyst for what happens here.
That should be enough. And this is also the only time where you will see me summon a GF.
And I also don't think we've covered why you continue to try to run from combat that is fuite impossible. It is because the animation to go from escaping to attacking is much quicker than going from your neutral to attack.
Correct.
So it's those little time saves, just like running in French, renaming Squall to just S. You know, when you have an 8-hour run, you do what you can.
It's about 2 seconds per battle.
And that adds up.
There you go. And that is why we use Shiva there.
Also, just if you get in the muscle memory, you're trying to run for every combat. The random encounters you don't want, you just run from them too.
So, some mysterious people have appeared. We've never seen these white people in weird uniforms and this. We've seen her before, but we don't know who she is still. And they're just casually just in Balam Garden. No idea how they got in here. That's cool. And then we leave. No questions asked. Not weird at all.
Just let her go with those people. I mean, why not?
Now we get to go to bed. Tomorrow is a new day.
And what are we at? About an hour or something now?
Hour and 12 minutes.
Hour and 12 minutes. So if you've been watching this whole time, stay hydrated, get up, stretch.
Get up, do a little stretch.
Not a lot's gonna happen for the next little bit.
Nah.
I think we're gearing up for the next mission that we sent on.
Well, Diablos will be a bit interesting if you've never seen a Diablos fight before. We use Zell, but after that is pretty just plot progression until the end of this one.
Yeah, we're gonna play with some toy trains. That'll be fun.
We'll get Irvine.
Yeah.
All that good stuff. So first day as a seed graduate. And we're about to get our first mission. Paid mission.
I think it's at this point you'll now start randomly just be getting money.
Mm-hmm. Well, it depends on your so the money stuff depends on how many steps you take. So if you just end up running around in circles over and over again, you will get money.
Yeah.
But it is dependent on how many steps you take.
Yeah, it gets really funny when you're in certain parts of the later game, and it's just, how are you still paying me?
The Bank of Balam, alright, untouched.
I am nowhere right now.
By world events.
Yeah. The bank keeps running. I don't care if time is collapsing. You're gonna get paid every 2 weeks.
They're confiscating Zell's hoverboard. bit sad because I would have loved to use a hoverboard mechanic in this game instead of walking around everywhere. You don't see that hoverboard ever again unless you go into Zell's house in Balam Garden. Sorry, Balam Town.
Yeah.
Hanging on his wall.
His backup, I assume.
I guess so.
Because with how these attendants are, I would just assume they took it and they just scrapped it.
And they just used it for themselves.
Yeah. See, there's another secret zone in the training area where they're just going crazy on that thing.
So we get something mysterious from our headmaster. Like, oh, a gift. Oh, nice.
Malky, it's more the fact that time is collapsing in on itself, and somehow you're still getting paid. Like, I think if it was all time at once, my direct deposit may have some difficulty processing.
Alright, now, we've left Garden. What we're gonna do now is fight Diablos. Magic Zone Exchange. We save because Diablos is hard.
Can't escape the menuing.
Here we go. Do you guys like dolphins? Nice. This is good.
I think if anyone's played Kaizo Mario, you might hate
dolphins. Come on! Oh, I messed it up. Messed it up!
Might be alright. Might be alright.
It will be fine.
This is Demi?
Gravija. So Demi affects one.
Okay, but it's still very, very hard to kill with that ability. So. Yeah, I mean, it's no suplexing a train, but you know, do what we can here. You got it.
Got it this time. I got it this time. We're good now. So we use dolphins. Because they're OP as fuck.
It's definitely a part of it being, you know, the new run, new kid on the block. But it is just we discussed a little earlier, I don't know in case you weren't here, but just the not needing all of the additional tracking programs to figure out if your run's gonna just be dead in an hour. This run, since we don't do any of that, it's a lot more viable runs with a little tweaking. We had to do a lot of fish fin fights because the game decided 1 was the magic number today. But ultimately, we were able to keep going. I'll see what I can do if I remember that. We're a little ways from that.
Alright. Not a bad Diablos fight. It was only bad because streamer was a bit rough. So
yeah, sorry.
The strat for the Diablos fight there is that when you get a Zell limit, there are 3 potential time limits that the game will give you. 4 seconds, 4 potential. 4 seconds, 6 seconds, 9 seconds, and 12 seconds. Most of the time you get a 4 and 6, and so your combination of combos that you put in your inputs are the same. Very rarely you get a 9 and 12 second. And if you saw what we did earlier, we got 2 12-second Diablos rounds, which I got surprised with. because I was expecting a 4 or 6. So I whiffed the first one, whiffed the first 12-second, but we got the second 12-second roundabout. And the reason why we use Zell for Diablos is because Zell's Meteor Strike, when the suplexing of Diablos actually takes out a quarter of Diablos's HP. Of Diablos's remaining HP. So using Zell here is really beneficial because even though you're not hitting hard because you're like level 8 or something, every time he does a Meteor Strike, it takes out a quarter of his remaining HP, which is pretty brilliant if you ask me. So in the earlier stages, you're doing like 2,000 damage or 1,000 plus damage because it's, you know, a quarter of his existing HP. It's really good. And then we never use Zell again.
So it's basically Demi, so it's doing whatever he currently has and doing a fraction of that. It's not, you know, he has 2,000 hit points and every time it's going to do a quarter, so it's every time it's going to do 500. It'll do that 500, and then it's going to do a quarter of 1,500 and so on and so forth, but it's still a lot of damage for early on in the games. You saw, as we mentioned earlier, Squall had done, you know, like 200 damage to a soldier on the bridge, and that was really good for that section of the game. You know, if you play it casually, you're nowhere near those numbers if you aren't, you know, going crazy and, you know, drawing and refining and junctioning everything like crazy.
I mean, we kind of fight in the train.
In the train. Doom Train is in this game.
Doom Train is in this game,
it's not in the
run.
Yeah. President, spoilers.
And now we get this really weird sequence of these people that we don't know.
So we hear a weird noise, everyone falls asleep, and now we're playing this section.
What is this?
This is a banger is what this is.
Banger of a track.
You've never seen Smooth and the Groove do this song? It's great. It's fantastic. And it's over for the moment, but we'll be back.
I anticipate another 3 more encounters here.
Doom Train is in the game. You do get to fight it. If you fight it, you can try to suplex it.
Getting Doom Train is a pain, though.
It is. It takes a little bit. I mean, most of those, I think, secret GFs take some work.
Yeah.
Cactar, Tonberry, both very difficult fights if you're not prepared for them.
This should be our last encounter in this dream. And off we go to places unknown.
A little purple swirly thing that's on the ground there is a draw point where you can get some extra spells, but they're all not good for this point of the game, so we just ignore all of them. Yeah, when you got the likes of triple and water, you're pretty good.
So we're here in this tiny little bar. Just unwinding after a long, hard day at work as a Galbadian soldier. And you'll constantly see the almost transparent black dialogue boxes, which are different to the normal gray dialogue boxes, and the black ones are Squall's thoughts. It's like, what am I doing here? Oh, Kindled Sky, got it. Got the reference.
Yeah, so this is Laguna, Ward, and Krios. The main one here being Laguna, the one who's a little smitten with a piano player, and that is pretty much why he's brought the three of them there. To make awkward eye contact and small talk with lady whose name I forgot.
Kendall's got their eyes on you. Do, 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 do.
Yeah, so through this, the other team is experiencing what is happening here.
And being very confused about it.
Yeah. Well, you, the player, are controlling them. I don't believe it's implied that the likes of Squall and Selfie are actually controlling these individuals. So you're just kind of getting to see this portion of something, which, again, will be explained a bit more later. But for now, it's all confusing and weird.
But very beautiful, though. It's a beautiful little bar.
Oh yeah, all these scenes are very important and great. But confusing if you're just like, I fell asleep on a train and I'm dreaming I'm a dude with a leg cramp. What's going on here?
Laguna trying to put some moves.
Yeah, in French, it's probably coming off a lot better. But he is very awkward.
It works, though, because eventually Julia's like, please, come up to my room.
I mean, one of the best things you can be is funny, so...
And so whatever nonsense he was saying clearly worked. Because now he's on the way up to her room. Oh, not back down the stairs. Laguna, don't do that.
Bienvenue.
Once again, very nice room. Lots of button mashing.
No manips is pretty much just that. We do not use any of the manipulations that the any % run utilizes. There is one for figuring out the Zell card, figuring out the train combination without having to actually read that text box.
They use it for the Quistis card too.
And the Quistis card, yeah. For me, the shorthand of it is the straight edge of Final Fantasy VIII runs.
Just just play the game category.
Yep.
One of the biggest reasons why people manipulate the RNG in this game, yes, the cards are really important and they are a big reset point. But in the last boss battle of the game, when you're fighting Ultimacia, there's a mechanic in the final boss where she picks seemingly random party members to fight her. She has 4 stages, and now because this is a speed run that pretty much requires Irvine to be in your party to win anything. When she picks your random party members to fight her, being the final boss, if Irvine isn't in your party, it's a little bit of a risky, really spicy fight. So when you're playing the any percent normal manipped run, you can manipulate that so that Irvine will always be in your final party. So there's no RNG, there's no randomness, there's no close your eyes and hope for the best when you head up into the final battle of the game. This category, however, because it prevents all manipulations, when we get to Ultimecia in 7 hours-ish, or whatever, we don't know. We don't know if we're gonna get Irvine in the party. If we don't get Irvine in the party, I have to have backup strats. You gotta hold on tight until you do get Irvine in your party. It's a bit of a roller coaster, but for me personally, it's a little bit more interesting because it makes the run, less expected. You get to see a whole bunch of strats involved.
Yeah, there's a lot of mental load with the any percent run where, I'm sure we'll cover it a number of times. You have to track, how many attacks, the big animations, the camera angle of them, all sorts of things in like the first hour 20-ish of the run before you can stop doing that. And then you still have other manipulations later, but you just don't need all of that up front, as well as you don't need any of the additional programs people use to track the RNG. So it's a very just pick up and go if you just want to get into running this game.
Yeah.
With an 8-hour run and it being an RPG, trying to control the RNG is definitely something you usually want to do. But with this game, you get around needing to worry about a lot of it.
Yeah.
As I explained, that final fight can get a little clutch if things aren't going your way, but I mean that's
it's not doable. It's very doable. It might take you an extra 3 minutes.
Yeah, but the ability to get to that point feels more viable with the no nips run than if having to restart every hour 20 minutes into the any percent run.
Yeah. The method to manipulate that final party, it's called the final party manipulation, is what it's called. Final party is also,
real good at naming here.
You have to learn it. It's not something that you can just on your first run, just go, oh, I'm gonna do a manipped run and get all the manipulations right. You have to put in the time and effort to learn how to manipulate, because that final party manipulation depends on you watching the game so carefully to pick up. I'll bring it up when we get there in 7 hours, but you cannot touch your controller, you cannot touch anything. You have to watch Squall move. As Squall is falling down the screen, he turns left and right and down and up, and you have to track that for 12 times and then hold the RNG in a neutral position. So it's hard. It's not hard. It involves practice and effort and time to learn how to get these manipulations down to a science where you're not messing up every time. So if you don't have the time, you don't want to learn it because you don't technically have to. You can just play the game and randomize your party battle at the end.
Yeah.
But it's not an easy manipulation to get down.
Yeah, this is the pick up and go, whereas any percent is that more practice run.
Yeah.
I mean, if you learn those things and you get a run that goes past the hour 20, usually pretty smooth sailing from there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not an undoable run, and it's
just more time and effort.
Yeah, and I mean, 8-hour run. Some people don't have 8 contiguous hours all the time be running something like this. So knowing if you're like, I've got 8 hours, I can do no manips, I can just pick up, go, and I should be able to finish a run. Whereas so that any percent you might restart like 5 times, and that's 5 hours gone, and now you're like, well, I got 3 hours left, I can't finish a run.
Yeah.
So it's advantage and disadvantage to those things.
Yeah. Obviously, you're not gonna get fastest times or whatever doing no manipulations runs, because it's not. You won't get the fastest times for this game on this run because you're not manipulating, but you will finish the game more times than if you were to do an any percent run.
You'll get to those later.
You didn't miss
sections.
Garagero. It's coming really soon though.
Yeah. Because I mean, there's still several things, even in the no manip, that can make life difficult. You know, the quiz discard at the beginning, you know, you can easily restart and do that. The fish fins, you know, we don't manip them, but, you know, getting one, then one, then one, then one, that's going to add up a lot of times. You know, you may end up restarting that.
You can die to a couple of bosses.
Yeah. You can have those random crits. I mean, you know, get headbutted by an anaconda.
Yeah. I got 1-1-1-3 fish fins.
Called that 3. Use dog as weapon.
Angelo is the best Final Fantasy weapon, and we will be using Angelo twice in this run.
Yeah, you do have more control over Angelo than you do Interceptor. Interceptor is a dog, just do what you want.
So, want to catch people up on what the story is? Do you know?
More or less. So this is our next mission. We were tasked to go help out these rebels. And it is noted that we're being paid very little for this job. And so they're going to play a little model trains. But basically, we want to get the president alone and bop him.
Bop him?
Yeah.
The plan involves fake train carriages and replacing the real ones with the fake one, and then kidnapping the president as leverage to free Timber. This little city that we're in, little town's called Timber. Timber is under Dalit control at the moment. Galbadian control at the moment. And so Rinoa and her Timber Owls, the rebel group, think that by potentially kidnapping the president and talking to the president, she could potentially free Timber from Galbadian control. And to do that, she needed the Seed's help.
Yeah. Which is why she was at the party.
So here they're just illustrating how the train fake out is supposed to happen. So they inserted the 2 fake carriages. They'll take the 2 real ones away and then rejoin that one so that the other train continues on while we keep the real train carriages with us. Not a bad plan. Personally, it's just wasn't executed well.
Yeah. Yeah, we were paid very little for this job. They got what they paid for.
Alright.
On top of being paid very little, we will come to find out the terms of this contract are very nebulous.
Yeah, we could have just suplexed the train, and all our problems would have been gone. Sabone! Let's go. It's just the seed salute. So here again is another segment where I was very impressed by, you know, the moving cutscene type background versus the playable, controllable character in the foreground.
We're gonna
This
see
is
cool
PS1 graphics.
pre-rendered cutscenes in a minute as well.
The only time you will see a chocobo running in this game, but you know, in this speedrun, you'll come to see it in a second. It's a cutscene chocobo. So these two guards are on some sort of heat and movement alarm. We don't care about that. Technically we do, but we don't for now. Three, 3, 2, 2. Three, 2, 2, 2.
And so knowing these codes ahead of time is part of
2, 3, 2,
the any percent run, and you won't need to read them. It saves you a bit of time here. Yeah, who'd let a zombie on a train? Like, who'd set a game on a train with a bunch of zombies? Weird.
Chocobo!
Yeah, like this whole
Did I
scene is
detect
really
that?
cool.
Flash of
Just
Chocobo
so
on the
fast.
side of the screen.
It's not the only boss who is technically as undead.
No.
There's one other, and it's honestly at a very weird part of the game that they make that an undead. But you know, hey, we get through that fight pretty quick because it is.
Bien la mime train?
They've done
Alright, so this one can be a bit trolly. The soldiers are usually on the same pattern, but they can also not be on the right pattern, so we usually do 2 codes, then 3 codes, but we'll see. 2, 2, 3, 1. We're gonna be good. We're good. 3, 4, 1, 4. Go up. So the whole point of this is to avoid being detected. One of the guards is motion, one of the guards heat. 3, 3, 2, 2.
And Recall, I just have to do the whole thing over again, and it's
Yeah.
just time lost. And
1, 3, 1, 4.
don't want that to speed up.
And the last one, 1, 4, 3, 2.
I mean, when you have the cadavers available, might as well put them to use, right? So, more of those awesome pre-rendered cutscenes here.
Swap the rails. We take the rail. Yeah, that's the real. Yeah, that's the real one. Connect it with our carriage, and we're about to kidnap the president.
Yep, no problems here. Just gonna kidnap
No
the
problems
president.
here.
One guy runs away because he has stomach issues. Kidnapping presidents goes in the runs.
All right. We ready for this jelly?
So now we confront the president.
President, get your soldiers out of timber. Please. Alas.
And the text box just immediately tells us, faux presidente.
Doesn't seem to be right. What's going on here? a little kiss.
Just a little nibble on Zell. Just hit a president with a hunk of ice.
And so it turns out the president was a decoy. It's actually Giru. Oh no. In the Japanese version of this game, Giru doesn't have the blue and green tinge. Giru is actually red. Red for blood, obviously, because those are his guts hanging out there. For some reason, when they ported it to the North America or Western version of the game, they thought maybe seeing so much blood come out of the enemy model was too much for the Western society, so they changed the red to blue and green.
I'd say that tyrant fight was really easy.
You just heal it with the special elixir.
See, that's why Resident Evil's so hard. You're not allowed to use the herbs on the top.
Imagine if you could just throw green herbs at the monsters in Resident Evil.
Leon's just hogging all of that medical
My
spray.
god. So easy. Hey, want a first aid spray? Yeah, it's a really weird choice, if you ask me. Like, it's one of the only different... Well, I don't know if it is the only one, I just don't know. But the decision to change the color because they thought that it would be offensive to the Western society is really weird. Yeah, just throw a chicken egg on the ganado and then you just kill it immediately. Although that is a strat in Resident Evil 4 Remake where you throw an egg at Sadler or Salazar and it's like an instant kill. It has to be a golden egg though. For those of you who play Resident Evil 4.
Who would play that game? Is that one any good?
Ew, Resident Evil 4. The remake is really good though. I haven't finished it yet. So, what we've found out here is that the contract that Renoa signed with Sid actually didn't specify when Squall's services ended.
Yeah.
So Squall assumed that the contract ended once they failed kidnapping the president. You know, I tried, it didn't work out, I'm really sorry, but the contract that was signed was really vague. And it turns out that it specified that Squall services, I think until Timber is liberated. Yeah, until Timber is liberated. So while Timber isn't liberated yet, he's still under Renoa's beck and call.
Yeah. Timber paid you in peanuts to be their soldier for an undisclosed amount of time. It might have been part of the parental advisory thing. I mean, also, this game and 7 came out, 2 years apart. Localization teams change, trends change, what, the different regions find acceptable changes. Like I know a lot of games if they get localized to China, if they have anything that shows skeletons, they have to, I believe, unskeleton them as they
I did not know that.
Like skeletons. Yeah, it's a disrespect to the dead, I believe. Someone in the chat might know finer details than I, but that is the short of it that I recall. It's like exposed bone or something is not cool with them. So, but I mean, Final Fantasies have had a long history of weird localization. I recall hearing that the team to localize Final Fantasy VI to America, being Final Fantasy III, was 2 people. 2 people to handle the entire localization of that game, and that's if you've played 6 and then played like 6 Advanced or any of the newer versions of it. A lot of things changed because just 2 people doing their best in the 90s maybe isn't going to translate everything 100%.
That's crazy. I didn't know the skeleton.
Yeah, the whole undead race. Yeah. Yeah, there's the whole zones of them. Yeah, I know that China has a lot of other censorship things. I only really bring that one up because that one's more of not so much, a governmental thing, but more of like a respect thing that they're just like not cool with. Like they, as a whole respect of the dead thing, don't have like skeletons and exposed.
Dougie!
Like they're zombies, from my understanding, they're cool with. But as soon as those zombies stop having flesh and muscle on them, no, not cool. Not cool. So there we fired a dog at him, finished that fight out. Yeah, so that's why I'm only bringing up just the skeleton thing. The rest of their censorship, we're here for Final Fantasy VIII. Not to talk about China's censorship.
Watch the TV screen at the top right. Really freaky. It's just spooky.
Yeah, at least here it feels like they're just flexing like what they could do in the 90s with 3D graphics. They're just like, what if we morph a person's face into a tiger? And it just happens. No explanation. We're just... It's a tiger. It's like kind of like a Bengal, maybe?
I guess. But it's so creepy. For a pub.
Yeah,
you go into a pub and you see that in the top of the TV screen, be like, what the hell?
I mean, in a place that has a zombie for a president.
Like, spooky bar it is. Maybe it's a goth bar. You don't know, I guess. I guess you don't know if it's a goth bar or not.
Sorry, dude, this is my favorite show. I gotta watch this.
Alright, so remember we talked about the Dalit communication tower being fixed. One of the reasons why they fixed it was because before that, the entire continent, I guess, had not been able to receive signals, like radio waves or anything, and so they wanted to fix it so that they could send these radio waves or signals or whatever to various locations on the continent. This screen here, if you screenshot it and kind of look at all the words that are popping up, it actually spells out something really like I'm Artemisia something. Reddit will tell you what it says, but it's basically trying to tell you that the sorceress is here, and that's what the Dalit communication tower was fixed for, because they wanted Artemisia wanted the ability to reach as many people as possible to spread her reign of terror. So they enabled that. This broadcast went live with this weird message from the future. Tiger face.
Yeah, I mean, everyone talks about Last of Us, but it's got nothing on Tiger Face.
It's got nothing on Tiger Face.
Man, Tiger Face. Remember when it turned into a Bengal tiger? Man. Oh, then it turned into the human face? Yeah. So good.
So there's a random speech now that is able to be broadcasted and transmitted all over the continent, and the real president is here.
It was blonde, so I mean, I don't know how those.
No, this is
really
this
bad
is the,
rebels.
This is the pre-president. He needs like an intro, and then the president
Rebels.
rocks up.
Right, sorry, I forgot. They all look the same, All the presidents look the same.
I don't actually remember what the speech is about, but it gets cut short anyway, so it can't be that important.
It's him just announcing the sorceress, is it not?
I think it's like announcing the like a joint, lack of a better word, like the joint venture between the sorceress and the president. Unfortunately for us, our good friend Cypher has popped up and tried to attack the president. Now, obviously, that's a big no-no, and it is it's treason, right? So Cypher is in big trouble.
Yes, I believe in most countries it's treason.
And Quistis is like, Squall, please help.
Yeah, you can tell how much of an NPC the president is when you compare it to like Quistis and Cypher's character models. Like he's just a boring dude in a suit.
Alright, so we rock up to the televised area place, and Safer's holding the president hostage. You know, because he thinks he's helping. So Safer and Renoa have this thing. We find out later that they had a thing over summer holidays. Summer loving happened so fast.
Don't blame him.
And he's trying to help Renoa by doing what she was supposed to do, kidnap the president, but unfortunately he's done it in such a public manner. And Zell here, not helping, just announced to everybody that they're from Garden. So now Garden is on the blacklist for trying to kidnap the president. It's not good. It's not a good look for Seeds and Garden at the moment. So they're in big trouble.
They don't know how TV works. So is this thing live? Oh, yeah. Zell just getting hot mic'd there.
These kids are the worst Seeds ever. Really?
The sorceress.
I wouldn't have thought Seeds on your first day as Seeds would have done a good job anyway.
I mean, how many Seeds have there been anywhere?
So Sorceress Idia appears, and Safer, who's always, you'll find this out later, but Safer's always wanted to be a sorceress's knight. It's like a childhood dream of his, right?
Yeah.
And so he goes, I have the opportunity to be in cahoots with the sorceress. I shall do that. I want to be your knight in shining armor. Goodbye, President. I don't care about you anymore. I want to be with Idea. And so he just goes. Unfortunately, however, the president has escaped, and now the president knows that Balam Garden is behind his attempted kidnapping. So they're in trouble because the president isn't going to take this sitting down, obviously. They're now officially fugitives, enemies of the state, so to speak. What are they going to do?
They've always been enemies, but this was a bigger deal. And
now they're officially enemies of the state.
Yeah. They were enemies, but then it's like, oh, now you try to kidnap our president. We're gonna up the stakes a little bit here.
So obviously they gotta book it out of Timber as fast as possible.
Yeah. So we gotta get out of Dodge, and then I believe we take refuge in another garden.
In another garden.
There, yeah.
So I think
approximate knowledge of most of this game.
Squall brings up in their handy dandy seed manual that if a seed does ever find themselves in danger or in need of sanctuary, they will find it in the closest garden. He mentions it at some point in some conversation somewhere, and they all as a group decide that Galbadia Garden is the closest garden, so they want to go there for safety and sanctuary so that they're not, hunted by the people who want to kill them.
Yeah, it's written in the school planner. Squall being a giant nerd, he memorized that thing front to back. There's also the rules about hall passes and bathroom breaks and whatnot. But those
and
don't
how
come
you
up
have to obey every single order that you're given.
No hoverboards.
No hoverboards. Play cards when you can.
If you're given a lamp to summon the devil by your headmaster, you probably should use it. It's a weird school.
So they've come to this house. And this lady is telling them to go hide while she deals with the soldiers. So we go upstairs and hide. Because we're all technically fugitives at the moment. Little kitty. BYO dolphins. That's right. Sure, you want to summon the devil? As long as you have your own dolphins.
Yeah, so we're told to go hide, and, lay low, and Quistis is up here having a crisis. And, there might be soldiers downstairs. She doesn't get the whole hiding part.
This lady now says it's safe for you to come down. I chase the soldiers away. We're all good. Let's go. So I think at this point, the contract is still in effect because Galbadia hasn't technically departed Timber yet. But Renoa is giving them the chance to go and save their asses and go to Galbadia to clear their names. So, this is a bit of an annoying part in the speedrun because you spend about a minute and a half standing here talking about getting train tickets and taking a train to Galbadia so that you can get onto Galbadia Garden. And then this guy says he doesn't have enough tickets, there's only enough for 4, so 2 people have to stay behind, yada yada yada. And so you do this whole compromise thing where he gives the tickets to the girls and he will stay behind and get on the next train later, all this fun stuff. And then we will leave and just not take the train. Taking the train actually takes more time than walking to Galbadia Garden. Here we go. So yeah.
Yeah, the public transit's a little weird here.
Fuck that guy. That's right. So the train leaves and we're stuck walking on the train tracks towards Galbadia. Now, there's a little quirk here of the game. I don't know if... I always assume people know this, but if you walk on a train track or a road on the world map, you don't get any encounters. So it's always nice to find a piece of road on the world map because then you won't be fighting random enemies. Except...
Very Zelda 2.
Now we might have to fight something, and no we don't.
Welcome in, Raiders. We are past an hour into this 8-hour Final Fantasy VIII run.
Actually, 2 hours and 3 minutes.
I was technically correct saying past an hour.
We're a quarter down.
It's the best kind of correct. 1/4.
1 quarter down. 6 hours to go. Give or take.
It's gonna get weird.
So Zell here is trying to ask for forgiveness because he was the one that spilled the beans about them being from Garden, and that's why they've been identified as Garden students. He's feeling really guilty about it. Don't really know what all the other conversation is about, unfortunately.
Probably really wishing he didn't get that face tattoo, or he might be able to wear a disguise.
Super identifiable marking on his face. But once again, we all fall asleep.
Yeah.
And we get back to our favorite Galbadian soldiers and see what they're up to this time. This wouldn't have happened if someone shook Zell's head.
Yeah, you know, Zell needs that positive reinforcement in his life.
He probably
that's why
does.
He's acting out.
I mean, that tattoo surely is a sign, you know, a cry for help, right?
Help, attention, yeah, something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Clearly the garden doesn't have therapy or, you know, a lot of the weird things that happen in this game.
I mean, he could have gotten bigger tattoos, really. For more attention.
You're saying that's what the therapist helped to. He was like, I just want to do the whole face, just like all over, and then they talked him down to like just the side there.
Just the side. I would expect you to know at least Fuit Impossible.
Impossible.
Fuit Impossible.
No, but I promise you, this will count as your Duolingo lesson for the day if you watch this whole run.
For sure.
They're not responsible for your streams.
Ward just needs to go to sleep. You'll find that we put Ward to sleep a lot in these Laguna sequences.
Is the slowest, as we expected from a man in a anchor.
A massive anchor.
Yeah.
Or Titanic,
Yeah.
as it's called.
Really cool, but it's really slow. So we don't want to know that. No.
So yeah, we don't want Ward attacking because he doesn't do much damage and because he is slow, correct? So he will just spend the next 7 minutes on the ground.
So that was probably Zell's first idea. He's like, I want to get a tattoo that changes my face into a tiger, and then but I can still go back. And they were like, that doesn't exist. He was like, oh, okay, I'll just get a little bit on the side then. Yeah, Ward's just resting. He'll still get full credit for this assignment. That's all right.
So our favorite Galbadian soldiers find themselves, they're lost. They're actually lost. They're supposed to go somewhere and then they get lost because Laguna has a terrible sense of direction. But they find themselves here at Lunatic Pandora, which is a controlled by Estar, another like country, I guess. You don't know what they're doing at Lunatic Pandora or why they're mining. So they're mining here. That's why they've got the little mining things, pickaxes. But we don't know why they're here.
Futuristic looking stuff going on here. Yeah, these Laguna segments tend to raise a lot of questions as you play it until you get to the end when it all starts to fall in place.
So my sister, MLM, who was in chat earlier, she used to watch me play this game when I was younger. Like, she would watch me as I played this. And every time we got to a Laguna section, she would hate, she would have been like young, like 7 or 8, I think. And she would hate it. Laguna is her most hated character because, I don't know, I don't think she's still in chat, but you just didn't understand why he was here. Like, why did you take away my Squall story, you know? Why do I have to watch this doofus with a cramp? Why are you playing this? And she hated Laguna.
Yes, it all makes sense much later on. For now, it's just very glimpses of what is to be, basically.
Yep. And at this point, as a casual player, you kind of figure out that this is like a dream sequence. You know, like it doesn't really add much to the plot point here, which is a shame because when you get to the later stages of the game, you kind of feel like, oh, maybe I should have paid a little bit more attention to this shit. And I've heard rumors, I don't know if it's true or not, but in the original concept of this game, they wanted to fully flesh out the whole Laguna backstory a little bit more in the game, but time constraints or whatever prevented them from actually
It's
doing
already
it.
4 discs.
Yeah. So it's a bit unfortunate, but I think the original plan was to actually have a bigger Laguna, like an actual, you know, sequence for Laguna stuff, so that you kind of care more about him. But they couldn't, so they capped the Laguna sequences to just random bits and pieces of dream sequences, which is a shame, because at the end of the story, when you finally put 2 and 2 together, you're like, maybe I should have paid attention to this a bit more.
You might also be noticing we're taking down pretty much every enemy in one hit. That is again just due to getting all those crazy magics and junctioning them. When you do transition into these, you're offered the ability to quickly junction from one character to another. And so everything that was already set on the characters back in normal space, we'll say, is junction to the various characters here.
We're actually doing really well time-wise. I don't want to jinx myself, though.
That's why I'm not saying anything. I can't even see the time.
We're 2:10.
It's probably better for me. It's the better guy. I think also having this track be the one during Laguna segments probably distracted a lot of people.
Yeah. I mean, this is
jamming out. You're just like, wait, what happened here? I don't know. It's
the longest portion of Men with the Machine Gun in the entire game, because it doesn't break for the victory fanfare between every fight.
You just keep going.
Just keeps going. Alright, so Laguna and gang kind of want to escape Lunatic Pandora because they know they're trespassing, except they find themselves at the face of a cliff with nowhere else to go but down. Unfortunately for them, Laguna is a bit of a psycho and decides that he does want to go down. So he kind of forces his teammates, his friends, to just fall.
Yeah.
Potentially to their deaths, you don't know.
And given if you're playing this casually for the first time, you don't really feel like you have any attachment to these characters, since you just randomly are playing them during these supposed dream segments. So, there's a good chance they're just, this is it, we're done with them, right? Like, game could just have you play a different character later on. Game
Don't care. So they can fall down.
Yeah.
Who cares?
So, it's a pretty good little cliffhanger here. Just like, well, they jumped and that's it. I guess it's the end of that story. Yeah.
A really funny conversation happens here. When they wake up, they talk about, oh, I dreamt about Laguna. And then Selphie's like, oh, me too. And Quista says she did as well. And they stand there for a while being like, oh, all right, whatever. We have more important things to do. Let's go to Galbadia. So the fact that they shared a dream completely they just ignore it.
Yeah. I think my bigger question would be, why didn't you flip me? Because Squall is just face down that entire time. And 2 people are awake, like...
That's
I don't
true.
know if you know this, but if your buddy passes out...
You want to flip him.
You want to put him in a proper position, Someone having a seizure, there's protocol to that, and then they just leave him face down in the dirt.
They leave him
like,
face
he's
down.
dead.
But yeah, they acknowledge the fact that they shared a dream, which is completely and totally weird.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. They got, obviously, better things to do right now, such as looking for sanctuary. So they completely ignore the fact that they shared a dream. Hilarious.
In comparison to the things that happen in this world, it's...
I suppose.
You fought, the devil about like 30 minutes ago or whatever. So you're like, oh, I shared a dream? Yeah, and we fought the devil this morning, so let's go. We've got to escape. Sure, he might sleep face down in his bed, but this is face down in the dirt in a forest. Like, at least maybe turn my face so it's not directly face down. Like, I don't know. Yeah,
right,
welcome
so...
in, Raiders. We're about 2 hours into this wonderful 8-hour Final Fantasy VIII no minute speedrun.
2 hours and 15 minutes.
I keep going off of that real quick as soon as I see it and forgetting they're probably getting ad rolls. So, everyone else in chat, fill them in. It's on you guys. I'm watching you.
Squall should have asked the wall for help. Should have. So they come to Garden. This is Galbadia Garden. Seeking next steps, advice. Quistis has now told them that Safer is going to be sentenced to death for treason. So Rinoa is really upset because, she and Safer had a thing and she's gonna lose him, blah blah blah. Everyone else says weird things like, oh, I didn't like him, but I guess it's a bit sad that he's dying. Shit like that.
Yeah, I mean...
No, I didn't like him at all, but he shouldn't be dying.
It's real tough to...
Yeah. So they're all a bit sad. Squall walks around talking to everybody, and then eventually Squall also has like an existential crisis, because in his head he goes, oh, if this is how people think about Cypher, what do people think about me? Like, if I end up dying, will anyone care? Like, are they just gonna be like, yeah, we kind of didn't really know him, but he's dead, alright, there's nothing we can do about it.
He told me to talk to a wall once.
He gets a little bit stressed out, he's having this little crisis, mental breakdown type thing. Suddenly
fair,
wondering...
given everything that's going on. You're accused of treason, you're on the run, your schoolmate who you are kind of like is being put to death supposedly, and you're just like
So now he just wants to run away. Like, he says, I don't want to deal with any of this, I want to leave, which is fair enough. He's a 17-year-old boy, by the way. Like, y'all have to remember, he's like 17.
Does his best flock of seagulls. And...
So these two are Safer's best friends, Fujin and Raijin, and they're kind of asking Squall what's happened. Squall just goes to him, well, he's gonna die, I'm sorry.
Well, he committed treason, guys. I mean, come on.
If you look at Raijin's chest here, his torso is like separated from his bottom half of his body. I find it hilarious always. It's like there's a cut in his abs that connects his top and bottom half together. It's funny. Like a Kit Kat.
Yep. French is the fastest viable language. Japanese is technically faster, but to get Japanese running is a whole bunch of work, and so it's just not allowed.
For the PC category, anyway.
Yeah, exactly. PC.
So, I believe what's happened here is the principal, the headmaster of Galbadia Garden, has come to tell them, alright, we've got a message from Balam Garden saying that this is your next mission. Rinoa here is pretending to be Seed, because if she doesn't pretend to be Seed, she doesn't get the sanctuary and the safety that the garden provides. So she's here trying to pretend to be a Seed, so she's kind of looking over, to figure out what the protocol is. But Martine is saying, look, we have a new mission as Seeds. This is direct from Balam Garden. I'm giving you these orders, you have to follow them. And the new mission is to kill Sorceress Idea. 17-year-old boy, let me remind you.
Yeah. Please go assassinate.
Go assassinate this super powerful sorceress.
You should have enough job points for that skill by now, right?
Sorceress murderer. And Martine is like, well, and to assist you in this impossible task, I'm going to give you my best sharpshooter, Irvine Keenis.
I'm going to give you this cowboy.
A sharpshooter who uses a shotgun.
Yeah, he fires slugs. What of it?
Definitely makes sense. You've done 3 missions. Technically, he's failed all of those missions too, except maybe getting Ifrit.
You got Ifrit. You saw it happen. You passed because you
passed.
Were made a seed. You're just, you know, it feels like the gardens are on a pass-fail system.
So now we've got a new party member. For those of you who are not familiar with the speedrun, Irvine ends up being our main damage dealer for the rest of the run.
Yes, please take this cowboy off our hands. He won't stop saying howdy.
So Squall is telling the rest of them that their next mission is to kill the sorceress. And for that, we have to go to Delling City. We're not gonna let Irvine pick the parties because he's terrible. And we are going to switch Irvine and Squall and Squall and Sophie. Alright.
Yeah, so this is the start of a lot of sections. They're going to have basically an A team and a B team. And they're both going to get up to all sorts of crazy adventures.
So this is where it gets fun, because now we've got the triple refines and the demi refines that we got from the Quistis card that we refined earlier. So now everyone is going to be absolutely strong. So we've got wonderful magic. Then we're gonna do Irvine. And then we're gonna junction Irvine with magic plus 20. Auto magic. And we're gonna do that wall as well.
Yep, so again, a little chunk of menuing.
So this menu here will carry us all the way to the end of this one.
So might be fugitives accused of treason, but direct deposit's still functioning.
So if we were manipulating the run, this would be a very important section of the speedrun, where in a minute I will tell you what we do if we were manipulating, but because we're not, we won't do it. But in the next, where Selfie has run into that hallway, some really smart person has figured out that if you count the poles that fly past the window as the train is moving, you can tell where you are RNG wise in the game. And once you get that RNG figure, you put it into a calculator and it will tell you the Caraway mention code that you will need to input later on when you go to Delling. So if you were manipulating right now, you'd be counting that. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So you just literally count those sticks. There will be a break like that. So that's your first sequence, and then it'll start again. That's 1, and then another break. So if we put all those, if we count those and put that in a calculator, the calculator can tell us where you are RNG wise. You'll get that number, and that number will be converted into the Caraway mention code. Now, what goes on behind the what is calculated and how they figure that out, I have no idea. But someone's sitting down, right, and trying to break the game and figuring out that, oh, those poles that fly past the train, they change every time I play this. Could this be affecting the Caraway mention code? The fact that they figured that out, insanity. And then the fact that they could backtrack the calculation so that they can use that to determine what the code is, because that code is randomly generated based on those poles. Forehead. Big forehead energy, if you asked me.
All the various ways that RPGs,
Yeah.
control RNG and how it represents in games is just
Ridiculous.
something else. How it, difference between like some games, a soft reset and a hard reset.
Yep.
Setting your console to be a certain date. That the RNG is based off of that.
FF7 runners set their computer time, their local time, to a specific time so that they can manipulate the RNG in that game. So
step counting, yes.
Yeah.
Don't do any here, but yeah, step counting is.
Yeah, we don't do step counting in no manips. You could, but it defies the purpose. So
that sounds like a manip to me.
So yeah, it is baffling. I don't know how the dude figured it out or what led him to even think to look at the polls. I don't know, but because we're not manipulating that, we don't know what the caraway code is. So what we do in the no manips run is we go and drive to the Tomb of the Unknown King, where you would usually get the brothers Jeff, but we don't. We just stop when we get the code and come back.
Don't need them. Don't need them here. I think the only run that would get them is 100% run.
Yeah.
It's crazy not to do one of those, though.
11 hours. Not that much longer.
It's only 11?
Yeah.
I would have thought it would have been a lot longer or something. I thought it was a lot longer.
So we go here. Decubitus! So we get the code, it's 20.
That's it.
If we were manipulating that, we would have gotten 20 without even needing to come here. That's how forehead the whole process is.
We drive our little hatchback back to town.
We will not be returning the car. Which is...
Oh, how long is Batten Kaidos' 100%? Isn't that like days? My
That's
vague
insane.
memory of it is it's like days.
That's insane. So do you not have
there's
a break?
like, I believe their breaks are allowed. That was 2 weeks.
2 weeks? Is that even considered a speed run anymore?
I mean, maybe.
That's insane. Here, I thought 8 hours was a bit of a slog.
So the fastest run on speedrun.com for the 100% Batten Kaitos is 337 hours.
330? Oh my god.
Yeah. It was done a year ago. Not many runs on there. I can understand why. I believe it breaks are allowed. I there's some rules to that.
Like you'd want to sleep at some point.
Yeah, I think you get to segment that one out. Yeah, it's like a lot of grind for something. I have a
I'm
very
now
limited
really
knowledge of that
curious about this. I don't think I'd ever run it, but now I'm curious about this run.
Wasn't there? It was like a Skies of Arcadia? I think another marathon did something like that, where it was like a Skies of Arcadia 100% run was happening in the background of the entire marathon. Yeah.
All right, so we've come to Delling to talk to the no, he's the general. And you find out that he is the one who's hired you, or hired Seed to kill the sorceress. So he's got this grand plan to kill the sorceress.
It reads that he's a major, so I don't know if you're
major.
just giving him a promotion or a demotion.
Yeah, dunno. He's someone important in the military. So he's gathered all of you here. And you also find out here that this is Renoa's house. She is the daughter of this general. She has decided to go somewhere. She's left to do something private.
Renoa things.
Renoa things. But at this point, this is where the general is explaining the plan, the assassination plan. It's a whole production, right? You have to go here, wait here, the clock strikes 8, the float rises up, you go up into this thing, and then you kill her.
Yeah, Renoa went to find more ankle-length shawls.
Major General Mayor Caraway. Perfect. That is exactly what his title is.
Just call him MGM Caraway. No relation to the company.
Metro Goldwyn Mayer. So good old general here just running around. It's like, the float will take this trajectory and go from left to right. A whole big production.
Like, he probably could have told you all of this from the house.
He probably could have.
You can see a lot of this section. And he could have just pointed out the window and been like, yeah, you go there and go there, but...
You just wait under this copy of the Arc de Triomphe. Yeah, it's the Arc de Triomphe. That's right.
He must have been a theater kid. He was like, no, I'm going to go out there. I'm going to pantomime this whole thing out.
Bang.
I built a float for you to simulate with.
So Delling City is actually celebrating the I don't even know what would it be, like the joint venture of Idea and the president ruling together. So that's why they're having this parade, the celebration of celebrating the sorceress into their midst. It's really weird, you know. You don't know why suddenly everyone's so okay with it.
I mean, I've never thrown a parade when I go steady with someone, so...
You take the shot, Irvine. You have one job. You're the star sharpshooter that was hired specifically for this one job. That's all you have to do.
You're the American here, Irvine. Okay, Caraway probably made like little dolls for all the people too. He was like, here's my sorceress. Do you think it's pretty accurate? I mean, the president was easy, but the sorceress, finding some of that material for the headdress was a lot.
Zell's ready for action. He wants to be part of the A-team. Except Squall's decided that the A-team is going to be him and Irvine. And Zell and Quistis and Selfie are stuck as the B team. Now Renoa comes back, right?
I forgot Selfie was there. Because the camera is...
Yeah.
I don't know who decided to frame the scene like that, but the camera is off to the side and her character is just staring at the wall the entire time.
Yeah.
Like...
But hey, Renoa has a plan. She's got a bracelet. Got a bracelet that she's gonna put on the sorceress, and the bracelet is made out of Odane, which is a material that will suppress a sorceress's powers. So she thinks she can convince Idea to wear the bangle and then be completely subdued. Not a bad plan. Again, poorly executed.
Yeah, the bangle has auto mute. Stats are really weird, you know.
Thanks for the good luck, Bart.
Yeah, and everyone's like, that plan's kind of weird, and then Renoa gets real bummed about it. It's, you know.
Foiled by Quistis. So they're now all going to their respective mission places. We got the mission music playing in the background. Important stuff happening.
Oh. That's how you know it's important. Important music's playing. So this is all building to what the end of, this is the end of disc 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're about, I want to say, 20 minutes from this one, end of this one, potentially. So, Quistis comes out of her spot with a guilty conscience because she had been particularly rude to Renoa earlier about her plan, her grand plan. She was really rude about it. So instead of staying in position like a good seed soldier, she's decided that she wants to go back to the mansion to apologize to Renoa. Great timing. You don't need to redact the conspiracy.
Sure, most of us who are familiar with this game have heard it by now, and I mean, given what happens in this game following it, and honestly, even before it, I mean, why, it all seems feasible.
It would be so good if that was actually not a conspiracy and actually real, because then the speedrun would only be 3 hours.
No, you still got to do the rest of it. Something time travel.
All right, so her father decides to lock her up in the house because, he wants to keep her safe or whatever, but she manages to run out because apparently the security system is on a huge delay. So she runs out. Quistis and gang, however, are the ones that gets locked in. So this is a problem for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that door doesn't seem very strong.
No, and let me remind you, Zell suplexed a devil, about 2 hours ago.
They could have had
should be able to suplex a door. So Renoa's gonna do a bit of parkour.
Yeah, little platforming here.
She's
Mario World in their Final Fantasy.
trying to execute her plan of giving Idea the bangle.
It's also windows in that room, but then again, the windows, I assume they don't open. They don't look like they're kind of the opening kind of windows. So
He could just
breaking
break
that
them.
would just be rude. Like, I'm sure Quistis would feel real bad. She told Renoa her plan was dumb. Then she sneaks back into her house, breaks her windows of her family's home. Like, I don't know about you, but if my friend told me my plan was dumb and broke the windows of my house, I'd be pretty upset with them.
So Renoa eventually does find Idea. She's gonna try get her plan sorted. Now, this is a break of about a minute 55 seconds where I will need a bio break. So I will leave you to watch the cutscene.
Yeah.
Everyone stand up and stretch if you haven't yet.
Everyone, 50 seconds. Stretch. Go quickly.
Stretch, do some jumping jacks. It's been 2 hours and 40 minutes. Once a cutscene plays... And I'm back. This is our first real introduction to Idea. And everybody seems to be completely in love with her, despite how intimidating she looks.
Alright, I've returned.
Just in time.
Fantastic. Hope you washed your hands, chat. If not, that's gross. You raised in a garden? If you were, go see a therapist.
Idea's addressing the crowd and, you know, saying that I am your superior leader. You will love me. Look at you, masses, or something. I don't know. She's saying something evil, and then she kills the president right in front of all of these people, and they cheer for her. The president falls to the side in a cloud of fart dust, you know, and they all clap and cheer for her. Definitely nothing suspicious going on at all.
No. I mean, for a country whose president was a zombie, this seems pretty fitting.
You don't think that absolutely looked like fart dust?
I mean, he is old.
Yeah.
Push him down. Something might escape from him.
And because, you know, she's an evil sorceress and wants to flex her skills, she doesn't kill Renoa straight away. She decides to show the people the extent of her powers, and she can make lizard gargoyles come to life and terrorize the people of the city, because she can.
Very Bond villain. I could kill you now, but instead I'm gonna set up this elaborate
And set these
system.
lizards on you.
I've animated these statues, they'll take care of you.
Alright, Quistis is watching all this from inside. Decides that she needs to do something about it. Figures out that, as all creepy big mansions do, this one also has secret passages.
This is very Resident Evil right here.
Like, oh my god.
Put a goblet in a statue's hand, unlock a door.
What are the chances of a secret passage in their
Leads
room?
down to the city's sewer system.
It's exactly where we want it to be.
Renoa's parents are part of Umbrella.
So, Quistis and gang descends into the sewers, trying to get back to their mission position. And because they're all wonderful seeds with amazing, I suppose, sense of direction, they know exactly how to navigate around the sewers underneath Delling City.
Yeah. Quistis is very familiar with walls.
Mm-hmm.
And water tunnels, but, you know, walls.
And above ground, the celebration is commencing. Are they seeds or stars? Star.
Above ground, Thriller.
Above ground thriller, that's right. The inspiration for this parade dance was apparently Michael Jackson's Thriller. Again, PS1 graphics, guys. Look at this.
Yeah. And also why the game is 4 discs.
4 discs. So Squall and Irvine saw Renoa hanging out up on the roof with the... Oh, that was weird. The game just froze for a second there.
I think it's done that before.
Yeah, I don't like it though.
Yeah, this cutscene gets a little funky.
And
PS1, so.
Yeah. So they're gonna go try and save Renoa right now. And the boys are now doing the parkour. Very slowly. This is a very painful part of the run for us because they do this so slowly.
Yeah, like this could just be a cutscene.
They could have just jumped up to the platform, honestly.
Oh yeah, FFA tracks are really good. Stick around, you get some more man machine gun. Was it breaking through? Breaking? What is it?
Yeah.
Breaking
The one
through?
that only plays one time in the entire speedrun?
Yeah. We'll get
Technically twice if you watch Quistis kill XATM.
Oh yeah. That scene's pretty good. We just skip it.
Alright. Boss fight.
Hi there, are you?
And here we get Carbuncle. Cute little thing. For one
Get the
reason
buckle.
only. HBJ.
I mean, that's what they're there for.
That's right.
Okay, and again, massive numbers just due to the junctioning of insane magics to
Pretty
the
clean
various
fight, too.
stats. Yeah. Yeah, Spirits Within was very revolutionary for its time, but can't say it's aged too well.
I remember watching it, thinking it'd be like a Final Fantasy type movie, and it turned out to not be at all what I expected. I don't remember what I actually thought of Spirits Within. Like, I know I watched it, I know I didn't hate it, but I don't know if I enjoyed it, you know?
So the reason for the constant running during the fights is that the time to go from the running animation to the attack animation is shorter than going from the neutral position to the attack animation.
Correct.
It saves a few seconds throughout each fight, and so that adds up.
So now Irvine is having an existential crisis.
Yeah, we find out he lied on his entrance exam. He's not American. Probably Canadian or something. Love you, Canada.
There's a theory here about why he has issues killing, you know, the sorcerers, and it's to do with the fact that he, unlike all the other protagonists in the story, has not actually lost his memories. So he knows who Idea is and what she means to them, or who she was to them, whereas Squall, Selphie, Zell, Quistis, and Seifa have all forgotten who Idea really is.
And Renoa. Renoa is also part of that crew.
Well, Renoa didn't lose her memory though. Like, she wasn't the orphanage. She wasn't in the orphanage. She just wants to play with the big boys. So I think I don't
approximate knowledge of this game.
Yeah. So I don't know if it is fully that he has issues, but he is the only member of the team here who knows who Idea is.
I think it's also just he's kind of gun shy.
Yeah, I mean, he's also a sharpshooter using a shotgun, so...
It's like,
How good can he be in the first place?
Bolt action? What is this?
Gun shy.
Yeah, you do have to remember, like, he is, what, still 17, maybe?
Yeah,
18.
he's 17.
He's a teen being tasked with, hey, go
kill
assassinate.
this person.
I mean, even if you're raised as like a child soldier, I still feel like if he's never been tasked with something so direct,
Everything
that first
depended
time,
on him.
Yeah, as well as it's a very big moment. It's like, hey, dude, you need to do this, or everything is gonna go real bad. You'll see how things go. It's not good. Well, the bad guy in Spirits Within was voiced by James Woods, which was great. Hades from Disney's Hercules.
Bats. Bye, selfie.
You live here now.
Forever in the sewers.
And just stare at the wall.
Alright, so I will be taking a safety save here. Because this upcoming fight is a little bit spicy.
Look, it's not Quis's fault the public works of this city is not keeping up maintenance, and these ladders are just falling off walls.
Not up to code at all.
I mean, give them a little break. Their president just died.
In a cloud of fart dust.
Yeah.
So hooray for Quistis and team. They managed to make it to where they were supposed to be on time. Very good.
Gyrations.
It's almost showtime, Irvine. Show us what you got. Hit it, instructor.
Drop the portcullis.
Yeah, that's not suspicious at all, right? Like, if you're gonna attempt an assassination, don't give yourself away. Like, of course Adea is gonna be on high alert now.
The vehicle was very slow moving. I don't think you needed the portcullis. Like, it was going maybe 2 miles an hour and coming straight at Irvine. Like,
right?
He has
like
everything.
The trajectory wouldn't have changed very much.
I feel like honestly dropping the portcullis is just getting in the way of this.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, will today be the day that Irvine manages to do it? Is today the day, Irvine? Will we end the speedrun at 3 hours? Oh no!
Oh, turns out she has magic, and that beats bullets.
Big giant gates fell from the ceiling, and she definitely wasn't warned about it. Oh my god.
So now everything's ruined. Thanks, Irvine. Now we gotta do things the old-fashioned way.
With our fists.
Our
around a gunblade. But this is such a banger of a track, you hear it one time in this entire run, and it is now. You don't hear it ever again.
Just steals a car. So we've got treason, grand theft auto, attempted
Public
assassination.
nuisance.
Yeah. Well, he can probably plead that down.
Destruction of property.
Yeah, but watch a lot of Zoom Court. They'll probably plead that one down. Just get the rest of the charges out there. And so, you know, the knight is protecting the sorceress.
The knight is protecting the sorceress. Look at her face. That like menacing little smirk. Alright, so Safer is like, I'm gonna protect the sorceress. You can't get past me.
And we go, whatever, nerd, and we beat him.
Whatever, nerd, I have 5,000 HP and I can still beat you in one hit.
Saber, suddenly remembering, oh yeah, that hurts.
Alright, so this fight is a little spicy for the no manipped route. Because Idea's ATB is really fast, and she can potentially mess you up. But let's hope for good ATBs on our side.
Let's see.
Not bad. Not bad ATBs. Not ideal. This will go to Irvine, as it always does.
Ouchies.
What we don't want is for it to go to Irvine again. Now that's not good. Yep. So this is why it's a little bit spicy?
Yeah. You got it.
We got
Nice.
this. So this is fine now.
Yeah, so that kind of just worked out.
And so, despite us defeating her, she decides that it's not quite over yet.
Nah, she's like, screw this, I've got
Screw
magic.
this. I'm gonna
Just uses the
stab
power
you
of
in the
cutscene
face.
to, yeah. Well, upper shoulder region.
If only Irvine's gun had a blade. Ah. Squall is... Oh no. That's a pretty big... That's a pretty big icicle into his armpit. Like, it's in his armpit, right? Like, that's pretty big.
I mean, it'll just melt, it'll be fine. So we're gonna talk about it. So this is where
the end of this
big
one.
conspiracy theory. Yeah, and this one. Big conspiracy theory starts here, where the theory is that Squall died there.
And all
he's
of this
dead.
is a dream.
Yeah. Which, if you pay attention to the rest of this game, it kinda, you know, kinda makes sense.
We're back with old mate Laguna. He's no longer a Galbadian soldier. If you recall, we left him flying off the cliff at Lunatic Pandora earlier with his friends. He has ended up here in this town called Windhill, where some fishermen managed to fish his body out of the lake at the bottom of that cliff and nursed him back to health. Well, Rain here nursed him back to health. And he is paying it back by being the town's patrolman. Like, he wanders around the town fighting monsters and stuff. And also being like a travel journalist. His friend Kiros comes to visit sometimes. So,
Wearing
hey,
his Voldo
Kiros!
cosplay.
I will warn you, for those of you in chat who were here, the next hour and a half, it's pretty boring. For the runner, for me, it's a bit of a painful segment of the run. It's mostly just story progression and not a lot of spicy things happen. But
thanks to
you
no
gotta stick to
manip,
it.
we get here.
Yeah. So
Yeah. Good.
hanging tight.
Yeah. So I mean, this part does kind of give a little bit, it helps that conspiracy of, Squall died there. Because now, as soon as that happens, the next scene is this, where, in previous iterations, this was like a dream sequence. So is he dreaming again? Is this happening? Is he getting to see all of this?
Curiouser and curiouser. So Laguna has asked Kyros to come with him on a city patrol. This cute little town called Windhill. And so they will go and patrol and in this speedrun not fight monsters. Because we all run away from them.
And how threatening is the caterpillar for Bug's Life anyway?
Not very. Although, like, if you were faced with a mosquito that big in real life, would you not be absolutely terrified? Because I would.
But I have to imagine that's just normal life. And I just get used to it at a point. Like, right, giant mosquito, size of a
Giant
child.
caterpillar and stab me in the face.
Like, I guess the children they pick for the gardens must be pretty good, since, the mosquitoes could carry a child off, so...
We come all the way to the end of the city. That's our patrol done. Let's go back. We have killed exactly 0 monsters and kept the city safe. If you do kill the monsters here, when you go back and report back to Alone, she does tell you you've killed X amount of monsters, like a report card. It's cute. Caution, Chocobo crossing.
Yeah, Chocobo don't really play much of a role in this Final Fantasy title, which is pretty interesting.
No, yeah, all the chocobos, all the chocobo related things in this game are all side quest related. They're not main quests at all.
And whereas I know in 6, there's a segment where you ride a chocobo, because on a chocobo you avoid overworld encounters. In here, it's whenever you drive the car, you avoid overworld encounters.
Yeah.
It's very interesting they chose a car instead of, chocobo.
I'm still really upset that when I played FF14, well, what little time I spent on 14, I never got to the part where I could
You
get
were
a
getting
chocobo.
there.
I was getting there. And then my subscription ran out.
Yeah. It's like level 25, I want to say. It's been so long since I've had to do it, so...
Wolf spiders are horrible. I had a couple.
Yeah, I don't know what those are, but
No,
I
you don't want
to.
them. They dig
I
holes in the
mean-
ground and come out unexpectedly.
Well, you live on an island where everything wants to murder you, so...
You're not wrong.
No, I am not.
So this is really cute. Alone here is asking Rain if she loves Laguna, why they're not getting married. Just little kid things. It's a little bit cute. And this is kind of where things sort of start falling into place, because you find out this girl's name is Alone. And very soon you'll be finding out someone else's name in Squall's world is also called Alone. I like huntsmen. Huntsman spiders look horrifying, but they are actually really, really tame, and they eat all the bad insects in my apartment, so if I ever see a huntsman, I leave them alone. They get really huge here though in Australia, like huge.
You leave them alone?
You leave them alone. Yeah, so this is Windhill done. if you were playing this casually, for those of you who are interested or never finished, this area has a bunch of side quests that are really cool, like cool side quests for you to do while you're here. You can do it. I don't know if you can do it as Laguna, but when you unlock the Ragnarok or Balam Garden, I think, as Squall, you can come to Windhill, and there's a bunch of side quests you can do. They're really cool in Windhill.
There's a whole bunch of side quests just skip here, so
yeah. We don't do any actually side quests at all. I'm trying to think if we don't even do like the minor ones. You
just dip into the tomb and get out. So after
it's
only like another 3 hours for 100%. Come on.
After the attempt at Sorcerer Zedea's life, you find our protagonist. This is a prison. Naturally, because you tried to kill someone, you get put in prison. That's usually how it goes, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And of course, we are sans Squall here.
Yeah, I wonder where Squall is, because he's dead. He had an ice pick in his armpit.
You're waiting for him to defrost.
So here, Zell kind of makes kind of realizes that in the dream sequences, so in that last dream sequence in Windhill, you realize you only saw Laguna and Kyros, but you didn't know where Ward was. Now, Ward, after falling off that cliff, lost his ability to talk, like he lost his voice or tore something in his voice or whatever, and he ends up taking a job at the Galbadia prison, which is where they are. And Zell, taking over Ward's consciousness in these dream sequences, realizes that, hey, I actually know the layout of this prison. Because when I was Ward, I knew all this stuff. So Zell now becomes the kind of pseudo leader of this part of the game because of his knowledge from when he was in Ward's head. We don't see all of that though, but they tell us that. One day I'll be watching Retrothon and someone will be running Undertale. Retro!
I mean, what? More Final Fantasy titles would fall under Retrothon than don't fall under it, so...
And this game is crazy.
And if that just blows your mind, again, get up, stretch, hydrate. You probably need to walk around a little bit. Just take your vitamins today.
We've got a good 5 hours to go. Thank y'all for being here and keeping me company on this wonderful, wonderful speedrun. Rinoa is being taken away by the guards. Why? We don't know yet. We'll find out later.
Yeah, so much of this game is, you'll find out later. Why is this thing happening? You'll find out later. Why is this
thing happening?
Who is this
character? So, surprise! Doesn't even have a scar on him. He's alive! I wonder where his ice pick went. It melted. It melted away and left nothing.
Who says that toilet empties?
You can only get scars in cutscenes. You only get scars from gunblades. Brutal ice attacks don't get you any scars at all. Yeah, so Squall magically is alive. Didn't die from that. But Safer has decided to isolate Squall. Do a little casual little torturing, as you do. Completely above board.
Then before that, we saw the Moombas, which are these indentured servants to the prison here.
Another interesting thing about this Final Fantasy is there are no Mughals. So a lot of the other Final Fantasies have Mughals in them, but this Final Fantasy doesn't. It has one reference to a Mughal in the form of a GF called Mug. But there are no Mughals, and I guess the Moombas are kind of the Mughal equivalent-ish. But yeah, so these are Moombas, cute little things. Unfortunately for us, this one is about to get beat up for being clumsy. Very sad. And we're gonna pass the pain on. Pass the pain, not help him. Because if we did help the Moomba, it adds about 7 minutes to the run. Or so I'm told, I don't know. It does add some time, but I cannot say 100% sure how much time it adds. But it does add some time, so we don't save the Moomba.
Yeah, so it'll be alright.
Safer here is questioning Squall about what the purpose of Seed is. Now, Squall's graduated into the Seed program and Safer never graduated. So Safer thinks that when they graduated, they get them some information or they find out what Seed does. So he doesn't know what Seed purpose is and he wants to know. So he's torturing Squall to find out what the purpose is. On the instruction of Idea, we're assuming, because he's now completely like under her spell.
Unfortunately, even we, the player, do not know what the purpose of Seed is yet.
Not as yet. Besides, you know, taking money to go kill things.
I don't recall if Sid ever intended to tell you.
I don't think Sid even knew.
No, he knew. There's a point in like the entire reason that Sid started it. But we find that out very far into it. Like, how he was set upon that goal.
Alright, now after all of that, after all that time being imprisoned in prison, Zell realizes that so all the other girls have had their weapons confiscated. And so like, well, we can't do anything, our weapons are gone. Zell's like, oh shit, my fists are my weapons. I can break us out of here.
He's Steven Seagal and he's just gonna go.
Duh. So they are trying to stage a prison break right now.
Zell, oh yeah, I do the punching. Right.
Swamp, Quistis. Attack, and on we go.
Just a little more menuing.
So, you know, because the Galbadia prison is super high security, they just left all the dangerous weapons out in the open.
In a pile.
Right there. Ready for you to go and steal back. We collect all these weapons, we get them back, world's easiest prison break ever. Don't need to tattoo your entire body with schematics and diagrams and blueprints and stuff. Just punch some people out.
I remember that show.
And so these Moombas are trying to help Squall, and they're calling him Laguna. Isn't that weird? Like, Laguna, 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 Laguna. What's happening? Oh my god.
You're gonna do the VA for the Moombas? Yeah, then we get this scene, which is just weird.
Look, once you get your weapon back, you just grow big, okay? That's how it is.
Like, never happens before, never happens again.
Nah. It's just Square flexing, okay?
Yeah. Then you got this MP with a billy club, and these dudes come in.
So this is Biggs and Wedge. So if you were here for the Dalek fight at the very start, those two were fixing the Dalek communication tower. Because they failed, you know, they got defeated by Seed, they got demoted to becoming janitors in the prison. Give me crit. No crit.
And then they get beat up again.
And they get beat up again.
There they go. Down they go. And no giant flying monster to save them this time.
And now we escape the prison for real. This is one of my most hated parts of the run because so the PC version specifically of this game has 8-way direction. So it's not 360. Like if you use an analog, you'd have 360. You'd think you'd have 360 direction. But for some reason, when Square ported over this game to the PC, they decided to give the D-pad 8-way direction. Some people are saying it's because they intended for this game to be played on the keyboard, and obviously with the keyboard, you know, it's 8-way direction. Up, down, left, right, and then the 4 diagonals. So when you're running in a circle multiple times here in the next couple of minutes, it is very difficult to properly, you know, you can see there, like...
Still get paid even though you're in prison?
You have to properly navigate the 8-way directional on your controller properly, because sometimes, depending on the angle of your camera and the direction that you want to go, pressing right doesn't necessarily mean you will go right on the screen. That's just another beauty of the PC port of the game. Another main difference of the PC port of the game is that these battle scenes are reduced down to 15 FPS. For some reason.
Weird port decisions.
It's weird port decisions because it's not like this on the PlayStation 1 version. You get a full 30 FPS on all screens. You get 360 directions on the PS1 naturally because you don't think about keyboards and stuff, so it's analog 360 movement. But here I'm actually pressing, you know, up right to go up.
Well, this would have been made when there were no analog sticks on the PlayStation controller.
But it's just a very annoying part of the run. Actually, it's annoying for the whole run because the 15 FPS per battle really messes you up, because when you're skipping turns to get limits, if you're going too fast, your inputs get dropped because it is only 15 FPS. So if you mash too fast, some of your inputs don't get read. Same with the boosting and later the Valve minigame. That's all a big mess. I don't know why they made that decision.
Yeah. So this would have been made when the PlayStation controller did not have the analog. The first game that required the analog would not be out for another 4 months.
I think it did support analog though. Because the game itself, the PS1 game like actually supports 360 movement. It's just a PC version the PC version and the remastered version. If you put the remastered on your PlayStation 5 or PlayStation 4, it doesn't support 360 either because they literally took the PC port and remastered that for the HD console version.
Oh, I thought the analog controller came out much later. Okay. Because another first game that required it was not until 99.
Yeah, probably. Because there are PlayStation controllers that don't have the analog sticks.
Yeah, Ape Escape was the first game that required it. You could not play the game if you did not have an analog controller plugged in. Yeah, I thought it came out before.
Oh yeah, the HD remaster version, so the ones that you can get on the PlayStation 4 and 5 of this game, is actually a direct port of the PC port. So you get the weird, 15 FPS battles, the input eating. It's trash.
But I would guess they probably didn't really factor the analog in too much.
No, they probably didn't.
It's new tech and they're...
For most of the game, it doesn't really matter because it is pretty linear. You press up, left, right, like to move. It's just in these... We have a lot of these circle ones in this section.
Yeah, they're still firing. That sounds like someone bought Ape Escape, couldn't play it, and then sold you their PlayStation out of shame.
It definitely sounds like that.
Yeah.
The squalls come to save everybody.
Yeah. I remember playing the PlayStation demo disc. If you remember them, they were amazing. I had the one that had Ape Escape, and you could not even play the demo without an analog controller.
Oh wow!
I told my mom or something, and it turns out she went and bought me one within like a pretty short amount of time. It's pretty cool.
Good mom. So Irvine has appeared to save the day. And we find out how violent Renoa can be right here. Oof. Bonk. So she's come back. So you remember she got taken away earlier by the guards, for some reason or other, and then she's come back. And now she tells Squall that she initially got taken away because she was the daughter of a very important person. She was the daughter of Major General Mayor Caraway, and apparently that gave her special treatment. But out of the kindness of her heart, she decides to come back for them and bring Irvine along. Don't know where Irvine came from. I figure he should have been in the prison too, but I don't know.
But she's come back. Section. Those with guns.
And now they're all gonna have to escape prison. Renoa, Squall, Quistis, switch Renoa, and Quistis and Zell.
A little more dash of menuing.
More circle running.
Yeah. More me getting used to my new chair here.
What brand is your chair?
No House.
Okay.
That's what it's called.
It looked very nice and springy.
Came very well recommended from people who usually are like, oh, you got to get those like $1,000 office chairs. Those are the best. I was like, I'm not spending $1,000 on a chair.
Oh, mine's an IKEA one. It's lasted me almost 2.5 years now. It's pretty sweet. No arms. So good.
No arms.
Can sit cross-legged and not have it come up against my knees.
Yeah, that's gonna be something I gotta get used to. I can't sit cross-legged now.
See?
No crisscross applesauce for me right now.
No arms. Best kind of
That's
chairs.
probably better. I need the circulation in my legs.
That's true. My legs do go a bit dead when I sit cross-legged for far too long.
Yeah, Chad, if you want to know, it's a No House, Nouhaus. What's the rest of it? Ergo 3D ergonomic office chair. It's about
It looked very very airflowy
on Amazon. Yeah. Much better than the last one I had. One of those knockoff gamer chairs, and that thing was just a mess. It's what I had.
I mean, some of these gamer chairs look very cool, but they're all like either like leather or fake leather or something. I can't imagine sitting like I run really long games, so I can't imagine sitting 8 hours on these pleather chairs and just sweating buckets, right? Just being sticky all day. I couldn't
Especially
do
given where you live, yep.
I couldn't do it. But this one from IKEA, this is the Jarf something.
Don't try it.
Something from IKEA, and it's got like adjustable lumbar support, adjustable headrest, and optional arms.
Yeah. These are optional too. I just opted for them right now. I'll see about, I don't know, try to space them out a bit more. I mean, I could just remove them. We'll see how I feel about that.
Fair.
Yeah, I mean, free chair that wins out against a lot of chairs. I mean, that one I had put a pillow on top of it for a while because like the padding kind of got real thin, and you know the fake leather stuff was all breaking apart. And so
my fellow dog lovers, it's your time to shine.
So I got one of my pillows back, which is cool too. So finally get to the outside of the prison. You see, it's in the middle of nowhere.
What is this place?
Oh yeah, I mean, back in the day, my setup was an ancient TV. Didn't even have the red, yellow, white connectors or anything like that. You had to use like a weird hookup for it. And it sat on top of like a wooden box that I made, and I sat on the floor, and I loved it. I played my Super Nintendo. Milk crates, yeah.
I did the milk crate thing in uni. I put some tablecloth over like 2 milk crates. Like, this is my coffee table.
Yeah, just get a couple milk crates, find just like a length, like a big board or like an old door. Just done.
Put it on top of it. There you go.
I'm in uni. I ain't got no money.
So we find ourselves in the middle of a desert. The prison is in the desert. It's a very fancy prison, like look at it. But the security is a little bit lacking.
I guess when you're in the middle of nowhere, it's like, well, where are you gonna go?
Where would you go?
You're just gonna die out there.
So the girls very quickly run across. Squall, on the other hand, Seed Extraordinaire, decides to run backwards. It's just Square, again, flexing their cutscene chops because they want to show you this beautiful cutscene and then make you move Squall all the way back to the right side while they do this.
Like, I don't fully get what the goal of the prison here is. Is it submerging or is it just lowering?
I don't know. I have always hated this segment of the game, so I don't particularly spend too much time trying to like talk to the NPCs and figure out what the story is.
Time to figure it out.
But there are other people in this prison. If you go into the different cells, there's a shop, there's someone who plays cards, there's a save point. So somehow
always someone who plays cards.
Yeah, I figure if you talk to them, you potentially will find out. I game over this the first time because I didn't move expecting the right. I'm pretty sure that's happened to everyone.
Yeah, it's not very clear on what you're supposed to do there.
Especially since the squall model is so small on your screen compared to the giant prison.
Yeah, you don't move, or like you move some, but then you think like once you get to a certain point you're good, but it's not the point it wants you to be at. Yeah, it do be rough.
Right, so we've escaped the prison. Our mission is completely in tatters because, you know, we didn't kill the sorceress. What are we gonna do? We're in the middle of nowhere. We don't really have a game plan. And then all of a sudden you see these missiles shooting like. Have you seen the missiles yet? Did I miss it? You might have.
Yeah, and well, you know, Timber's not liberated yet, so you're still under contract, so.
There we go. Those are the missiles. So we suddenly see these missiles get shot out.
Yeah.
And Selphie goes, that looks like Trebia. It's going towards Trebia, which is her original garden, her original school. Now, they figure out at some point, I think through conversations, that the rest of the missiles are going to be targeting the other gardens because Garden is now public enemy number 1 because they tried to assassinate the sorceress.
Yeah, how she kind of figures those are going toward her garden, you know. But, you know, kind of figured out.
That was not what I was supposed to do. Okay, that's fine. So they decide on a plan, and the new plan is half of the team goes to the missile base to try and sabotage the missile launch so that the missiles don't shoot at the other gardens, and the other half of the team goes to Balam Garden to warn Headmaster Sid about the missiles coming their way. And so that's where we are right now. Team is split into 2. We are going to the missile base and we are going back to Balam Garden.
Another A team, B team situation here.
Yeah. The boys are gonna go to Balam Garden, so they're gonna get on a train unnecessarily. Like, you can just get on the train like a normal person, but no, they're just gonna hop on a train and figure it out later. Poor Galbadian soldier. Bye! And the other team, the girl team, is now gonna drive towards the missile base, which is right here. And conveniently enough, when they took these Galbadian trucks out of the prison, there were Galbadian soldier uniforms in them that fit Selphie, Questus, and Renoa perfectly. It's really convenient that they left these uniforms in the truck. So now they can infiltrate the missile base and not arouse suspicion.
We get some funky jams.
Some funky jams. I'm gonna chuck a save real quick here. I don't think we can save again after this.
Yeah. Might as well.
Might as well. Figure all spare Galbadian soldier uniforms are single-use shrink-wrap technology. Hey, you could be right.
They're probably like the Frieza Force armor. That apparently just shaped to whatever size you were. Cartoon launcher.
So we're now pretending to be soldiers, trying to get information on the missile launch and how to sabotage it.
How do you do, fellow soldiers?
And all these other soldiers are not suspicious at all of these 3 weird-ass soldiers running around the missile base aimlessly, asking very suspicious questions. Nope, not suspicious at all.
Gotta imagine just weird things happen all the time in this army.
Well, now you're being led by a sorceress, right? Like, that's pretty strange.
We just saw our new leader icicle a boy to death, so whatever.
Bow, bow, bow.
True. This station has gotta suck, so it's just like 3 randos run around asking questions. You're like, sure, anything to distract me from what my day is, which is I'm the guy who dusts off everything every hour.
That's basically what happens. So they say that they're taking over the guard or the watch, and this guy's like, yeah, whatever. Awesome. I'm not even gonna verify it. So Selfie has managed to get into the control room and is pushing all sorts of buttons trying to stop the launch. They lose power. Pretty decent attempt. And so we now make our way out. Hopefully that has stopped the missile. Except now they're a bit suspicious. So we gotta kill them. Selfie is in the control room is never a phrase you want to hear. No. Definitely not. So now the entire base is on high alert. They know that there are intruders. So we don't need the uniforms anymore because they kind of figured it out. Oh. There we go. That's alright. We escaped.
I would figure that you could still wear them. Like, there's probably some people who in the confusion will be like, "Oh, you're regular soldiers," and just let you out by. But I mean, you are just children, so.
A little strategic fight here where we have to kill Renoa. I'm gonna do that. Oh. Well, thank you. That works. That is not an— oh, that is enough. Oh, what a jerk. Kapatayan? So we want Renoa to be in crit HP here because we will be using wonderful doggy friend Angelo. So we find ourselves in another control room with Selfie. So we all know things aren't gonna go well for this control room, right? They're gonna blow even more things up. Just press whatever button. And off we go. Now, unfortunately for us, they have a failsafe, as would most missile bases, I guess. So these guys, we should have killed them harder. Initiate a failsafe called BGH. We talk to this little worse for wear soldier. He gives us the password to the missile base launch control computer. And the password is IDEA. Really secure.
My password is password.
Well, I mean, password has more characters than IDEA, so that's probably more secure than this. Specifically for a missile-based launch system. World's slowest computer. So this computer is so slow it pisses me off. Like even the Resident Evil passwords are better because they're numbers, right?
Well, they're also like chess pieces, and random keys.
This missile-based computer lets you set an error ratio. Like, if you were going to launch missiles, why would you let people set an error ratio?
Yeah. This section also is kind of ambiguous, so just like the previous one, if you didn't know what to do.
Yeah, so there is a game over part here if you didn't do this part with the computer, because you could just leave after killing those 3 soldiers. You could just leave the missile base thinking that you've sabotaged all the control rooms. But if you didn't do this part in your game, you would game over because the missiles would have hit Balam Garden.
Yeah.
So you have to do this.
Do you need or want to do a save before Air Soldier?
Nah. Because Air Soldier, you can redo Air Soldier. It just wastes time.
I just recall that being one of those annoying points that you can fail, but right, you can redo it.
It's annoying because if you fail it the first time, it's an automatic 1.5 minute time loss. Because that whole sequence takes about 1.5 minutes.
Right.
So you won't game over, you will just lose a minute and a half. Which is painful. So everyone else is leaving because they've initiated the self-destruct mechanism of the missile base. And so technically, so should we. At this point, we should have about 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes left in the clock. The missiles have decided to launch, but hopefully, with our maximum error ratio set, they would miss. Let's hope, right? Let's hope. Unfortunately for us,
gotta fight this thing.
We gotta fight this thing. Alright.
Giving missiles and error ratios is a strange objective. I feel like they could have done something else, like uploading bad directions or something to them. Selfie doing her best there.
Let's go, Angelo!
Dog rocket.
That might not have been enough. We'll see. Portuguese knows possessions. It is enough. Alright, doggy all the way.
Like the error ratio sounds techie enough, but I feel like they could have come up with something a little better. Because once you think about it, like, why would I put an error ratio?
Exactly, right? Why would you?
Could have just had an objective like you gotta upload bad directions or old data to them, and like then they fire off into like the ocean or something.
Yeah.
You know.
Quistis, Irvine, no.
Well, 7 and 8 are both worth putting time into. They're both pretty good.
And 7 Remake in particular, I've thoroughly enjoyed what they've
if you don't like
managed
the
to come up with.
turn-based combat and want to do a more active combat. But if you want the traditional turn-based, you know, FF7 from PS1.
In a casual run, Renoa has a whole bunch of dog attacks. Not just so we use one, which is Inu, which shoots the dog out of your arm. But Renoa has a whole bunch of other dog-related attacks that are really cool as well. So if you've never wanted to, but you want to see the dog attacks, this would be a perfect game.
Yeah, like everyone's got a whole slew of limit breaks, and hers are all dog-related. But to recap what just happened there, so remember the self-destruct sequence that activated, we got waylaid by the big robot, beat up the big robot, beat up the guys, then the girls ran in circles in the parking lot going, we can't get out, and then we leave with it exploding.
And then the whole missile base exploded. So unfortunately for us, it looks like our B team, or our girl team, is completely dead. T-Rex, not a T-Rex.
Yeah.
Legend has it that if you encounter a T-Rex here, your entire run is blessed.
B team for be gone.
Okay. So yes, the girls are now potentially dead because the missile base blew itself up. The boy team, while all of this, while Selfie and team were running around in circles trying to sabotage the missiles, this is what they were doing. They came back to Balamgarden. They're looking for Headmaster Sid to warn Headmaster Sid about the missiles that are potentially coming, but they arrive in the school to absolute chaos. And we don't know why. Everyone apparently is looking for Headmaster Sid.
And we also are people are mentioning Nord.
The Master.
Yeah.
Who is the Master?
There's
No one
some
knows.
discussion about, some people are looking for Sid, some people are talking about Norg.
And it seems like they're both on opposite sides of a fight. So we'll go to a section here where they ask, are you on Sid's side or the Master's side? And if you choose the wrong answer, you fight. And Squall just wants to tell someone about the missiles. You know.
You're all gonna die.
I don't care about this shit.
About?
There are missiles coming. So the unique thing about this part of the speedrun is, in order to progress the storyline, there are certain triggers, story triggers that you have to trigger in order for the game to check off before you can progress. So one of it is visiting the training center. So we've done that. The other one is visiting the library. So we're about to go to the library, and the last one is to go to the infirmary. In a casual run, obviously you wouldn't know that, and the idea is for you to visit all of Garden, looking for Sid. But someone really smart figured out that all you needed was these 3 triggers to move the story along. So that's what we're doing. Now, we've said here, I picked the second option to side with Master, because we do need to go through and get something very, very special from Zell's girlfriend.
Yeah, Norg definitely does sound like a Kingdom Hearts villain.
So we talked to, this is Zell's girlfriend. She's called Pigtail Girl in the English version, and she gives you a super Phoenix down or something. We use it to sell stuff later.
Thanks for the gift. I'm gonna pawn it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna exchange it for some money. And the final trigger that we need to trigger to progress the story is the infirmary. So we go in. We find some of our classmates fighting, and we ignore them.
Yeah, they can deal with it on their own.
They can take care of themselves. They're all seeds.
But I mean, you can tell they're not actually fighting, they're just pantomiming it. They didn't draw any actual weapons.
And then they just lie down on the floor after.
Just feeder kids being feeder kids.
Alright, so now when we leave, Shu will appear, and her name is Shu in French, but it's Zoo in the English versions. Again, why, I have no idea. And we can all go look for Sid. So we're gonna go upstairs, because we definitely saw her go up the elevator. So we're gonna follow her, right? Up the elevator. And of course, she is initially very suspicious of us. Quite rightly so, because everyone's fighting in Garden. But Squelch is like, there are missiles heading this way. And she doesn't question him. She's like, alright, I'll take you to Sid. Straight up. Trust Squall that much. And the funniest part about this is that everyone's been looking for Sid for however long, right? And it turns out Sid is just hanging out in the headmaster's office. So
that's right, where you left him.
Where would you expect the headmaster to be? In his office? No, surely not. Yeah,
he's actually just in the bathroom the whole time. Everyone just really like they.
So Squall returns, gives like, I guess the report, and Sid's kind of just like, yeah. I don't know what you want me to do with that information.
What am I gonna do, man? My little vest is only so powerful.
What do you want me to do? So, because he's a wonderful headmaster, super responsible and all that, he decides to tell Squall, I don't know what to do about these missiles, but here's a key that unlocks something. I don't know what, but here it is. Go find out what it unlocks and save our souls.
I find it a little weird he doesn't know, even though he's supposedly thought started the garden.
Yeah, right? Look,
so he's just like, hey, go check out my
really
basement.
Useless.
I wasn't paying attention when they built this place.
I left all the work up to Idea.
I was picking out sweater vests.
I was decorating my headmaster's office. I don't know what goes on in the basement levels. Come on. The missiles are with the maximum error ratio uploaded are now on its way to Balam Garden. The elevator stops. Oh no.
The boys are on their way to the sub-basement.
And so, conveniently enough, that key unlocks the suspicious panel at the bottom of the elevator. Who would have thought? Aren't the Guardians ancient world tech in this planet? I can't remember what they described the Guardian forces at. But like you can draw them from people. So we're now going to the maintenance underground basement tunnels of Balam Garden, you know, casually just hanging out while missiles are on the way. All good. No, so this building was built as a school for seeds because, oh, that's a weird encounter. Idea in the past got some information that she would have to train some kids to save the future.
Yeah, we'll get to that moment. It's very far into the run, but
here's a little mini game I like to call the Valve. You're supposed to get 100 inputs in 10 seconds, and it is virtually impossible, especially for French because the frame rate, well, the text boxes close faster, right? So I usually do it in 2. It's a bit easier in English because the text boxes close slower, but also because
one of the moments you can use turbo.
Yeah.
Though turbo doesn't do it in 1.
Well, it depends on how fast you set your turbo for, I guess. Because with the PC version, it does also eat inputs. So if you mash too fast, it drops every second or third input. So you can be mashing as fast as you can, but the PC will accept like every first or every fifth input. So it's like a balancing act.
Save your hand, you can use turbo there.
Yeah.
the big thing with turbo is there really isn't any massive advantage gained from it. Besides your hand hurting less when you're done with all this. Because just about every text box you have to prompt through, so you have to keep mashing as they go through. There's a few sections where they just go on their own, and they're kind of more just in-game cutscenes.
Yeah.
But predominantly, you are just mashing all the time, and so...
Mashing all the time.
Turbo saves you from that.
Can you climb? Once again, very badly maintained ladder in this world.
And no one maintains ladders here. There we go, we broke a window.
We broke one window. We're coming up to a pretty spicy part of a speedrun called the Troll Boils. I will play it very safe here, take a save, and heal up Squall and Zell.
I was about to say, I thought the oil boils were down here.
Yeah. They definitely are.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Given what this whole segment does to the garden, it's very odd that they would be connected somewhere like that.
Oh, please.
That would be good. All the woes of normal run, that's not going to happen here because it's a marathon.
Oil boils incoming. Alright. Not bad. Clean fight.
Everything's gonna go smooth here. Everything's smooth like butter.
Smooth.
Smooth like Laguna.
He wishes he was smooth. Alrighty, my friends. We are about to hit a minute 20 cutscene. So I don't think I need a break at the moment. We're good. What are you doing, Saul?
I do. I'm gonna grab a water when we
right.
get to this section.
Missiles still incoming, by the way. Missiles with eyes. Oh my god, Squall, what are you doing? My controller is really trolling me today. Holding down and it's just like, oh, did you mean up? I mean, they could have done that. I wouldn't put it past Idea at all. All right. So, for those of you who want to stand up and do some stretching, you've got about a minute and 20 seconds. It is a pretty cool cutscene though, if you want to stick around and watch it. But it's basically telling you that Balam Garden is now able to fly.
Is it flying or is it falling in style?
When Sid is piloting it, it's falling. Hein, hein, hein. It flies. That's a little excessive. Imagine your missiles going towards it and then flying upwards for no reason and then coming back down.
Well, you did put it to like 75%, so. So, like with Final Fantasy VII, this is basically your. Is it the Bronco?
Yes.
The little bit. You're halfway to your airship, so this. Yeah. Allows you to go a lot of places, but it is still limited on how much it can traverse the overworld.
Here's your Walmart airship.
Your best value airship.
Missiles from an older sibling. Gonna hit ya! Psych! Gonna hit ya!
Bronco,
Psych!
thank you. Yeah, so. You'll see this can go a number of places, not everywhere. You don't get the airship until very late in this game.
Very late. I mean, it's kind of late casual-wise as well because you do only get it on disc 3.
Yeah, it's like nearly the end of the game, basically, at that point. I remember when I played this as a kid, that's where I ended up stopping for whatever reason. I don't know why. But I remember getting on the ship, I think I beat the aliens, and then I stopped. I don't know why.
You were so close to the end!
I know, I don't know, I was young, I probably had other games distracting me, just like now, so it's no different.
If you had Rinoa in your party here, you get a different cutscene, a little bit more romantic cutscene with her hair flying and Squall looking at her longingly. But because we got the boys here, you don't get that cutscene.
Nope, instead you just go to look at Irvine's flowing ponytail.
Now we find out that Sid is an absolutely terrible pilot. Right here.
I mean,
no idea.
Alright, they haven't put the actual steering wheel in.
No.
I was gonna say, well, given that the steering wheel is kind of weird, but even the steering wheel they actually put in is very odd. Like, I don't know why they just didn't give it like a traditional like chip steering wheel.
Because it's Final Fantasy. Ah, Balam Town nearly gets pulverized.
Yeah. Look.
Thankfully, there's the sea right next to it. No piloting needed.
Okay, I'm still connected here. My internet dropped out for a second, but I'm good. 8th Sid is just doing his best.
Is he though?
He was given some very weird directions.
Oh no, a freeze.
Yeah, there we go. I thought it was my internet again.
Psych.
Yeah. I mean, come on. The Sids in the other games are much more trained professionals and whatnot. And this one's just kind of a husband who.
I want to know how he got into the position of headmaster.
Do you know how he got into the position of headmaster?
Nepotism.
He made the school.
Nepotism.
When you make the school, you get to decide what job position you have.
Idea is like, oh, we need to set up a child soldier school.
Yeah.
You can be headmaster.
Yeah. You know, you don't make the school and decide, I'm just going to be the math teacher. No, I don't be the headmaster. This is my school.
Best headmaster. Okay, so here we kind of get back to the whole master situation that we encountered before, like who this other master person is, and this is where you kind of find out about the origin of Balam Garden and the funding and who master is. It unravels quite a bit of the game, I would say. It's not really that crucial.
Sid in 14's a big nerd. He and his boyfriend just need to kiss and get it over with.
This Sid is basically Dumbledore. You will always be safe at Hogwarts. Every year Hogwarts gets attacked by evil people.
Yeah. It's more like, I guess maybe more Dumbledore without like actual powers. Like he means well. But, you know.
Nero? Nero burning Rom?
No, you didn't meet Nero in 14 yet. He doesn't show up until good chunk into it. At least I know he shows up in the finale of the Realm Reborn.
Remember the days of Nero burning Rom? Y'all, I bet you if you told the Gen Zs now, like, we used to burn CDs, they'd be like, what?
I remember doing that.
What are CDs?
I remember hearing the first track released off of a band called Boys Night Out. Their upcoming album Trainwreck. I loved it. I burned that single song to a CD and listened to it on the way to school. That's how much I love that CD. That CD as a whole I love, but that song was just so good. My
first CD that I ever burned was Britney Spears' "Hit Me Baby One More Time" album. The first one. Printed out the cover, folded it, put it into the jewel case and all that. Like legit.
I never did that. But if I made a burned CD, I always kind of like initialed them, so like people would know I made them for them. It's like, don't forget.
Oh my god, Mal, did you use it as a coffee holder? Because I wanted to buy like a DVD-ROM and just as a novelty have it as like a coffee holder, like a cup holder.
I had relatives who used the free AOL CDs as coasters.
What is the CD? Yeah, Zayden right here, Gen Z.
So it's like a you know what a chakram is? You watched Xena. It's like one of those, but a little flatter, and then and they do things so it holds data.
And then we take a match, and then we light the match up, and we burn the songs onto it.
Yeah.
If you sing a song into the match as it burns onto the CD will have the song on it. Yeah, so I actually speedrun Xena Warrior Princess as well as a speed
for
game.
the PS1.
For the PS1. That's hilarious. It's a freaking hilarious game. Absolute troll of a game though.
It's one of those games where you clearly can tell that the people who made it did not fully grasp the power of the PS1 yet.
or how to program controls.
Yeah.
Or how to program camera angles.
Oh, I mean,
hell yeah,
I remember for the
Tingle.
longest time, game reviews, camera control would be a top point of game reviews for a long time. Like, it was like, I want to say it wasn't until like the 360 era that they stopped talking about camera controls.
You are missing your Fusharuru clip. I'll do another one though. Fusharuru. That's what Norg sounds like in my head.
Norg doing his Dr. Robotnik impression here. Being in his big egg carrier.
Hey.
Oh yeah, GamePro? GamePro used like little faces next.
Irvine, Squall, Irvine. We got this. Let's go.
I mean, thankfully Xena's not a long run, so even if you do have to play it, it's not terribly long. You're free from it before you know it.
Come on! Oh, we did it. Okay. Did I get a crit? I thought I needed 5. Maybe 4 is enough. We did it. Pretty clean fight, my friends. Got the rock fairy as well, so we're good.
Pretty much nothing but clean fights here.
Let's not jinx it. We need to clean Idea.
Yeah. And that was Norg.
That was Norg. So, the story behind this part of the game is that you find out that the entire Balam Garden was funded by Norg. I don't know how they came into that agreement, but it was funded by Norg, and so Norg kind of feels like he is entitled to, I don't know, profits or whatever.
Some sort of control over
Garden. And then he tells you, because up until this point you don't actually know that Sid and Idea are married, but now he tells you here that Sid and Idea are married. And then, you know, Squall's like, what? And that's where we are.
How Norg has that money is not really...
They don't really tell you.
It's whatever. It's, you know. They're just like, this weird yellow thing is rich, and you're just like, cool.
Let's ask him for some money. But yeah, I mean, if you guys are into, you know, really, really terrible runs, try the Xena. Try the Xena game. Like Zayden says, 50 minutes in-game timer, but your real time can go for hours. I mean, if the game behaves, the Xena run is only like 31 minutes in-game timer, and potentially about 45 minutes real time, or in like an hour real time. I can't remember, but it's something like
that. Sub an hour.
Yeah, it's like a little bit under an hour. But
Something's
if the game
around.
decides to be an absolute troll, it could be a while.
Oh, so now we have met. This is, I forgot which garden these guys are from, but
they're not from any garden. I think they're just called like the White Seed. They're Idea Seed.
Giggity. But yeah, they're a whole different group, and they're here for a certain someone.
they're here for a certain someone, and then Sid's like, you can have her.
Yeah.
No questions asked. Yeah, the jokes really just write themselves at this point. So they're the white seed.
Yeah, no one when localizing this was like, yeah, that's what I want to do.
Completely legit.
Yeah, so we found out they're here for a loan. So now we have to go and find her.
Yep. So this whole time, that random lady in the scarf and the skirt has been popping up randomly everywhere. They're like, all right, we're gonna finally confront her and figure out what her whole deal is.
And she still doesn't explain it just yet.
They're the properly trained seed because they're not in Sid's care. You're not wrong.
I mean, Sid doesn't do the teaching. That's
But
Quistis.
do they take orders as well as Squall takes orders though? Because I feel like Squall's pretty A+ when it comes to taking orders. So here's Alone.
Just hanging out.
Hanging out, staring into space in a library.
Yeah, not reading anything, just sitting. Just having a sit.
So now you remember that this girl is she shares the same name as that little girl in the Laguna Dream earlier in Windhill. You're like, oh my god.
And was it Laguna Dream 3?
It's her. Yeah. And I think at this point Squall realizes that they grew up together and that she's his sister. And now he's just like, oh my god, I can't believe I forgot all about you. Oh no. I have to bring you to the White Seeds, because those are my orders.
But I just met you and remembered who you are. We have to reconnect.
But I
There's
have
so
to
many
give you up.
birthdays. Think of all the piggyback rides.
Now
and
he's
the
having another
bullying.
crisis. It's just another one, casually.
Just suddenly realizing, oh, I have family I do not recall.
But she seems to be very happy to just go with the White Seed, so we let her go. Casually.
I mean, what are we gonna do? These dudes jump like 8 stories high. I mean, you can junction all you want, but I don't know if you can beat that.
Oh my god, did you guys both just send that at the same time? Oh.
Yeah.
Hey,
But
I just met you, and this is crazy. But here's your boat ride. I think we're siblings. And all the other boys. No, that doesn't
she
work.
won't be gone for long though.
Amnesia, maybe.
And now, little Charlie Brown Squall here.
Yeah, this is baby Squall. And I think this is when he's starting to remember that, yo, I grew up with like a sister in this weird orphanage.
What is this giant lion logo container thing?
It is his gunblade case, apparently.
Okay.
Yeah.
That
So
makes
that's
sense.
where he stores his gunblade when he isn't using it, apparently.
Thought he just got a giant one of those lions made, and that's just like the shadow box he put it in. And he just hasn't had time to like really hang it up.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't
You
put
know.
it past him, you know.
A lot of child soldiering and whatnot.
All right, here is yet example 560 of Sid's incompetence. Let's just
Yeah.
float right into Fisherman's Horizon. poor fisherman just wants to get some fish.
Just run, old man. But this is... What's this town called again? It's like
Fisherman's Horizon.
Fisherman's Horizon, there we go. It's like, it's got a real simple name, I just can never remember it.
And all the other boys, they're also orphans. So when you're ready, kill a sorceress. Should start a band.
It's like, what's this Fisher town's name? Fisherton. Oh, right, of course.
Weed Farm Town. Yes. We have a running theory that Mayor Dobie, who, you know, kind of looks like he would be getting high every weekend or so, is producing his own weed, or cultivating his own weed farm. With all the
here's pretty
lighting.
Chill given what you just did.
Mm-hmm. Mayor Doobie, exactly. Mayor Doobie.
People in this universe just take everything in stride. Oh, missiles are gonna hit me? I believe you. Crash into my town with your giant moving school? Yeah, it's cool, man.
No worries.
Cool.
The funniest part, though, is that they do crash into this town, right? And so we're actually going out to apologize to the town that we've crashed into them. But these guys are like, oh, don't worry about it. We love fixing things. We're a town full of people who love fixing things. So don't worry about it. We're happy to fix our town, and we'll also fix your garden.
Yeah. We've been fixing so much we ran out of stuff, so thank you.
We've sold so much fish. We don't need your apologies or your money. We can help you fix your Balam garden.
We saw those missiles coming. We were really hoping they would hit us and we would have something to fix.
Thank you for hitting us.
Yeah, maybe if the error rate was like 40%, they might have hit us.
Our garden is in there.
Yeah. Massive solar array. Yeah, some real nice
cozy vibes.
Yeah, like not pre-rendered backgrounds, but like real nice shots of the various landscapes and stuff here. I don't know if, at least on my end, it didn't play in perfect FPS there, but the shot of showing the solar array is really cool. I'll blame my internet. It's been dropping in and out a little bit.
Blame Discord.
It's probably my internet. Other things are telling me you're disconnected. So that's all good. Still here.
No Ultima draw. Hey, Zayden, first try Quistis today. So this is Mayor Doobie's house. Now, when I get up there, look on the roof here. All the airships from previous Final Fantasies on display. Pretty cool.
I mean, you can go draw Ultima, Zayden. Do it. Go draw Ultima.
The hardest skip in the entire game. The Cerberus skip. Alright. So we tried to apologize to Mayor Doobie. He's just like, yeah, whatever, mate. Leave me alone. And so we try to leave. Look at his massive solar panels. Definitely pulling light for something, right? And as we are trying to leave, Galbadia hits. And so the mayor is kind of a little bit pissed off with us because, according to him, if we hadn't landed here in Fisherman's Horizon, Galbadia wouldn't be coming after us, which she's not wrong about. You know, but he's gonna go and talk some sense into the Galbadian soldiers. No Galbadian switch. So the mayor thinks he can talk to the Galbadian soldiers, so let's go and see if he was right. So he's trying. He's trying to have a conversation. Spoiler alert, it doesn't go well. Oh no, please, please leave my town.
No, don't break me. You'll have to fix me.
And so, because we were good seeds, we're gonna go help him.
Good seeds. Now you're gonna be a good seed.
It's like, aha. It is beneficial for us to be here, you see. He was very patient. If you come back here later, there's a girl. Of course you would know that. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Well, helping the Moomba loses time, so maybe he should have thought about being faster.
I wouldn't actually. You're right. OJ. I would actually stay even longer if a man in the pineapple shirt came up to me and bothered me while I was doing my job.
So Galbadia, not having much other resources, sends this half-destroyed tank at you.
Yeah, remember this dude? Remember this dude? We gotta fight it again.
So again, Irvine just doing Irvine. By the way, these are not proper firing stances. Do not fire like that. You will hurt yourself.
Hey, he's an A+ sharpshooter, okay?
Couldn't kill a sorceress.
Oh my goodness, it is shrinking. Oh,
And it just slides off.
oh
into the
my
ocean.
goodness. It's the girls!
It's
They
the
were
B
inside
team.
that machine the whole time trying to kill us.
Just
Terrible.
plain selfish. She was probably just hitting all the buttons, trying to like communicate, and it was just setting up to launch missiles at you.
Oh, oops. That's the button that shot Squall. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I shot the tattoo off Zella's face. Whatever will he do?
Alright, so here's a really really strange part of the game, right? You've done
This part.
You've saved your girls. You know, Fisherman's Horizon is busy building or fixing Balam Garden. It's all good. What does Squall do now? Apparently Squall and Irvine and gang are going to further inconvenience Fisherman's Horizon and hold a middle of the night concert in front of Mayor Doobie's house. And this was brought up the last time I did this run. Like, imagine if you're Major Doobie and your entire town just got destroyed by a flying garden and then a tank and then Galbadian soldiers invading your little town, right? So you're the mayor of this town that's gone through a bit of hell. And then these kids who you're helping rebuild their school for, are like, well, the concert area in our school is completely destroyed, so we're gonna build an entire performance area, including 3 stages in front of your house, and perform the noisiest concert you could ever think of in the middle of the night. Thank you.
Look, that deadhead heard jam session, and he was not gonna turn it down.
I'm thinking Mayor Doobie would need quite a bit of his supply to get through the night.
Nah, you told him Jerry was gonna be there, and he's like, I will build you 8 stages.
So basically, yeah, we're going back. Irvine's got all these ideas in his head about, you know, trying to woo Selphie because he's interested in Selphie, and to do that he has to help her put on a concert.
Yeah, lots of attempt at romance in this game here.
What's the combo for the jig? If you want me to play the jig, I'll play the jig for you. You just need to tell me what the combo is, because I don't know it off the top of my head.
I don't know it either.
I only know it's romantic.
I'd say this feels very much like the part in X2 where you hold the concert on top of the ship, but all of X2 is just madness, so that fits.
What can I do for you?
No, the second one. The song where they ran out of money to pay for a song. So she just goes la 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 la.
Yeah,
la,
alright,
la.
yeah.
That song.
1 down, 2 down, 3 down, 2 up is not the jig. Don't lie to me. I'm watching you, Zayden. Alright, so this is our current performance area, which is pretty decimated and destroyed. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna build this in front of the mayor's house. Very convenient for everybody involved.
Look, we've had some smooth combats. We can lose a little time to the jig.
Bum, 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 ba-da-da-dum.
You know, again, this is one of the slower parts, so if you haven't gotten up in a while, haven't gotten a drink, do that now.
It's gonna be slow for a long while till after. Is it dead? Chat says
I can hear you, but I am
no.
on Discord.
Apparently it's back. Okay, cool. You guys haven't missed a concert. I promise.
Nah, not much has happened here.
For real, not much has happened.
But hey, I mean, not a bad point to have a little turbulence in the stream.
Right? Hey! Shh, they don't need to know that.
Look,
Confirm
this
up
one's
4,
been
3, up 1.
Alright. You know, that anaconda headbutt doing 73 instead of 74.
Nothing happened. I didn't see anything. It was perfectly smooth going on my end, that's for sure.
Oh, it was smooth. Yeah. Totally.
they can have a frame or two. Do that fiddle.
All right, here we go.
Victory music for that.
Mm-hmm. So instead of the wonderfully romantic Eyes on Me song that I'm guessing Renoa would have expected, she's gonna get a upbeat funky town jig. I stopped asking for jig after the No Manips admission saga. That's alright, we can play it this one time for the masses.
Yeah, this is for a marathon. Get a little fancy.
That is exactly what the jig sounds like 100%, note for note,
Well,
pitch perfect.
it is jig, so.
Look, what does one person need with all these solar panels? What? Tell me. Tell me. If it's not to cultivate a lot of plants.
Just harnessing the power of the sun.
This is perfect, you know, outside of the mayor's house in the middle of the night, just kicking up a storm.
Oh, he's probably gone. He doesn't know what's going on.
What is that emote? Is that cat actually tap dancing? That is so cute. Do 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 do. See, again, no need for DLSS ray tracing needed. Reflection on these glass panels, on point. Don't need a 3080 or a 4080, you just need a PS1. Oh, they're cute! I would love to tell you what's happening in this like conversation here, but I don't actually know. Zayden, I believe, mentioned last time I ran this that it's Renoa trying to tell Squall that he doesn't have to deal with things by himself and, you know, keep everything to himself. I don't know, but I think that's what's happening. She's trying to get him to open up to more people.
Yeah, just having a heart-to-heart, but you know.
Just a deep and meaningful conversation with the jig music in the background.
So we have this flashback again to Charlie Brown Squall here. What could it mean? What could it mean?
What could it mean, indeed? You don't need to do everything alone. You have
This is a
friends.
single-player game, Zayden.
You
She
just
can
need
only
to talk
play
to
it on her
us.
own.
We'll
Oh, I
talk
better
to a
turn
solar
down.
panel. An upgrade. So Quistis gets to talk to a wall, but Renoa gets to talk to a solar panel. So obviously Renoa is placed a bit higher up in the hierarchy than Quistis, because I think solar panels are a little bit cooler than walls.
At least it has a reflection.
Of her really short skirt. Alright, now we're on our way to go get our favorite GF, Zephyr, also known as Pandemona.
We install this big, dumb, thin steering wheel.
Yeah.
Now thinking about it, I feel like this might have been the people of the town kind of getting back at you a bit. Like, you crashed into a town and gave us something to fix, but
We're gonna
that was
make a
kind of
really stupid navigational thing
yeah.
for you. Tippy tip. Oh shit, a tip. Don't rinse. I'll try, okay?
to listen. Renzokuken.
Sometimes you don't have a choice.
Yep, so here we go.
We're gonna go back to Balam Town and Galbadia. You'll see that Galbadia Garden is also hanging out here in the corner. I wonder
Somehow
what they're
they
doing.
also figured out how to get their garden moving.
So we come back to Balam Town, and we find out that it is under Galbadia's control, much like Timber and Dalit were. Bit sad. So we kind of want to get in, but they're not letting anyone in. But thankfully, old mate Zal actually lives here. So because of that, they're gonna let us in.
I live here.
If you've played this game casually, you know that this is where you have to do the fetch quest, the commander fetch quest. So you're supposed to go look for this person called the commander. You don't know who he is, but you're supposed to go look for him and all this stuff, and you end up going back and forth to like someone's house, to the dog, to the key, to the harbor, all that nonsense, right? Lucky for us, Squall built in a Squall, Square Enix, Squaresoft built in a failsafe for if you were too dumb to figure out the side quest. It would just give the answer to you if you went back and forth on this screen enough times, which is 17. Wait, what happened to the mic?
Yeah, because at least for me, nothing's gone wrong here.
Okay.
But we good, we good.
No cyanide scuff this time. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Plot twist. That was my real self coming out. So we found out that the commander is actually Raijin after all of that. The bad thing about being so overpowered is you don't get to hear the battle song for long, and I love it. Hey, Desert Eagle, what's up? Yes, Aunt did tell me that. It was a risk that I was willing to take. Bonk. Don't hit Irvine, I swear to God. No!
Zephyr.
I said don't hit Irvine.
He's alright, he's alright. A little scuffed, he's still good.
Oh! Clutch.
Look at that. Look, as it pre-recorded, we know all the outcomes of these hits.
Definitely wasn't scared at all there. Not even a little bit scared. No reason to be scared the run would end there. No, I'm glad that I get to play this. Honestly. And it actually worked out well.
I hear you say you hate this game a lot.
I do hate this game, but I also love it. You understand? It's a bit of a Stockholm syndrome type of thing. No, like in all honesty, for a Final Fantasy speedrun, FF8 is by far like the chillest. And especially because it's no manipulations, there's no stress about losing count or step count or getting an encounter in the wrong place. Like, it's already a chill game as it is, and it's even more chill now that I don't have to worry about the RNG, so it's always a nice vibe when I play this game. Unless the game decides to be a big troll, which it hasn't. Touch wood, it hasn't today.
Wow. Those fish fins weren't super kind.
Look, 1113 is better than a 0000.
Yeah.
Alright, now we're gonna head on towards Trabia Garden, which is a snooze fest, I'm not gonna lie. It is basically a conversation about all of our protagonists realizing that they actually all knew each other before when they were young because they were all in the same orphanage. And this is where it all comes to head. Like, they all realize. It's good for first-timers, it's good for people who are interested in the story, not so good for people who have played this game about 500 times.
Yeah. A lot of plot and exposition here.
Yeah. It is good in a way though, because yeah, you know, you get to chill out for a bit and not worry about much. Oh, I think I should potentially potion this guy.
Just a touch. And you can see from the outside, this don't look too good.
So this is Trabia Garden, the garden that got blown up by the first missile that didn't get the huge error ratio attached to it, unfortunately. So it's looking like they need to bring some Fisherman Horizon people in to fix it.
They'll hook them up with a big dumb steering wheel too.
This garden obviously didn't get the memo about gardens being able to fly, sadly enough.
And this is a very sad moment for Selphie, as this was her school, and she's coming back to it now, seeing it's just toast.
And she probably knows a lot of people here who have unfortunately died. It's a bit sad.
Yeah.
And they take this moment to kind of reveal that they're all family, kind of. Except Renoa. Renoa can stay out of this. She's not part of this.
And I don't think we ever see this school pre-missiles.
No.
I believe.
No, we don't.
So that's a bummer. Sure, there's some Final Fantasy VIII concept art out there that shows it.
I mean, probably
A draw?
a secret drawer. Fast 8 family. Yeah, that's right. Stelvy definitely picked a really good time to have her student exchange. Have you ever been in trouble back in the day, dial-up days, with not deleting browser history, resulting in an embarrassing situation? When I was using the internet in dial-up, I was like 8. So no. I was probably on Neopets. Hey, Desert Eagle. Being Squall's sister didn't stop Quistis from wanting to date him. Quistis had 0 issues.
I don't even know the laws of this world. That could be totally cool here.
To be fair, to be completely fair, when they all get back their memories in a minute, you know, when they all get back their memories, Quistis decides to backtrack. Her flirtiness and her let's go to the secret zone-ness, and tells Squall that she really only felt sisterly love for him. Really
backtracking that. I mean, in a world where like you're in a school full of other orphans, I gotta think that that's an ever-present thought of like, could I be related to this person? And a lot of them probably just go, I don't care.
Kobe!
Just not gonna think
You were
about
supposed to do Kobe here.
I was too busy reminiscing on the dating relationships of this world due to
sisterly love.
orphanages.
Taking you to the secret zone. Yeah, so
Yeah.
when I played this in English recently, before I switched to French, and we got to this part, and you could read the dialogue that was going across the screen. Quistis walks off to the side on the beach. He's like, so maybe that's my feelings for you really were just sisterly love from when we were younger. They were just a remnant of my sisterly love for you. And you're just like,
Girl, just
no, it
embrace how
wasn't.
you are. Just go with it.
You liar. But basically, what's happening now is they're all suddenly remembering their childhood. Irvine, Selfie, Quistis, Seifa, Squall, Zell.
Yeah.
We're all here.
Yeah, and Irvine has the strongest memory of this.
Yep. Because the reason why they all lost their memories is because they use GFs. Good storytelling there, Square.
I mean, time is weird, so.
So because Balam Garden actively encourages the use of GFs, their memories, the Balam Garden students' memories are definitely like wiped. That's why they couldn't remember. And then they asked why Selfie forgot, and it's because Selfie had found an illegal GF while she was out and about one day and had junctioned it to herself. And that's why she lost her memories. And so out of all of them, Irvine was the only one who didn't have his memories wiped, because apparently Galbadia isn't a GF using Garden, I guess.
Yeah,
and so
you
when
don't
he
lose your
freaked
memory
out,
junctioning to a gun.
so when he freaked out about shooting Idea, it's okay, that's a spoiler. Whatever. It's because Idea was the matron of the orphanage that they all grew up in. And so he was like, I can't shoot my mom. Or I couldn't find a GF. Oh, Zayden, are you still here? When Zayden was commentating for me in my last run, he said girlfriend when he was talking about GF, and I lost my shit. I loved it.
I would say even if, he didn't have full memory of who she was, we could imply that maybe just seeing her like head on like that in that situation may have, triggered something.
That's true.
And he goes, I can't shoot this person. I know them.
I know her from my childhood.
Yeah.
So they're all reminiscing and finally realizing that they know each other. Something, GF.
Before. I really wish they just had little Zell also have the face tattoo. Just embrace it.
Our first girlfriend, Quetzalcoatl. Yeah. That was so good.
I remember my first lightning GF. But mine was a horse.
So here's where Quistis tells Squall. Firstly that it was sisterly love, and then, in brackets, I kind of gave up when Renoa came into the picture. Which one is it, Quistis? Was it sisterly love, or did you give up?
Unless. I mean, I know Renoa's in the scene, but unless. I mean, if she was like dangling off of a ledge for an extended period of time and she maybe didn't make it, not like that would happen, but
The way they broke up was shocking. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, so now they're all accepted that this is what's happening. They knew each other from young. They're like, okay, but who was our mom in here?
Yeah.
Who was our matron? The music stops suspiciously. Who was she? It's Idea. You can't tell because she has long hair, but apparently you're supposed to know. It's the sorceress Idea. Now you know because the creepy music is playing.
They play her theme, yeah.
And Trebia is almost over. We're gonna get to the exciting part of Disc 2 and almost the end of Disc 2 right now, which is exciting.
Moving right along. Again, probably good point. Get up, stretch, get water if you haven't already.
3 more hours to go, ish.
Oh boy.
If nothing happens. How are you holding up?
Flying by. I'm good. I had to remember to turn off my alarms for when I usually wake up. Good. I ate through a bag of M&M's peanut butter eggs.
Very good. I have a bag of Starbursts waiting for me.
I bought, of course, on discount after Easter, as you do.
My coffee is gone though. Out of coffee. Probably don't need more at 7 o'clock at night.
No. Yeah, if I really needed, I got some Red Bull downstairs. But 3 hours, I can.
3 hours.
Got convinced 3 hours. It also picks up a lot more.
It does. The last 2 hours for me are my favorite because it just keeps going.
Yeah, there's a lot more story and a lot of the previous things start to fall into place. I watched a 40-minute YouTube video.
You watched a 40-minute YouTube video of this game? That's more than I've ever done for it.
At like 1.75 speed or something like that. I watch a lot of videos at very fast pace.
Alright, we're switching Squall and Zone.
Also doing great for also not running this game. I just have approximate knowledge of many things.
God, where are we going? Come on, Garden, you can do it. Alright.
You're trying to steer that big dumb fin.
I am.
So are we finding the ship or?
We are going to look for Galbadia Garden right now.
Okay.
Because we want to look for Idea. Because we figured out that she was our matron, obviously, and so now we want to go look for her and confront her about stuff. Now, in my first ever playthrough of this game, if you had flown your garden into Sorceress Idea's into the orphanage at this point, your entire game softbox. And I, as a 9-year-old, 10-year-old, I was very upset because you had a lot of hours. So here at this point, so I'll show you guys. So this is where your orphanage is, and so you'd think that that's where you want to go, but no, you have to fly here, which is where the garden is. And so I was stuck because I was so sure that I was supposed to go to the orphanage, and I got really mad. And so the next time we went to the mall where I bought the game from, I went up to the dude. I was like, "You sold me a broken game. Every time I went to this place, the game soft lock. Like, give me a new disc." And he's like, "Did you turn around and go to the garden that's hovering over the forest?"
You know, I mean, I've had PlayStation games back in the day where certain points in the game it would just lock.
Yeah.
I remember a copy of Vagrant Story I had back in the day. You could not play it in a PS1. It just wouldn't work in a PS1. In a PS2, it worked no problem. Never any issues. So it's kind of weird.
Yeah, no. If you flew into the orphanage, it would soft lock, and it would piss me off.
On the side, you were ahead of the curve, turning your PlayStation on the side there. Corrupted your save. Now, see, yeah, back in the day, if there's a lot of RPGs that I would just start to get into, I'd be playing for hours. I would have not saved, and I would die. And then the prospect of either just give the game up entirely or replay those hours I just went through, I would just give the game up entirely and never play it again.
The lack of autosaves, honestly, from the games that I had to play growing up, like, built character for me, I think.
Oh, man.
Just like games like Resident Evil, you know, as you were playing when you were younger, there's no auto. You have to. It's so stressful.
Yeah. But you just you start to get into a flow and you just forget. Or if those who've played Final Fantasy Tactics probably know what I'm going to mention, and the prompts to save mid-combat it would give you, and how much of a trap those are. They were so, like, not only have I didn't learn till way late in my days, save often and rotate your saves. Oh yeah, we mentioned FFT early on.
Memory cards those days could only fit like how many saves in them as well, and just like, oh, I have to delete my save.
15 blocks. And games would have variable blocks that they consumed. Like the Diablo 4 PS1 took all 15 blocks.
Hey, Buffy.
Crazy.
No, tell me Alpha Co is PlayStation story. This is story time, my friends. This is chill vibes.
Yeah.
Chill vibes story time.
Well, you know, a battle's about to take place, and we're just reminiscing about PS1.
A battle's about to take place, but they're exchanging rings right now, so obviously they don't think it's a priority.
Rio Main's Castle, is that the fight I'm thinking of? I don't remember the names of the fights, I just remember the fights themselves from Final Fantasy Tactics. Yeah, that's the one. That is, yeah, Rio Main's Castle is like the one that gets people. Yeah, then going from the PS1 to like PS2, and it stopped using blocks, but I think if you looked up how many blocks a PS2 memory card was, it was like 1,500 or something like that. Never got a memory card.
Never got a memory card. No.
It's not the first time I've heard of that.
Oh.
Azure Dreams. It sounds familiar.
Rough. Like, I'm telling you, for us growing up in that period where autosaves weren't a thing, it built character. For sure.
Oh yeah, but it's like you would get into that flow. Azure Dreams. I remember this. Man, I rented so many different games. Yeah, I probably played this at some point. Because what I would do, Blockbuster was within walking distance, and so was the grocery store. So I would take all of the returnable bottles. I don't know, some people may not have this where you live, but you can return certain empty bottles for a deposit back. So I would go return all the bottles that we had. Usually get $5, which was enough to go.
$5 for empty bottles? Sheesh.
It was like 10 cents a bottle. We drank a lot of pop back in the day. And then I'd go walk to the grocery store, turn all those in, get like $5, which was just enough to rent a game from Blockbuster, and then walk over to Blockbuster because they're all within walking distance. And then I would find something and rent it. You know, I rented so many random PS1 games.
12 whole memory cards in one.
Oh yeah, I had one that was. So those are a curse because it was too many. I want to say it was something like 15, maybe more pages, and I foolishly, I was a child, so I didn't realize start on the first one. And I did not remember where the heck I left my saves on it. Speedrunning got you out of that? That's interesting. Yeah, so here, Renoa shows that she has the greatest...
World's greatest.
Upper body strength. Nothing competes of all time.
5:13 on my timer right now. Let's see how long it takes for her how long she holds on. It's 5:13:10.
I'm like, there's a whole combat going on, and I'm just reminiscing about renting all sorts of random games from.
I mean, the combat stuff isn't.
I know, you're just gonna have an air soldier fight here in a minute.
Yeah. I mean, mostly what's happening now is we are in battle with Galbadia Garden, so they've invaded us. We're trying to defend. In between all of that, Renoa has requested Zell to get Squall's ring. Squall's given Zell the ring. Zell's given Renoa the ring. It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
And so now we're defending. We're defending the invasion of the Galbadian forces into our garden.
Yeah. I'm remembering, I rented Tomba. Rented a game called Dragon Seed. Yeah, that was an interesting one. I recall the block where I went to, that copy of that game would be checked out so often. Just like that Dragon Ball's GT fighting game that was on the PS1. Yeah, that would be checked out a lot too.
Yeah, I just wanna get guns as strong as Renoa is. That's my life goal.
Yeah. You watch the game, you're like, I gotta do that.
I gotta do this. I gotta be able to hang on the side of a cliff while the garden is being attacked,
Yeah. I mean, that might be a little harder to arrange, but I think you can hang from a cliff for a while. Yeah.
So at this point though, Squall knows that Renoa is hanging off the side of the cliff because Zell's told him. But it's not like he cares or anything.
I believe that, Dual Saga. As I said, the copy at the Blockbuster I went to was checked out a lot. It made its way back in every so often, but it was checked out a lot.
I started playing Suikoden 2. I didn't play 1, but I started playing Suikoden 2, got like 40 hours into it, and kind of stopped.
Suikoden had the big PlayStation 1 box, right? The big cardboard box? Because I think I recall that being on the shelf. And so that way I was a little more intrigued, like that one like drew your eye to it, because you have all these jewel cases on the shelf. And then you just had the big box. What? Oh, this must have not been like Blockbuster then, because I was gonna say I had Animal Crossing for over a month or so from Blockbuster, to the point where it would have been cheaper to buy the game than pay the late fees.
Y'all, oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, did Suikoden? I look this up now. Suikoden.
I never rented games. Damn, feel like I was missing out on a rite of passage or something.
Didn't look like it had the big tall box. The cover art is still like straight out of like 80s, 70s, 80s like fantasy novel. Like the cover makes little sense to the actual game. Besides like there's a tower, there's all these characters. The second one actually has like art from the characters. I remember rented Breath of Fire 3 from a different place that wasn't from Blockbuster, but yeah, Breath of Fire 3, great game. Yeah, the NTSC cover of Suikoden it's no oh man, what is that spaceship game on the SNES?
That's exactly what I was doing now. It's like $5 for a game, why not?
Phalanx that. Yeah,
right,
nothing will compare to the Phalanx cover.
It's 5:17, so Renoa's been holding on for 4 minutes now. Alright, we've got a minute and 55 of a break coming up soon. So I'm gonna go and refill my water bottle, and all of you should go get a drink of water, stretch your neck and your feet and your arms. We've got a minute 55 of a very motivational Squall speech that you would understand if you spoke French.
So pretend you speak French and be inspired.
Be motivated.
So get... Internet wants to be difficult this hour.
I'm sitting like a prawn. I'm sitting sideways as usual, so on the back of my chair is sideways. Because I can. Because my chair doesn't have arms, so I can sit whatever way I want.
What other crazy PS1 games did I play?
Bobble Bobble.
I played some Bubble Bobble in my day. That's it was a game I remember playing the demo of, and I think I rented it at some point. We didn't get very far. Called ODT.
Oh.
Which was like a third-person action game. And I don't remember any of the story at all. I just recall playing the demo, thinking it was cool, and then renting it, and then not get very far and never playing it.
Alright, I'm gonna be right back. You guys enjoy the motivational speech.
Please be inspired, chat. Yeah, she's been trying to convince me to take the arms off my new chair as well. Not successfully. Yep. ODT, or die trying. from the PS1 demo disc. Those were great. It's also how I discovered Nightmare Creatures, which is really cool. Nightmare Creatures 1 and 2. Drunken Zombie Apocalypse FPS. Was it for the PS1 or was it like? Because if it was computer, it might have been just something they made off of whatever like the Doom and like Duke Nukem engine was. I forgot what that engine was called. There's been like a ton of fan games made off of it. Could have been something like that. Yeah, it might have been something like that. Like Chex Quest is made on that engine. What is that called? It's like the Create engine or something.
All right, we're back. That was a very motivational speech, everybody. Renoa has been holding on for 7 minutes.
Vandal Hearts? I think I played Vandal Hearts. Yes, I played Vandal Hearts. Played Vandal Hearts 1. I tried to play Vandal Hearts 2, but I did not like how the gameplay was, where it was you and an opponent both took actions at the same time. It got very silly. But yeah, I remember Vandal Hearts. It was very cool.
It's fighting time.
Speaking of demos, we talked about this earlier. Does anyone recall the demo for Final Fantasy VIII?
It was all different.
Yeah, it was very weird. It was, if you were here hours ago, you would remember the Dalit assaults. Yeah.
Right, so this is the air soldier fight that Wabajack talked about earlier.
Yeah.
It can be very trolly. It is another minigame that you cannot get out of. Squall, being the elite seed soldier, cannot for the life of him punch and kick as fast as you think he would be able to. It's very annoying.
Yeah, my internet's cutting out
We're
a little
pointing.
bit. Should be stabilizing, hopefully. Yeah, the demo for Final Fantasy VIII had the Dalit assault, and Renault was in your party, and you could summon Leviathan, and that's like the weird stuff about it I remember.
Wait. No Parappa the Rappa.
Yeah.
Why did we stop the car? Why did we stop the car?
Yeah, I really kind of want to know like what went into make.
Easy game this time. Renault has officially been holding on for a whole 10 minutes. Yeah, so 10 minutes. 10 minutes and 30 seconds is how long she's been holding on. And for those of you who don't watch this cutscene often, watch this to see the most brilliant clotheslining I've ever seen in my life. Right about in a second now.
Yeah.
Brilliant. We are on to almost the Cerberus skip of this game. One of the most difficult skips to pull off in an FF8 speedrun. You skip the Cerberus fight. Bien sûr. Kronos. She's being a little flirty here. She's like, I love your lion.
Well, I'm not your sister, so.
Alright, so we've kind of crash landed here. And we're infiltrating Galbadia Garden. So this is the inside of Galbadia Garden. The thing to understand here is that while Idea and Safer did take control of the garden and seem to have used Garden to attack Balam Garden, the people in Galbadia Garden themselves aren't happy about it. Like, they don't want to be in a war. So what we're gonna have to do is try to find people to help us find Idea so that we can confront her. And so it's another little mini fetch questy type thing that we're doing right now. We go find keycards to unlock specific doors that will lead us to Idea. And in the middle of all of that, we will be conducting the Cerberus skip. Oh wait. Oh, let's heal Selfie, mate. That's not Selfie.
Selfie's actually named here, so. Gotta get paid.
Gotta get paid. Gotta get paid. You know, all these infiltrating and hanging off ropes and stuff. They gotta count for something.
Just all this going on, and there's like some accountant somewhere for Garden who's still just punching away.
Yeah. Accountant's gotta account, you know?
Yeah, Squall Lionheart, well, he hasn't been fired yet, so I guess he keeps getting
Guess he
salary.
gets his $4,000.
Maybe it's worse and they actually know how many steps he's taking. And he gets a little alert. It's like, Squall took 4,000 steps again. Alright, send him his paycheck.
Can you imagine just like the accountants in, you know, this like in Balam Garden and being like, all right, you have the responsibility of this student, and all you do all day is just watch this dude's like GPS step counter walkie thing, like, you know, those
pedometer.
like walking meters, pedometer things. Just be like, oh, okay, 4,000. Here's a check. Oh, here's 4,000. Here's another check.
Yeah, QuickBooks with pedometer integration.
Exactly.
I like to
Take
just
control
imagine
of your
they're
garden
like,
finances.
far off location. Like, they're not in the garden. They're in like one of the random towns you like just don't ever go to or notice. Just sitting in a random office building.
They just check their Pokemon Go stats each day.
I mean, you could become a fitness influencer, then your Fitbit does pay your mortgage.
That's true. Alright guys, you ready for the huge Cerberus skip? Not gonna believe this. Might not pull it off, but...
It's a big dog.
Alright.
All gone.
Oh my god, it's right there. It's got 3 heads. We might... Ah, yeah, we did it. We did the Cerberus skip. Yay.
Yeah, it's just running like one Windows 98 machine with QuickBooks on it.
Oh, let's do it again. We can't get lucky twice in a row, right? Oh my god, we absolutely did.
It just wants to play. I think you should go pet the dog. And you have to pet it 3 times. It does have 3 heads.
Alright, we're gonna take a safety save here. Thank you, Safer and Idea, for giving me the time to save here.
Yeah, I like how the save point is in this room. It would make more sense for it to be just downstairs and outside the elevator, and not in the room
And
where
not
the bad
in the
guys
room
are.
where you're about to go fight.
Yeah. Unless that's like Idea's like master plan. Like they come
I'm
up
gonna
here
watch
and
them save
Squall's
the
like,
game.
"Oh, I'm gonna go save my progress," and she's just like, "Go get him, Cypher. Go,
Save.
just go
And
hit
she's
him in
sitting
the back
there,
of the head."
she's like floating there on nothing, right? It's like, save, I dare you, save, I can see you, I dare you, save.
Or it's like a Dark Souls save point where it goes to and explodes on him.
Alright, let's go. Irvine
Gotcha.
to the rescue with
All right,
4
so
normal
what wins?
ammos.
Gun or gunblade?
Oh, disgusting.
Bam. And down it goes.
I shall meet you directly downstairs. Now remember, she goes directly down, right? Goes down. Remember that.
I mean, she probably walks a little ways after she melts through the floor. You don't see the scene where she's now walking down the hallway to meet up with you.
We are also going down. And then we're gonna go across, right across. And then around. So we're definitely not going directly under anymore.
I told you she like melted through the floor and then had to take these stairs. Like you're walking the same path that she just walked.
Yeah, but
She just had to do it like with little quick steps because she's got that dress on. It's probably pretty tight. Doesn't have a lot of leg movement.
But
Just make a little flutter steps.
she crashes through the ceiling though.
Right.
Where is
She went back
coming
around
from?
and
She goes
it took her a
down.
while to get here. So she's like, I need to
And
make a
then she's
dramatic
like,
entrance.
I'm gonna meet you directly downstairs, but I'm gonna crash through the ceiling
Yeah, she's a
Spill
good villain.
class.
She knows how to make an entrance.
all over. Even though she can phase through things.
And then Cypher somehow, like, got here
Yeah,
pretty much.
he
the same time.
somehow got up and made it here, even though he was lying down on the floor earlier. Alright,
Again, didn't see the scene where he's waiting
This
for
one
the
is-
elevator that you just took.
this one is spicy. Irvine Squall, Irvine Squall,
El Caliente.
Irvine Squall. Irvine Squall.
Fouille impossible. Yeah, look, if you're gonna take over the world, you need to make some flourishes during all that. You don't want to take over the world and everyone's suddenly like, well, they were really boring.
Clean fight. Really clean fight. No complaints. End of disc 2.
Oh, and you gained a Tau.
Did I get a croissant or an invulnerable?
I
It
saw
was
a
an
Tau.
invulnerable.
TAO, whatever that was. And then she
Ow.
explodes in a fart gas. So now we see Renoa acting a little strange, going over to Cypher here.
Yeah.
What's going on with that?
What's going on, Renoa?
She suddenly remembered the fling that they had.
Yeah. My love.
She's real upset.
My true love. And then Cypher magically gets up again.
Ah, that
What
Kirag is
knob.
exactly what I needed.
And Renoa collapses.
Cool.
Face first.
Just, I guess that serves her for leaving you face first in the dirt. Or was she there? I don't think she was there, actually. So is this when is Adia now returned to her senses?
Yes.
Okay, so
Because the sorceress that was possessing her has decided she wants to find someone else.
yeah.
Because Idea got defeated, right? And you're like, maybe
Yep.
you're not strong enough for me. I want another sorceress.
Yeah, that was the big purple fart gas cloud that we saw.
Purple fart. So Squall now, from 20 minutes ago, who refused to go save her from hanging off the cliff and only did so after Dr. Kadawaki kind of scolded him about it, has decided that he now is hopelessly in love with Renoa. Even though, like 10 minutes ago, he was ready to just leave her dangling on the side of the tree. So, what we're gonna do is we are going to leave.
Just gonna abandon her.
We're just gonna abandon her. We're finally going to confront Idea about our past. We've all been there, right? I'm sure we all have. So, despite having a wonderful school, that can fly, they've decided to come hang out at this broken down orphanage.
It's important to him.
And Idea is no longer controlled by the sorceress, so she's okay now. She's less intense, and we can have a good heart-to-heart conversation with her. And here she's explaining about how she was possessed by some entity called Artemisia, who is from the future and is trying to cause havoc in today's world. And this is so disc 3, like I said, is when stuff starts to pick up in terms of the action and things that are happening. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. Pieces start falling into place going into disc 3. I want to say we start to get the Laguna segments start to make a bit more sense. What else is going on is making a little more sense. It still doesn't all completely fall into place just yet.
It's called punching walls. Pretty standard.
Just telling people to talk to him, he's punching them. Just man in walls.
I think they kind of explain that Artemisia is also looking for Elon here. Because Elon has the capability to send someone's consciousness into the past, which is what she's been doing with Squall. She's been sending Squall's consciousness into Laguna's life, which is the past, because she wants to try and change the past or change the future by changing the... It's all a huge time travel thing.
Time travel nonsense.
So Artemisia wants to find Elon to harness that power, because Artemisia's ultimate goal in life is to cause something called time compression, in which you compress all of time together so that it exists in one plane, the past, future, and present, so that she can rule over all of existence, over all of time. That is Artemisia's ultimate goal.
Yeah, when it's all squished together, it's much, much easier to control.
That's true. And to do that, she needs Elon's powers. Squall's now really worried about Renoa.
She's
A
been
small
unconscious for-
timeline, indeed.
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like the whole small house concept, but with like the entire timeline.
No, do not want that.
You got your You know, your bed and your kitchen and your laundry room all right into one.
All right there in one spot. Makes everything easier.
But you got, you know, your awkward teenage years, your midlife crisis, just all mushed on top of each other.
We're back into Laguna's consciousness. And this for me, this particular memory doesn't really serve much, except it gives Safer's origin story a little bit more substance.
Yeah. Because he got the want to be a knight from watching what is going to be the movie that Laguna takes part in here.
Correct. So you see Laguna's wearing this weird knight outfit, right? Laguna doesn't use a gunblade, he uses a gun. But he's in this weird knight armor, holding a gunblade, and if you look at Laguna in a second, you will find that his gunblade stance is very similar to Safer's, if not almost exact. Laguna here is filming a movie called The Sorceress's Knights, or I don't think that's what the actual movie is called, it's like something else, but
Something in French.
The movie is about a sorceress knight protecting the sorceress, and I suppose Safer watched this as a kid and got it into his head that he would love to be a sorceress's knight when he grows up, and then starts emulating everything that Laguna does in this movie, including
I believe it's
his gunblade
confirmed somewhere that he does watch this. This is what Safer watches, specifically when he is a boy. And that's where he gets this from.
Yeah.
But I believe it is part of stuff that we just don't go to in the run. Or dialogue we don't understand because it is in French.
But yeah, so you'll see Laguna holding the gunblade in the style that Safer does when he fights us. It's very telling that this is what's inspired Safer into being a white knight, a sorceress's knight.
Yeah, I do also like his gunblade is very much more the style of the ones from Final Fantasy XIV, at least the Empire has, where it's thinner blade, looks almost more like just kind of like a musket combined with a rapier almost. And this is very similar to the air soldier fight with how you got to play it out, kind of rock paper scissors-esque.
Come on, one more. One more. Alright.
There you go. Yeah. So this whole thing is very much kind of a Three Stooges mix-up where he's supposed to be fighting a pretend dragon, but it turns out it's a real dragon. Very sitcom Three Stooges-esque. But, yeah.
His friends come to help him.
His friends who I thought were supposed to be the fake dragon.
Yeah. So they went away to try and get into the fake dragon suit. But before they got into the fake dragon suit, the real dragon showed up.
Yeah. Alright, enough ragtime. Now I'm at the machine gun.
Best music.
Yeah, I mean, that music is fitting for the situation that they're in.
That dragon's no match for us.
Yeah, we got our Valdo cosplayer here, just tearing things up. Back to the ragtime. Pop on down the saloon, get yourself a sarsaparilla.
And we are back. That was the second Lost Laguna dream that you have to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, Laguna will continue to play a role here, though.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You'll see.
Like, as we already seen, he's somehow related to Alone in some way.
And the Mumbas.
Internet's being choppy again. And Squall has somehow mentioned that Alone is his sister, he believes. So everyone's kind of linked in some way.
Somewhat.
Yeah.
Some of them have sisterly love. Some have real love.
It's just sisterly love. Unless... I know you're into Renoa, but unless...
So basically what we've figured out in that dream was Alone had managed to reach out to Squall, and Squall is trying to bring Renoa to Alone, hoping that Alone can wake Renoa up from the coma that she's in. So we've come to Idea being like, look, the last time we saw Alone, she was on that White Seed ship. Can you help us find her? Where is your White Seed ship? And she's like, well, they're hidden somewhere, but if you manage to find it, give them this letter, and we'll be able to no, they'll be able to give you Alone, because this is a letter that I have approved of, right? Because the White Seeds are Idea's seeds. So
yeah.
Now we're gonna go find the White Seed chip, which, if y'all played this casually, you'll remember is a bitch to find. So if you are stuck here, if you were stuck here ever and you want to know where it is, it's right here, hidden in this stupid hole. You turn.
I don't recall if the game gives you indication of where they are.
She tells you that they're hidden in a cove somewhere. Like, that's what Idea tells you. That's the only clue she gives you.
Yeah, so then you just gotta
figure it out.
Fly, surf, swim around, whatever you want to call what that garden vehicle is doing.
I definitely had to refer to game facts when I did this when I was younger.
I don't know how I did it. I just says that I know I got to the spaceship, so I got through it somehow.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised if I checked every single cove before hitting that right one.
So Zone and Watts are here. They're pretty mad at you. If you remember them, they were the two blokes that were with Renoa and Timber, who did our train mission with us. They allowed Renoa to come on a trip with us because we promised to take care of Renoa, and now Renoa is in a coma. So, reasonably, they're pretty mad at us. We had one job, and we couldn't even.
I don't know how mad you can be at someone if someone else falls into a coma. Like...
So they're mad at us, and we've come to the ship asking for a loan, and she's not here. So this is the seed captain, the White Seed captain, and we find out that this is what happened. So at some point, Alone was on this ship. And then suddenly she isn't anymore. the Estar soldiers have arrived. And these are the same people that we were fighting as Laguna and Kyros in Laguna Dream 2 in Lunatic Pandora. They've come to request a loan. And the loan, for some reason, decides to follow them willingly and falls off the edge of the boat. Oh, bye, see you. So we don't have a loan. We can't save Renoa. It's gonna stay in a coma for a little bit longer.
Stays in a coma. Game over.
Game over.
Squall is dead. Renault's in a coma. It's all just real sad. Just real sad.
So Squall wants to go to Estar now because he figured out that the Estar soldiers took Elrond. But everybody here says that we can't go to Estar. It's a hidden city. We don't know where it is. They're very xenophobic. Blah da 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 da. And so no one wants to help Squall. He's pretty mad, so we run away. As you do.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's hanging off something. I'm sure.
When you're 17, your girlfriend's in a coma, everyone tells you your plan is stupid.
You of course want to run away.
You just run away.
So we're gonna go back to Renoa. And if Nita doesn't want to take us to Estar, we're just gonna walk to Estar. Because that's what good boyfriends do.
They grab their unconscious girlfriend.
Yep. Drape her all over your back.
Upon your back and carry her off
All
into the
way
distance.
To Estar.
Away from medical attention.
Somehow, after crashing into Galbadia and then finding the white seed ship and stuff, somehow we've ended up on the Fisherman's Horizon bridge.
A little bit of time travel. You know, whatever.
Yeah, no. Casual. So we're gonna walk. We're gonna walk all the way to Estar.
Like,
Walking across the literal Atlantic Ocean.
Didn't Sid put Squall in charge of everything at this point?
Yep. Squall is the commander
So-
of Alam Garden.
Yeah, so if he's like, we're going to Estar, I feel like everyone should have been like, okay, I guess we gotta go to Estar.
Mutiny!
You know, so... I guess we wouldn't get this scene if we just, you know...
The sun hanging low with a star in the background. Romantic music playing while your girlfriend's in a coma. Alright, so we end up walking far enough to get here. Some sort of mining station. Everyone's decided, okay, fine, if you're gonna insist on being a loser and walk all the way to Estar, I guess we can come with you.
Dang, harsh.
Because we're family.
All right,
Lots of
loser, your
sisterly
quads are
love
probably
going
burning.
around.
I dig Adia being released from the power of the sorceress, but not changing her clothes.
Yeah, it's just like, you know what? I kind of like these things that I'm wearing. I'm just gonna keep doing this. It looks cool.
A little extravagant, but that dude's wine. Half of that dude's outfit is shorts, so no one can tell me what to do. And Quistis has a sleeveless dress with added sleeves.
With added sleeves.
Yeah.
Renault has a cape, forearm sleeves,
Yeah.
black
her
shorts, a jean
shawl
skirt
thing is a
over the
full-
black shorts.
Yeah, I would say maybe selfies is probably the most normal. She's got like the UGG boots with the sundress, so like jorts. They're like, yeah, I mean they're like mega jorts. Like, Zell outdoes John Cena in the jorts department.
Alright, so I've never actually figured out this particular place. In all my years playing this game, I've never figured out what... Like, it's the Salt Lake, right? It's
Salt Flats, yeah.
Salt Flats, right? There are giant dinosaur bones just scattered around this area. There's obviously Abaddon, which is the undead, but like the significance of this place, I don't know if there's a side quest related to it or anything. Like, it's just here with giant dinosaur bones, and I don't know if they actually ever explain what this place is doing here. Not that I ever bothered to look it up either. Like, I didn't look it up.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna do it real quick and see what I find.
All right.
Great Salt Lake.
You might learn something new today about the Salt Flats.
So, lake on the Estar continent, what used to be a beautiful lake, is now a barren field. It's speculated that Estar's experiments led to the lake's destruction. That checks out.
That checks out. It killed a big giant dinosaur.
Yeah, so it used to be a Great Salt Lake. There's a render of it being a lake, so it must have been at some point. I don't know if maybe it shows in the game some point. Yeah, so their experiments robbed it of all life, leaving behind undead and big bones. And then here's the second undead of the run, which we will solve just like we solved the
But the
last
first time they tell you how to deal with an undead, even though this is the second
one.
undead.
Yeah. We are into Disc 3, and it is now telling us how to do it.
That was a croissant! Mates, that was a croissant! A croissant! So that's a holy war, which makes the final fight a little bit nicer for all of us. If we get a nice party at the end.
Okay, so Laguna actually, during his time as a photographer, gets a photo of the lake when it is still a lake.
Oh,
and not
right,
Salt
okay.
Flats. It's in one of the Timber Maniacs, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, Laguna spends some time as a, like,
Yeah.
I guess travel photographer, journalist type person.
Nature photographer, it looks like.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, we have a croissant.
So we've seen through their stealth technology and accessed their facility through the door that they just left there.
It's a
And
secret
then
door.
everything's just open. Like, they're so secretive, yet it's like, look, if you can just get past the undead in the Salt Flats, you just come on in.
So this is
Nothing
another
stops you.
timer countdown thing. Like, you have this elevator platform goes for 1 minute and 25 seconds. You cannot do much of anything except wait for it.
Yeah, just wait and
Just wait and
put Renault on the floor. Yeah.
And unfortunately for us, there's not much in terms of menuing to be done here either. So it literally.
But there
is
will
just-
be.
There will be very soon. The SR
big
menu
one
is coming
coming.
up, which is not fun to do. I haven't looked at it since last time I did the SR menu.
Oh boy.
So like 4 days ago. Was it 4 days ago?
I don't know.
I don't
What is
know.
time?
What is time? What is time?
Someone just compress all time, so I don't have to worry about it so much. Yep, now we get to see Estar.
Estar is being revealed to
All
us.
its glory. Very Xanarkin to me. I know it's the
Yeah.
structurally
I can
it's
see
not, but it's like the implication to me is very
Yeah. I mean
Xanarkin-esque.
that big building in the background could be where you play blitzball.
yeah. A big blue orb, just play Blitzball on it.
Yeah.
Welcome in, Raiders. You are coming into the last third or so of the Final Fantasy VIII speedrun.
That's right. We're coming up to 6 hours, so 2 more to go, ish.
Yeah. Closing in here. And this is the last lagoon?
This is the last Laguna Dream, yes. And this is when you figure out kind of why the Moombas are, you know, why they say Laguna when they see Squall. Because in the past, Laguna was really good friends with the Moombas. So there is lore attached to the Moombas where they remember DNA of a person, and it's carried down from this is live, and it's carried down from like generation to generation of Moombas. So when the Moomba goes up to Squall earlier on disc 2 in the prison and it says Laguna, it's because the Moomba recognizes Squall's DNA. Laguna's DNA in Squall. And that's kind of like a mini
all things
hint.
have dark vision or heat vision. They have DNA vision.
DNA vision.
They see your genome and they know you.
Kind of little hint that Squall's somehow related to Laguna.
And that Moomba's gone forever.
It's gone. We killed another Moomba. Can you believe it? Jeez, that's number 2 now. Psych. Yeah, so Laguna is on the search for Elon here. So he's come to Estar. Because he earlier went to the orphanage to look for Elon, but someone took Elon from the orphanage. So he's come here to look for Elon. Much like how Squall's come to Estar to look for Elon. All the timelines are converging. They're all converging, right? They're all starting to make sense. It's all connected.
Yeah, everything's starting to kind of fall into place and make a bit more sense.
So this is, I think, when they figure out that Laguna is like a intruder, so they're trying to beat him up and stuff. But then his friends are here, and all is well. Ifrit auto attack item. Variaciones. Ifrit. Auto attack. We did not need that. It's fine. Second option. Perfect. Bon viva. Let's go. Gesper. One of my favorites. Bonk. Ow. Ow. Bye, Ward. See you later.
I was so confused at what Kyros was. Alright, we want to see Ifrit level up at least twice here. No level ups. FFA is just amazing. I do agree. With that sentiment. Alright, so Laguna figures out that Odin doesn't have Elone at this point. Elone is being held somewhere else within Estar, so he's trying to get there. These prisoners that he's freed are like, oh my god, you are my lord and savior. Do you want to be president of Estar and overthrow Adele? Because at this point, Adele is the ruler of Estar. And he says yes. Because he's Laguna, he doesn't really think about what he says.
It's a bit reckless that way. So he says yes to overthrowing Adele and starting the whole kind of like the Adele war process, I guess. I don't know. But all he really wants to do is just find Elone and live his life with this kid. Unfortunately for him, though, he made a promise to the people of Estar and they will not let it go. This is Dr. Odin. So if you remember earlier, Renoa tried to put the bracelet, the Odin bracelet, around Adea's arm, I guess, like, you know, to suppress her sorceress powers. The Odin material is named after Dr. Odin here, who is obsessed with sorceresses and all that stuff. It's his technology that they're using to try and suppress the sorceress's powers. Bald in the head. Wibble wobble. We got the wibble wobble. Okay, Ifrit, 1 level. So they're trying to chase after Dr. Odin, you know. Find out where Elone is. He's gonna take them to the presidential palace in Estar. Man with the machine gun. What a vibe. Oh, wonderful support for Retro Gaming Live. Thank you for the gift subs. Congrats on all your subs. I hope everybody is enjoying the run. We've got about 2 hours left, depending on potential RNG trolling.
Yeah, as we kept alluding to, things pick up from here.
We do.
A couple slow moments, but it generally picks up from here.
Picks up after the Estar menu until we get to space, and then it kind of dies again. After space, though.
Yeah,
after
we gotta
space.
have our moment. gotta let the lovebirds have their moment.
Just want to make sure. Ifrit is way over leveled. We're completely fine. Rip Ward indeed. So we kill Ward in every Laguna Dream because his attack animation is slow. Like really slow, because he pulls back his arm and then he throws the massive
Hucks an anchor.
Massive
or
anchor.
harpoon or whatever that is.
And because Ward is barely ever junctioned in these dreams, he doesn't do any damage, or not enough to kill. So in order to skip his turn, we just kill him, because we don't need him. Easy. Kill all the things you don't need. And that is the final Laguna dream that we will encounter in this game. Except it is not the last time we will see Laguna and his friend. Spoilers.
Yeah, we ain't done with him yet.
So, our beloved team of teenagers and one adult have made their way to Estar. Really cool looking city, very technologically advanced, kinda sus. Don't know what experiments and things they're conducting. I remember playing this, you know, for the first time and being like, oh my gosh, this looks so good. It's so pretty. Unfortunately for all of us, we've made our way to Estar. And Alone, once again, is not here. It's like playing hide and seek, man. Except this
we're getting closer.
This doctor is here, though.
How old does he gotta be now?
Old, I would say. So Dr. Odin, who for some reason is called Dr. Geyser in French, tells us that sure we can definitely cure Renoa, but we do need Alone's help. Alone, unfortunately, is not here, and also not on Earth. So, what do, fam? We go to space.
Gotta go to space.
We go to space. How do we get to space? You'll find out. It's very cool. It's not in a rocket.
I'll hire some Kerbals.
That's funny. Because he's wearing a cone, I get it.
Power of full-on friendship.
Final Fantasy in space. Through the power of friendship, sisterly love, and courage, we will find Alone and cure Renoa once and for all. Yeah, and casual flex at the city of Estar before we leave.
Fancy.
Fancy. A little bit fancy. Gonna rent another car.
Can rent cars even here.
I'd like to understand the French translation for the names, including GFs. Yeah, I would like to understand it too. I don't know.
I mean, with a lot of translations, when it's like I guess I want to say internationally recognized, like, name, it tends to stay the same. But then some of it gets changed.
Why is Dr. Odin Geyser?
I don't know. It's one of those things where I assume maybe the translation team got the information, maybe didn't fully grasp it. Maybe Odin was supposed to be a name, and so they tried to translate it best they could. Like, what's an Odin?
The chemical.
But again, this one also would have been in Japanese,
yeah.
So they would have got the word in Japanese, whatever that was. and then try to translate it. So I mean, geyser, maybe it was something water based.
Mm-hmm.
And so
Well,
they were just change that word to geyser.
Spider web, which is an item that the caterpillar drops that Quistis can learn ultra waves from. Spider web in French is U-boat, like the submarine.
U-boat. But if you're coming in this late and wondering why running in French, like with most RPGs and other random games, it is just the faster language.
The text box closes faster because it loads less things on screen.
The translation's also kind of janky, and a lot of words are weird and truncated and chopped up,
So the hot dog thing is different in every language that you play it in. So there's panini, there's pretzel, there's I think, yeah, so Japanese, if you play Japanese, it's sweetbread. So the hot dog thing is localized to, I guess, the local culinary specialty.
yeah. So again, while we're kind of still in a little bit of a downtime, this is the no manips category. I know we've had some people shuffling it out. This category, in comparison to the 90%, the 90% is a category where you spend a lot more time trying to manipulate the RNG to know things ahead of time, such as the various codes and getting more or less item drops, we'll truncate it to say, through all this manipulation. The no manips category throws that all out the window, just shooting your shot, trying to get through the run.
We're coming up to the Esther menu soon. Stress point for me personally, because I'm a scrub and I didn't really practice it. So, they're not in rockets, by the way. This is a railgun. They're being shot out of Earth in a railgun. They're in a bullet pod. This is how advanced Estar is. They've all been put in bullet pods and shot into space.
Just literally
with
shooting.
A giant railgun.
I mean, Triple Triad was so awesome, they put it into Final Fantasy XIV.
Mm-hmm.
You can do a lot.
Right.
There's a lot of Triple Triad to play in Final Fantasy XIV. If you play enough of it, you get a special mount that just looks like jam on toast.
This is Lunatic Pandora. This is what Esther has been building or mining for forever, since the Laguna days. Alright, so we are really up to the Esther menu now.
Mm-hmm. Let you focus.
Alright, I got this, I got it.
Yeah, so this big thing is floating across the city, and we gotta hop a ride.
We gotta hop a ride. Us
And
correct.
before that, gotta do a big old menu. So, and then while the menu is, or then while we'll see another on-screen timer. If you've been here the whole time, this is on-screen timer, like number 6 or 7. Game loves. And the timer, I believe, keeps going while you're in the menu, so doing it in a timely fashion is very important.
You basically have free time of about 5 minutes before the next part of the story progresses. So we fit in this giant menu to be completed in the 5 minutes. so that we don't waste any time while, you know, the game is running doing the menu. Now, the only issue here is the menu is huge.
Yeah.
And you know, I've been running this game for a while in French, so it's not so much of an issue for me. It's just that I don't practice it enough. But when you're starting out and you don't read French or understand French and having to do this giant menu in 5 minutes and try not to waste time is really stressful. And the important thing about this menu, the Esther menu here, is that you're setting up your entire party for the rest of the game. So for the next hour and a half, the end of this game depends on how well you do this menu, because if you don't do it well enough, you're gonna have to go back in and correct it, or you don't realize that you've done it wrong until the final parts of the game, because this menu is what will set you up all your loadouts all the way to the end of the game. So it's kind of big, and you have to do it in 5 minutes.
And if you're thinking about running this and you know, you think playing it in French is daunting, go ahead and play it in English. Nothing wrong with that. It is, I want to say, like roughly 6 minutes. I mean,
Yeah.
It'll be a bit slower than the French run, but you can work up to it if you really want to.
Yeah, I mean, if you're already
try.
spending 8 hours running this game, 5 minutes because you want to play in a language you understand isn't that bad.
Yeah.
I started on English, memorized positions and names and stuff, and then moved on to French. It's not bad because most of it is muscle memory, but you have to put in the effort. But there's absolutely no, you know, no one's gonna laugh at you for doing it in English, that's for sure.
Nah. Just want more
Alright.
people doing no manips, so get to it.
Yeah. Here we go.
Alright, while you do that, I'm gonna use the restroom before we start into the final stretch here.
French saves about 5 minutes compared to English. did it.
I'll assume you did. I don't have
it.
enough knowledge of the run.
No, it did it. I even remembered the switch.
I was gonna say it's the one part where my inexperience of the finer details of this run would.
So now you'll just have to take my word for it.
Yeah, I'll just believe you. Everything is as it should be. Quista's just taking a nap.
Quistis is always taking a nap. She's just like Horde.
She did her job.
Alright, so we've managed to hop a ride onto the Lunatic Pandora. Okay, battle speed, we go down. That menu was faster than the no GA one by 20 seconds. And as much of an effort that we took to get into Lunatic Pandora, we just get kicked out anyway. What a waste of time!
Just yeeted out of there.
Absolutely yeeted out of there.
Like, with how far away it is, it needed to have thrown you far. So those statues down there are important if you want to get Doom Train.
This next segment after this is called Space, and it is 20 minutes of a snooze fest.
Floating around.
Floating around,
I thought space would be boring.
trying to get into Renoa's mind, trying to save Renoa, you know, all the good stuff.
Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum.
So, the railgun bullets that got shot out of Earth, this is how they slow it down. With space nets.
Yeah. Just like a
Science.
just a bunch of jello sheets.
Yeah. Look at that. This science, you know? Jello sheets, catching the bullets,
I
putting the
also
bullets.
don't think that's the first time I've seen such tech either. I thought some other sci-fi thing, like, that's how they stop things.
Oh yeah, no, this is actually based on some movie. So you would have seen this if you watched the movie. Someone said that this was very heavily inspired by some other movie that I forget now.
Yeah, I can't remember either.
Yeah. But this was definitely inspired by a movie. This whole sequence. So Squall, Renoa, and Selphie are now in space where Elone is, and we are trying to see if Alone can wake Renoa up. Very nifty travel system here. So we're gonna put Renoa to rest for a bit. You know, space travel is a little taxing.
She's gonna rest in her little space tube.
Yep, indeed.
Her little space coffin.
They don't have drones or anything, so just a couple of dorks to have to go out and hand deliver the pods.
Yeah, they don't have any GFs to do it for them.
So we're
Just
gonna
Odin
go
out there wrangling pods.
We're now gonna go talk to Alone. We finally find her again after so long, chasing her around the Earth and now into space, and we find out that she's here. And so we're gonna ask her to help, and Alone is like, yeah, you know, take me to her. I can try and help. Let's do that. So she joins our party momentarily.
I remember correctly, she's here because this location like neutralizes some threat to her, right?
Hard to say. I think they just want her here because it's far away from Earth where the bad sorceresses are.
Yeah, because I think my memory is that the whole way Ultimecia does her whole thing is she's gotta take over someone, like a specific someone in like all of time.
A sorceress,
yeah. So you know she's got. We'll kind of see him through the boss fight, like the other sorceress she's taking control of, but she has to control these people to help with the whole time compression thing. So I believe being up here was supposedly protecting Alone from being possessed. Was the whole thing.
Except, unbeknownst to them, Ultimecia.
Yeah. But it doesn't work.
They might have brought Ultimecia to space in the form of Renoa. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. So I move back and forth in that screen just to hurry Renoa up a little bit. Now she's here, and then I go here, and she'll be in this room already. And so we're all like, oh no! What are we doing? She's supposed to be in a coma. Why is she awake? Well, that was a psych, wasn't it?
Why is she zombie walking all over the place?
Alti just wanted to get Renoa into space. Why? Because what they didn't tell you earlier is that there is something else that they put in space that would be very beneficial to Ultimecia. Bad move on their part. So the big lunatic Pandora thing that Estar was building has something to do with this big ugly moon. This moon is full of monsters, right? Lunatic Pandora wants to trigger an event called the Lunar Cry. The Lunar Cry is an event that will attract all these monsters onto Earth. For fun.
Yeah, you know.
Just
like
for
you
fun. Because as if, you know, having a power-hungry sorceress coming after you wasn't bad enough, now you have to deal with a moon full of monsters dripping onto Earth, and this is what I like to call the Zit Pimple.
Yeah.
The Zit Pimple sequence. So, this giant moon full of...
Big moon Zit.
Yeah.
Get Dr. Pimple Popper in here.
Yeah. That was a really cool transition. So all these monsters on the moon are about to literally pour onto Earth because of this lunar cry event. And while all this is happening, Sorceress Artemisia is like, time to find a new body.
I just don't recall the importance of this event, like why they're doing it.
Hard to say.
So I said it just brings monsters to the planet.
To reign terror among the people of Earth. I honestly have no idea about Lunar Cry. I don't know. I don't know anything about Lunar Cry. I think it's an Esther thing, but it could be an Artemisia thing. Hard to say. Right, so Squall realizes that Renoa's put on a spacesuit to go out into space, and you're like, why? So obviously Squall's gonna go put on a suit to go follow Renoa out into space as well. To get her, you know, because he's a good boyfriend, as we've established. Unfortunately for Squall, what he doesn't know is Renoa's already so far ahead up in the cavern there that when the door opens and shuts, if you flew up there to get Renoa, by the time you got to the doors, they would shut on you, wasting your entire time. So what you do in this speedrun is you wait down here until one of the astronauts say who's responsible, que es responsable, and it says Sorcerer de Artemisia, and then you come back where you came from. Que es responsable, and then Sorceress de Artemisia.
I had to look it up so I knew. So Lunatic Pandora was built to cause the Lunar Cry by one of the sorceress, and to use the monsters in their war, and then trigger it again. You know, sorcerers doing evil stuff. Blah 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 blah.
So it's just the sorcerers being sorceresses.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, yeah. So it's being used again to trigger the event. So.
Just history repeating itself, no big deal.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's all about to become one, so.
And so now we eventually see Artemisia's real reason why she wanted Renoa to come into space. Because in space, they have managed to keep Adele, another powerful sorceress, in stasis. So Adele used to rule over Estar whenever Laguna decided to be like Laguna overthrew Adele as president. And then locked her up and kept her in stasis in space where her powers are contained and stuff. Alti, however, figured out that if she wanted a body in this time, she would need a far stronger body than Renoa's, and has picked Adele. So she's using Renoa to unlock Adele and free Adele from that space coffin so that Alti can possess Adele. And now that Alti has possessed Adele, she's thrown Renoa into space. Because you don't need him anymore. Just die, Renoa.
Just year into oblivion.
Just float away. And this is when Squall absolutely freaks out because obviously he wants to go save her from being, you know, floated around in space. So we're gonna go into a safety pod while the Lunar Cry is happening and pouring monsters onto Earth, disgustingly so.
This looks like a blood tide.
Squall wants to ask Elone to send him into Renoa's consciousness so that he can find her. To figure out where she is in space so that he can go and get her, which is not a bad plan, honestly. Like, you know, send him into Renoa's mind so that they can figure out where she is. And so this is where a lot of the things that happened before this point in time in the game starts. Like, you figure out what's really happening because you're kind of going into Renoa's consciousness. Time for a story.
Yeah. But honestly, it doesn't sound like a great plan overall to like go into her consciousness to try to figure out where in space she is.
Yeah.
Because I assume if she looks around, she's like, well, there's a bunch of
I'm in
black,
space.
and I see a planet, and I'm floating, and it's like, it's not going to tell him anything.
So this
like, it's
is
something to do, right? But ultimately, like, I don't know what's going to
So you can see the prison, the Galbadia prison there in the background in the distance. So you remember when Renoa got taken by the guards from the prison to go away? This is what happened after that. So she tells Irvine that why are they leaving, and Irvine says that there was a order from the general to take her out of the prison, that she wasn't part of the assassination plot. But Renoa's like, no, go back in and save them, you loser. So that's why they end up coming back to the prison. So that question is answered. This part is where Renoa asks Zell for Squall's ring because she is kind of obsessed with him and wants to make a copy of his ring for herself. Because that's not creepy at all. So she's asking Zell to go make to get Squall's ring from him, and Zell's like, alright, fine. No, Squall is complaining that Elone sent him back way too far in the past. He doesn't want to go that far in the past because he wants to figure out where she is now. And so she tries again. It ends up being here. When earlier we saw Renoa go over to save her, but now we can see that Ultimecia at this point had already possessed Safer. That's that flashy thing that came up for a couple of frames earlier. So Renoa saving Safer wasn't her at all. It was Ultimecia. Oh no.
So you know the story. You got it.
Got it. And there she is. Creepy. Look at her.
Yep.
Staring at you. Try again, Elone. You sent me back too far. I need to know where she is now. And this time, Elone does send Squall into Renoa's mind pretty recently, because now she's in space. Her life support system will turn off in 15 seconds. That's what that said up there. She's running out of air. She's gonna die. Poor Renoa, you know, whatever.
Yeah, Sorcerer's got what she wanted. She don't care. Throw her into the cold darkness of space.
She'll be fine.
Like I said, honestly, could you think she could tell where she is from any other point in space.
Well, see, that star over there was super bright, so all you have to do is look for a star that's that bright. And you'll find her. Yeah, so it's I think the next 10 minutes is just Renoa flying. While she's tumbling. That's right. That's right.
Doing some flips.
Doing some really slow motion flips.
Sick flips.
There's some like internal monologuing happening here, but we're going too fast for it. But it's something like, I don't want to lose you. Little sappy stuff like that. I'll find you. Blah blah blah. Fun stuff. Mind you, her life support system has already turned off at this point. Or it should have. It should have turned off at this point. Just floating casually.
A little jarring getting that out of nowhere.
So they're just showing you that she's running out of air. She's gonna die. Skull's gonna be too late. Bit sad, you know.
She's gonna take a nap. I'll let the characters take naps during combat. She'll be fine. Just do like Ward, take a nap. Be alright.
This really is such an unnecessary segment to the game. Like, what? Why do I need to see Renoa falling in space 5 different directions? Honestly.
Well, things really ramped up for a minute there, so now we're trying to kind of bring it back down a bit before we ramp into the finale.
It's like, oh, how much? We have 4 discs to fill up. Let's try and make the most out of it.
We got all sorts of time. Let's go.
Alright, so this is the turning moment for Renoa. She sees her rings, you know, Squall's in her rings, and she's like, oh, I have a reason to live now. I have no heir. But these rings, I need to return them to him, so I have to stay alive. And then, little smarty pants here, right, randomly realizes that there is a button on her suit that it says emergency air.
I mean, she wasn't really in control when she put it on.
Like,
and she's never been there.
I can
so.
breathe again. I just floated in space all that time when I could have just pressed a single button. Anyway, Squall now magically knows where she is, so he's gonna go get her. can see where they filmed Gravity in the background, right? Alright, so Squall's gonna go get him. And unfortunately for us, it is another timer minigame. Because they love it so much. We just have to find her. Where is she? There she is. Alright. So for 1 minute and 20 seconds, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna center her onto the screen.
And again, on-screen timer.
Yep.
Game loves them.
And then once she's centered on the screen, you just wait. Now, there's a really funny gimmick to this. The game doesn't tell you there is a boost button, right? So if you're playing this for the first time, you're trying to find Rinoa and you can't move your cursor fast enough to capture her in the middle of the screen, you will game over. If the timer runs out and Rinoa is not in the right spot on your screen, it'd be like, well, you lost her, game over, you died, good luck. But then after you do that a few times, you're like, oh, sorry, we forgot to tell you there is a boost button that will make your movements faster. So this is with the boost, so you're moving left and right really fast. And this is without the boost. It's so slow. So the game just trolls you if this is your first time playing and you didn't know that there was a boost button. And you're just like, are you kidding me? So Rinoa's gonna land butt first into your face. Really cozy like this.
Yeah, he's probably alright with it.
Probably. Yeah, my first playthrough. Yeah, I'm pretty sure for like 80% of people who play this for the first time, and if you weren't lucky enough to have Rinoa already in the middle of your screen, you would have definitely game overed, because without the boost, the directions are so slow. Like holding down the D-pad here is so slow.
Yeah,
There was no way you could catch her.
The game, they're not exactly quick time events, but they basically are quick time events.
Yeah.
Several of those that aren't super clear on what to do. You know, the prison escape, you're just supposed to shimmy across.
Yeah, they don't tell you that either. You just gotta figure it out.
You know, you just easily the messing with the computer. You know, if you don't shift it enough and then do the upload as well.
Yep.
It's game over.
When you get into here, the Ragnarok, when you're facing the propagators as well, they don't tell you have to fight them in pairs until very much later. Like you have to find a computer terminal, and then they'll be like, oh, by the way, you need to kill these aliens in pairs. They don't tell you that initially though. Anyway, space is now officially over. We're done, and it is all uphill from here. We have a 5-minute music break for Eyes on Me, which I will go and grab something to eat in about 6-7 minutes. Y'all can enjoy the vocal stylings of Fei Wong and Nobuo Uematsu performing Eyes on Me. And then when we get back from that, it's the final boss gauntlet, all the way to the end. Connects his oxygen supply to her hammer at the romance.
Very Futurama.
I like that. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna replace Squall and Idea. We're gonna save because the propagators have messed me up several times before.
Yeah. It's just all gonna go smooth though.
This is gonna go smooth, okay? We're not jinxing ourselves.
Nah. Everything's been smooth up to here.
You don't touch wood. Find some wood and touch it right now.
Don't tell me what to do.
Renoa wants a hug for saving her, and he's like, nope, nuh-uh.
So
You can
simple,
hug
man.
yourself.
Come on.
Hug yourself.
How much longer is in the run? Like an hour?
An hour, maybe an hour and
Okay.
5 minutes, potentially.
Gotcha.
Depending on how fast the Alti fight goes, if we have to wait for Irvine or not. But give or take an hour from here.
Okay. Go hug a wall. That's what he should have told her.
Yeah, go hug a wall.
He's really big on walls.
Yeah, so they don't tell you in this segment here that you have to fight these propagators. That's what they're called, propagators. In pairs. If you're playing this for the first time. If you don't, they respawn, which is, you know, no bueno. Their ATBs are very fast. He got three turns before I even got one. So that's how fast they are. And it's very scary. I have game overed here before, 7 hours into the game. And this is where you find out if you did your menuing correctly or not. Whereas, you know, here and at Tripoint. So what we want to watch out here is for the red ones who drop something called the Aura Stone, which we absolutely need. The final fight is a little bit harder without an Aura Stone. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Battle Gauntlet thing. I think she's as like a arm crossbow. Is what she has. Pinwheel, though, is what they call it officially.
Yeah, because it's part crossbow, part boomerang?
Yeah.
Kinda.
Yeah, so I think officially it's called like the pinwheel. But arm crossbow sounds a little bit more accurate.
And also just load a dog into it, you know?
Yeah. Dog not provided.
It never really seemed like it would do a lot of damage compared to other people's weapons.
Yeah.
Like Quistis has a whip, Irvine has a gun, Selfie has those massive nunchuck things,
Yeah,
and
right?
Renoa's just got this like little like wrist.
It's like a slingshot almost.
And even like the animation, it just kind of like flies out and goes boop, and then slowly flies back to.
Okay, here's where we want to look out for Aura Stone. Yes, that is all we need.
Rock of the aura.
Rock de Aura.
Yeah. Need to provide your own dog. Dog or other small animal. Wrist crossbow does not condone the abuse of pets.
No dogs were hurt in the making of this wrist crossbow.
But what you do is your business.
Very good. So we've learned the very last ability that we need to learn. Oh, not quite. We got Speed J to learn still, but we got one Aura Stone.
Everything do be going smooth.
Propagators not being annoying, which is nice. And then we've got our last propagator.
Yeah, I can see how it's supposed to kind of be like a chakram.
Yeah. The only thing she needed to do would be like, you know, to actually throw it. But I can see the resemblance.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say she would need to make the sound when she shoots it.
She should. She absolutely should too.
She needed to, you know,
Alright, and this is the final propagator. Do not troll me. Alright, so we're gonna go up into the cockpit, because Ragnarok is officially the Final Fantasy VIII airship that we get legitimately 1 hour before we, you know, the run starts finishing up.
Yeah, you get it real late.
So we get here, surprisingly, even after years and years and years of being abandoned in space and inhabited by alien dinosaurs, it still works. It's got fuel,
Yeah.
the command system works, the navigation system works for some reason. It's all good. Squall decides to contact Earth. They're on their way down. Everything is good. She gets her hug. All is well in Renoa's world.
Mm-hmm.
I would say the Ragnarok has the best airship music, for sure.
It's not even really like an airship. It's a friggin' spaceship.
Yeah. It's true.
Like, I can't think of any other Final Fantasy like airship that can do what this in theory can do.
True. Alright, my friends, the song has begun. I'm going to go get a snack. It is a 5-minute song, so if you want to go and grab a water or a coffee,
Yeah.
I will be back in 5 minutes.
Stretch, hydrate. We're gonna
Sing
be
the song to
here for
the
next
loudest
hour.
of your ability, if you like. If you know the words, I will be back.
I will not be singing.
Never sang my songs on the stage on my own. Never said my words, wishing they would be heard. I saw you smiling at me. Was it real or just my fantasy? You'd always be there in the
I think the song is in English, regardless of the version of the game.
little bar. My last night here.
Besides Japanese. I think Japanese is in Japanese, but every other one I believe is just in English.
Songs, just once more. My last night here with you. Maybe yes, maybe no. I kind of liked it your way. How you shyly placed your eyes on me. Did you ever know that I had mine on you? Darling, so there you are, with that look on your face, as if you never
We're back. Oh, look at Mal singing as loud as he can. Shall we try it? Shall I be the one for you?
There will be no eyes on me slander in chat. Not having that.
But sure, I will know I've never heard of Angela Aki's rendition, actually. I've heard Susan Calloway's, I've heard Faye Wong's. Might have to look that up. I mean, I'm sure there is a way for you to just put the song in. That's how we changed most. So if you, I don't think we've mentioned this, but the actual PC version of this game, if you bought it off Steam, the sound is actually atrocious. They use MIDI versions of the sounds. It hurts your ears. Ears bleed. It's terrible. So the speedrunning community has made a decision, or they made a decision to allow only one mod and one mod alone to replace the PC sounds with the PS1 sounds. So what you're hearing now is the closest version to the PS1. I mean, the original PS1 sounds are, a lot better. But the PC versions of the sounds here, I don't know what Square was thinking. But they're terrible. So we allow one mod and one mod only, which is replacing the music files. But obviously, if you're not speedrunning this and not submitting it to the boards,
do what you want. I'm not
you
your
can
dad.
just swap it.
Change it to Gangnam Style. We don't care. What I will say on Dual Saga's comment there are songs in Final Fantasy XIV that I have heard numerous times that I still cry to. If you would play 14 and get to those points, you'd understand.
I just don't have time. I don't have time.
You'll get there one day.
I don't have time.
Like, I will say, Endwalker, not my favorite expansion, but has, I would say, my favorite moments of the game.
I keep seeing ads for, like, if you subscribe to FF8 now, you get Stormbreaker. Is it Stormbreaker? You get Stormbreaker free.
If you had purchased the starter edition, which I believe is just a Realm Reborn, and which is like an actual subscription that gives you a Realm Reborn and Heaven's Ward, they are now including Stormblood with that. So you
Yeah.
get
Well,
first
and I
two
keep seeing ads for it, and I was like, oh, maybe I should get back into it, and I don't have time.
One day. Just
I
get
haven't
back
even
into it and
finished.
just play the MSQ.
I haven't even finished Resident Evil 4 yet.
You'll get there. Once tax season is over, you'll get there.
Yeah, once tax season is over. God. All right, so our break is over. We've arrived back onto Earth. After all that, love confessions and a song break and whatever, going all the way to space to save Renoa. They arrive back to Earth only for Squall to agree to send Renoa away, to get her powers bound like Adele did. So essentially, get put in a space coffin. So that was a good decision right there. Go to space, save the girl, give the girl over to the authorities so she can be frozen in time for the rest of her life.
She's gonna put you in a freezer. So
Yeah.
we're gonna take your girlfriend and put her in a nice chest.
Yeah.
That cool with
And-
you, bud? Alright.
Super cool. All that effort. Half an hour of slogging through space only to give her up, right? Terrible.
Yeah. All that floating around for what?
All right. Now, it's like he lets her go pretty easily. No arguments there. Oh, a little bit of argument, I guess. Look at this. He's chasing after her. It worked so well for Adele. Yeah, you'll see how well it worked for her too. Garland and Chaos. I do speedrun Stranger of Paradise as well, which I am thoroughly enjoying, by the way. Such a good speedrun. Good game in general. So,
Chaos. Yep, gotta get paid again.
Squall's... Oh, don't go there, Squall. We don't want to go there. Squall's going back into his spaceship. He's a bit dejected, miserable. His girlfriend just left him.
Gonna get in a ship and fly around for a bit. Just kind of vent it off, you know. Just work through some feelings.
Good thing for him, though, is he's got friends who are a little bit more logical than he is. So I think it's Selfie and Zell and Quistis who walk in and they're like, "Are you an idiot? You went to space and you saved her and now you just gave her up? You're so dumb."
Are you an idiot? Oh yeah.
Yes, I'm an idiot. So he kind of gets yelled at by his friends here for making the wrong decision. You know, they're all like, "Where's Renoa?" It's like, "Oh, I gave her up." And they're like, "What? You're so stupid."
What's the S stand for?
What's the S stand for? Stupid. Anyway, they're talking a whole bunch of stuff. In the end, they decide to go and save Renoa, even though we literally just let her go. So we could have saved like 5 minutes if Squall wasn't such a dumbo. We've got to do something with the Leon and the Leon heart, right? Oh, there it is. Squall S Leon heart.
Yes, that's Leonhardt. It's a dumb boat. Yeah, see, he was the wall all along. That's what he kept telling people. Talk to the wall, and he was trying
secretly asking Quistis to talk to him. Oh gosh.
He was trying to like work out a new nickname, but it just
That's why
people
it was.
weren't catching on. Go talk to a wall. I'm a wall.
All right, so now
That's
we're
why you
gonna
don't
go.
give yourself nicknames.
We're gonna go fly the Ragnarok.
Well, Selfie's gonna fly it.
Yeah. Do you trust her?
It's the worst that can happen. It was floating around in space for a good long time.
Just gonna really quickly drop by the memorial. Save my girlfriend.
It would have been kind of funny if you get into the cockpit there and it's just Nida driving it as well.
Oh hey!
This is a lot easier. This is actually a steering
This is
wheel.
so much more fun.
Yeah, what's the S stand for? S stands for stupid.
So we literally just gave Renoa up, and now we're back here to save her.
The S stands for
Absolute waste
psych.
of time. Absolute waste of time. These lab doctors are like, "You can't go in there. She's submitted herself." And then Zell and Quistis are like, "Do you see our weapons?
Yeah. What are you gonna do, nerd?
We're gonna punch you in the face." And so he
Solve
goes and
everything with
saves
punching.
her. And for something that's supposed to keep dangerous sorceresses, you know, away from the public, it is very, very fragile, because all Squall has to do is take his shitty gunblade out and she's free. Just like how easy Adele got out of her space coffin. It's like they never learned.
Yeah, they never really thought anyone would hit with a gunblade because no one uses a gunblade. Pretty sure in S-Star it's like a big joke of like, what's the worst weapon you could use? It's a gunblade.
Gunblade.
Hey man, what if someone hits this with a gunblade? No one's gonna do that. Who owns a gunblade?
Why would you attach a gun to a blade?
Maybe some angsty 17-year-old who doesn't know how to work through his emotions. Maybe that they would own a gunblade.
Alright, so here
That's it.
they're exerting their dominance again, trying to scare the Estar soldiers. and then we get out of here.
Who is this large man?
Who is this large dude who cannot speak? Deja vu? Alright, so now we're gonna go to Idea again.
I think my local mall still might have the sword shop. Might. I haven't been there in a while. But they might. Yeah, true. Look, if a ragtag band of like 17 to maybe like 20-year-olds get in here.
17-year-old and a failed instructor. Okay, so we're gonna swaggily fly backwards because it's the best way to fly to Idea's house.
He got Ifrit. He didn't fail every one of them.
We're gonna put Renoa in here and Zell in here. No, it is Irvine, and then we are going to swap Squall and Irvine.
And I think they did drive back the assault on Dalit, but ultimately, you know, they failed because they didn't stop the tower from being repaired. But they didn't. I don't think they knew that that was the plan. They just knew that Dalit was being assaulted.
Correct.
So, I mean, not great track record, but they didn't fail all the time. You know, technically passed a few of those. The Timber Liberation, that's totally different. That's a mess. But Dalit and Ifrit, we'll give it to them.
So if you guys were here for the start, the very start of the run with that beautifully rendered 3.5 minute cutscene, you will recognize these field of flowers, and there was like words flashing across the screen like, I promise I'll wait for you, I'll be here. This is what that cutscene is referring to, because in this particular conversation, they know that they have to fight Ultimecia, and they know that it involves traveling through time and potentially getting lost through time or whatever, and Renoa and Squall are out here in this field making a promise to each other that if they ever got lost, this is the place they think of. And if they think about this place, they'll end up here. I don't know, it's all romantic stuff. But I'll wait here, I'll be here. I'll wait for you, I promise. All that good stuff.
That was only 7 hours ago.
And you're supposed to remember this way in disc 3, when you saw this cutscene right at the start of the game.
I mean, if you played this casually, you would have, you know, watched that cutscene and then who knows,
Ages and ages, yeah.
40 hours before you got to this point, maybe.
I would say so.
If you're just kind of taking it slow, doing side missions, pick up the brothers, Doom Trains, Cactar.
Yeah, Bahamut.
Yeah, Bahamut.
Do you think Angela
pick
was
up
on
all
standby
those.
in one of the dog space capsules? Yeah, Angela's a good dog. Angela will stay.
He actually
All
just
right.
shrinks down and fits in her pocket.
Like a Pokemon fitting into
Yeah.
a Pokeball. Idea's here, and she's like, oh, good luck killing the evil bad sorcerers.
Still gonna wear this though, by the way. Even once you've beaten her, I'm gonna. This is a good look for me. No, I didn't stay home for a week, but you know, I was younger and just go to school, come home, have no homework. I'd play a lot of video games.
Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna switch party members for Irvine. Irvine's HP is okay. Gotta refine some bullets here. And we are going to go. I usually fly backwards, but I forgot.
Dia's cough, Mom. Yeah, that's right. Internet being
Alright.
funky again.
We're back in Estar. We're gonna report back to Dr. Geyser, Dr. Odin, whatever you want to call him, about our success in retrieving Elone and curing Renoa and reporting back about what we've learned about Artemisia. And this is when the plan to kind of how to kill Artemisia gets formed, with the use of Elone's powers and compressing time, yada yada yada. You know. It's very complicated if you actually pay attention to what they're telling you. Like,
if you know what a lich is and a phylactery works, it's basically like that. Or if you're, I don't know, younger than me, it's like Harry Potter and Voldemort and all the Horcruxes. So basically, the plan is get all the Horcruxes in a pile and stab them all at once. And that's what they're doing here. They're like, we're gonna get all the sorceresses in a line, and we're gonna just gunblade them all at once. Problem
pew,
solved.
pew. They were
Yeah,
so
Voldemort's just a lich
embarrassed.
from nowhere. Yeah. So more technically, Irvine's just gonna go America on all the sorceresses.
So now we find out officially that Laguna and Kiras and Ward are the presidential party in Estar. Like, Laguna is the president. Kiras and Ward are here as his, right and left hand man, I guess. Revelations. At this point, Squall doesn't yet know that Laguna is his son. I think Laguna knows or suspects that Squall is his son, but can't be sure. But I think Ward kind of figured it out.
Yeah, Ward is wise in his silence.
So this
He learned a
doctor
lot
is
just laying
here
on the floor.
trying to explain to us what's gonna happen. I have to pick the right option here, otherwise we lose like a minute and a half.
Focus.
Focus. I think it's this one after this. Always pick no.
None.
None. That is a collar, yeah. He's just got neutered. Needs the cone in place for a little bit. Rain is Squall's mom. That is the ongoing theory. It is the cone of shame.
It's more like a parasol.
I don't know what convinced the square people to dress him like that. So Dr. Odin in the English version sounds German. Like they make Dr. Odin sound German in the English version. So like, why did they think that the German people wear cones around his head,
I mean, all of Estar has some particular
A
interesting
bit weird, I suppose. The sorceresses are a little bit extra too.
Like, why are Ward and Kiros dressed like that? And then Laguna's just like, it looks like he's a dad going to the beach or something.
We
He's in, like, a
might
button up and khakis.
we might be going a little bit overestimate, I think. I'll let you know when we get to the sorceresses. We'll see. Half an hour might be okay. It's hard to judge time now. What is time? It's all going to compress anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To answer the earlier question, I think Timber technically becomes independent when all of time folds in on itself. There's probably a moment in there where it's independent, and thus they are freed from their contract.
boop, boop, boop.
Like he's in
boop.
flip flops, khakis, and a button up. It's not even done well.
Just compress it all a little bit. And so here, Laguna is like, thank you for inviting me in your awesome spaceship. Love, courage, and friendship. Sisterly love, specifically.
Laguna's up here going fleur.
Bum, 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 bum. Ba, 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 ba.
And his leg cramped. You think with all that science, he could figure that out.
Right? With the technological advancements
These leg cramps, man.
in Astar, you'd think that. Oh, this bit.
Well,
This
blast
cutscene
you
right
in his
here.
face.
Okay, I need you to talk to the right person. So beautiful. Bouclairs.
So who told them that the ship could do this? And that it all functioned.
Yeah, break through that barrier. Good dinosaur robot spaceship.
Like it's
Oh
more like
yeah.
It's like a Kaiba jet.
Look at this. This is like some Power Rangers
Oh.
Transformers
Oh
shit
no,
right
no, no.
here.
This is Outlaw Star. We have spaceships with arms.
Selfie definitely knows what she's doing. Absolute champion. I'm just gonna make sure I have all my people.
Yeah.
I don't want to die here.
Everyone
Get healed.
in order.
All right.
Yeah,
This is the.
spaceship arms.
I like what I like to call the boss. Boss gauntlet.
Nah,
All the way
for
to
like
the end now, baby. Let's go.
For like the zero of you who've seen Outlaw Star, that's what that is.
I don't even know what that is.
It's a short run anime where the spaceships had arms and they did like melee combat in space. It sounds ridiculous, but also really cool. A lot of people just called it knockoff Cowboy Bebop, which like not unreal, but you know. Wait, impossible.
Asshole.
I want to know what their story is, right? You fought them forever ago and you were a lot weaker, and now they're stronger. When do they get stronger? What are they doing? all the time?
Practice. Lots of time in the gym. We've been flying all over space and all over Earth, and they've just been at the gym.
Yeah, it's not a. It's
So
not
Biggs and Wedge.
technically
Biggs and
wrong
Wedge are here.
comparison.
They don't care about you anymore because you've defeated them like 3 times. So obviously they'll be like, all right, just go.
No, we're just
Go.
not bad.
We're not gonna fight you again.
No, we done.
We're done. Yeah.
Kataro, yeah.
So we're now back inside the lunatic Pandora. And we're in here because I forget why, but we're in here to fight Safer.
Yes, because Safer is the one who's been piloting this thing. He was directed
yes.
to pilot it to cause the lunar cry.
There you go. Some dropping some knowledge on you. So Safer is in here. That's where we're going. I'm going to save just in case.
I did not just read that like 30 minutes ago. When we were trying to figure out why the lunar cry was happening.
Yep, that's exactly what I think. I think if you go and talk to them there, they say even something like that, like, I don't care.
They're like, no,
We'll do whatever you
go.
want.
Go on, please leave me alone. Please stop kicking the crap out of me. I don't think I can get demoted any further. Man, that thing's a lot smaller close up.
Mm-hmm. Ow. Whip me in the face? How dare you? Anachronox. In English, it is MT8, but this is Anachronox.
Weird translations.
Yeah. So what we want to look for in this battle is more than one Rayon, potentially. Hopefully more than one Rayon. That would be really lovely if we did have more than one Rayon. 2 Rayons. Perfect.
2. Yeah, it is a delightful 33 degrees right now.
Isn't that
Supposed to-
actually
supposed
cold
to be
for you? Like
Yes.
yeah,
It's
like
supposed to be
colder.
spring.
So it's 12 here, 12 Celsius, which I think is about 40 or 50, I think, give or take. I don't know my conversions, but it's definitely warmer than 30.
Yeah, Michigan weather is it do what it wants.
Yeah. It's supposed to be autumn here, so 12 degrees is expected.
Yeah. We had like 3 days of like 70 and 80, and it was like, oh, this is great. Finally, we're done. Moving on, and then it just dipped right back. We had like a cold snap, and now my phone's like giving me freeze warnings. Like, I know what a freeze warning is, phone.
I've got overheating warnings before, but never freeze warning. New South Wales.
I know, Malky. It's
What, is it like
I
20
forgot the
degrees
movie.
and you're cold? It's 12 here.
what's that movie from? It's not Miss Congeniality. It is. What's this from?
So, Safer, we're on to our last Safer battle. His coat is a little bit worse
It is
for
from
wear.
Miss Congeniality.
That needs to go to the laundromat.
Yeah, he's just been getting the crap kicked out of him all day. So
And he keeps coming back for more.
I wouldn't mind 47 right now. It's, like I said, like 30 something. So. Oh, it is 7 in the morning right now. So
And that is the end of Disc 3, my friends.
I think the end of Cypher, right? End of
And
dealing.
then that's the last time you'll fight him. We got a Holy War. No, that is a hero. But we do have a Holy War. Whether or not we'll get to use it today, we'll see. I will use a hero actually. Because I have a Holy War. Oh,
I wish I could have the window open again.
So-
Why can't it actually be spraying?
Safer has taken Renoa because Squall is useless and has just allowed Safer to take Renoa to present Renoa to Adele, who is a very powerful sorceress and obviously is up to no good.
She sets fire to the rain.
What do you call a computer that sings? Adele. Y'all, I hope you laugh. That was so good. Thank you,
Can't
Infinite.
Can't activate the
You
dad
got
jokes
it.
in here. So.
So good.
Oh, gotta get paid again.
Getting paid.
There's some bean counter. Just keep it on top of that.
The accountants in FF8 world is on point. All right, so you remember how I talked about in the manipped version of the run, you get to manipulate the final party of Ultimecia's battle. I will show you what they do, or what they look out for in order to manipulate the final party in Ultimecia.
So here we get to see a proper use of junctioning, where Adele here has junctioned Renoa.
To herself. And we just shoot Renoa in the face. No recourse.
We very specifically shoot the sorceress and not the junction being. Oh no! You're not strapped. They are.
This is like they're like.
Renoa is
joined,
in
they're, like,
there.
properly joined.
You may have to go back and look, but no, Renoa is like jammed in there.
Alright, time compression begins now. Elone is here. Do your magic. Safer handed Renoa to that thing, because Safer is a piece of shit.
He tricked us.
Hoodwinked. Bamboozled. Alright. So time is about to compress. It's all gonna go wibbly wobbly, and the effect is really cool.
It's all about to go sideways.
Eh.
But we want it to go sideways.
Little bit sideways. So in the manipped version of this run, so Squall's about to fall down. Look at how Squall moves here. So he goes, that's left, right, left, down, down, down. So those little movements is what the manipped runners do. So they keep track of how Squall moves. They count it 12 times. So 12 movement that Squall does. Holds a button so they make Squall roll like this. That kind of, whatever. And then put that stuff into a program. And then that program will spit out how many times you have to draw in a draw point in the castle to get Irvine in your final party. Because you want Irvine to kill Ultimecia, ultimately. Because we're not doing manipulations, we don't do any of that. So, our final party will be a complete close your eyes and pray for the best kind of situation.
Hope for the best and roll with it when it's not.
I mean, it's really smart stuff, all these RNG manipulation, cutscene, counting type thing, but it's just so much effort.
That's a lot of saving.
Okay, let's see. We're going to ammo refine the rayons that we got. And then we are going to save because we're being very safe today.
Yeah.
And elixir. Off we go. So this is the Sorceress Gauntlet. You will be fighting sorceresses through time and space. Hint hint, game says save your game, right? Can it be more obvious that it wants you to save your game?
Journey through time and space. It's the mighty boosh.
Oh, no shit. Should I save? You didn't save the first 10 times we gave you the save point?
Oh, we even made a noise when they popped up. Yeah, so this is the various sorceries.
Yep.
through
That
time.
Ultimecia has possessed / taken control of, all through time and space.
Yeah, and they all dress funky.
Mm-hmm.
All really tall, too.
Oh.
People got short.
we're gonna make Irvine's little legs go really fast.
Run,
Because
Irvine, run.
he is our main damage dealer, so he's the only one who can kill them in one shot.
Just going pew pew.
Pew pew. So we're not even gonna bother with the other two. The other two plays pure support. Oh, you go. First red.
Power of gun.
Second red. On the third red, we use Squall.
Good Irvine's little legs go. Just a lot of memory, Rayo.
Done.
I think as a kid, I couldn't figure out how to use Irvine's limit break,
Yeah.
so I just never used it.
Well,
Only
they
the
don't
first
actually
time I
tell
did
you
it.
that you need
They don't tell
different
you
bullets for different kind of powerful shots, right? They give you normal bullets and shotgun bullets, but they don't
I
tell
think
you.
I just couldn't make it shoot in general.
Oh.
'Cause I was dumb. And so I just never did,
Did
it.
you
I was
skip
like, I don't know how
all
it
the
works.
tutorials?
I don't know, maybe. It's like me of 20 years ago. You think I remember? Charisma
Oh,
doesn't
Manic Ascendant.
represent looks. Charisma represents your
The ability to be
likability.
charming,
Yeah.
potentially.
So I mean, we saw earlier, Idea like killed the president right in front of everybody, and they're just like, "All right, let's
Like,
go."
yeah,
She's
you
awesome.
killed him in the cloud of fart dust.
She passed that charisma check.
Yeah, those sorceresses should have totally hand magicked the bullets from Irvine. That's right, because Idea
Yeah.
managed to do that so easily.
So that was a trick she knew, but then none of the other ones seemed to pick up on it.
All the other sorceresses from the past didn't learn that yet. Only Idea knew it. Alright, so this is Ultimisia's castle. This is our final battle where all of the cool stuff is gonna be.
Here's
taking
our
place.
Kefka's Island. Our I don't remember any of the other final zones. What is it? In Final Fantasy Tactics, I think you're under the monastery. I think Kefka's No, the tower is where you fight that one experiment, right? No. Is that something different? Man, it's been a minute. I might be mixing up the island you deal with before the World of Ruin. But yeah. The Kafka Zone of 6, the underneath the monastery of Final Fantasy Tactics before you fight and kill a god.
This is where you find out if you did the Estar menu correct. All that time ago, this is where you find out if you did it right.
And it's no manips, so just roll with it. So, you know, that guy's hanging out, we good.
Good. Don't.
No,
So all the bosses, here in Ultimesis Castle are completely optional. The mechanic or the gimmick of this final dungeon here is that all your abilities are locked except for attack. So you kill a boss if you want to unlock a ability. So I want to unlock two things here. Attack, well, object and save. And limit break. So I need to kill 3 things here. The save is for safety. For a marathon, you don't usually do it for runs. And we did it right. The Estar menu was correct. GG's, everybody.
We did it! Yay! Good job, team.
Good job,
Everyone
team.
gets ice cream. You have to pay for it yourself, though. And supply it yourself. And I'm not taking it. But you can have ice cream. I said so.
Alright, so here I will unlock limit.
Super Sun.
And then go back out to fight that weirdo thing that we missed on the stairs earlier. So in a PB attempt kind of run, I would skip this dude, but to be extra safe, today we're going to do an extra battle here so that I can save before Ultimacy, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to. What are you doing?
Dash again. Not enough.
You'll notice that Sphinx is actually called Shiva in French for some really odd reason. I don't know why.
We're nearly at the end here. We don't need to continue digging deep into these localizations.
You're right. Absolutely right.
We're gonna have some weird time stuff to explain here in a little bit. So while we've explained most of it, there's a little bit more that happens near the end. And a bit that explains why all of this kind of happened.
Alright, we're not gonna go into the
chandelier is up to OSHA standards.
We're gonna avoid the ring of shame.
Again, going in circles, not the easiest in the game.
No, definitely not. You gonna get the bell? You gonna get the bell? You gonna get the bell? No!
Oh,
Close.
that was close.
Close though. Okay, this is the final optional boss before the big one, guys. Get excited.
Alright. Trying, but I'm tired.
Running on fumes, are ya?
Oh yeah, I remember watching a Breath of Fire 4 speedrun from RPG Limit Break years ago, and this was it was an overnight run, and it was with Bowie, Elmagus, and someone else I forgot. And you could just tell all three of them by the end of it were just spent. They're trying to keep explaining what's happening, but they're done. They're jet lagged because I think they're all in from Europe, and we're just trying to get through the end of that run.
Alright. That is our final unlock, where we unlock the save. And then we're on to Ultimisia. Now I don't know where I am in the RNG. I don't know anything, so
Nope.
the final party could be anyone.
Yeah, we just
I
know
would
that
like
Chris is
Irvine to be
taking a
in
nap.
it. I would like Irvine to be in it.
Save.
So we are going to unlock save.
And then, if a member is down, they're not supposed to be in the rotation, right?
If they're dead.
Yeah. So Quistis should not appear.
Should not,
Yeah. I
technically.
think it's done something. It's seen it do something weird before, where
Well, my last
She
one
appeared.
would be
That
appeared,
one, yeah, that
which
one.
I did not. I
was
did
weird.
not like at all.
But yeah. So we aren't just making her take a nap for nothing. She's not needed. We literally only need Irvine and
One
basically
other
people.
person. We only really need Irvine, but we would prefer one other person
Yeah,
potentially.
glorified chemists, basically, is what everyone else is to refer to another Final Fantasy game. It's all power to the Irvine.
Get down.
Ladders being funky.
So usually we wouldn't have had save unlocked here, but if something goes really bad in there in the castle, at least we'll have an extra save point that we can load this one and just go with it. Instead of replaying this entire castle again. Alright, close your eyes, hope for the best, and wish for Irvine. My friends, wish for Irvine.
Alright, everybody. Raise your hands. It's basically like a spirit bomb. We're gonna need your power. Better raising your hands. There's like 200 and something in here.
Seed,
Better feel it.
seed. Come on, Irvine. Come on, Irvine.
There we go. I'll take it.
Nope. And Quistis.
Yeah.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna use the hero on Squall. Quistis is going to kill herself. She needs to just go away.
And then in this, when someone is knocked out, they are eventually replaced by another member. And so Squall is invincible right now.
That's more of like a safety strat.
Yeah, so
Quist disappeared is what she did wrong.
she did her job. Her job was fish fins. Alright, so and also not what we
Oh,
want.
that's not what I wanted to do. Oh well.
It's alright. Be alright.
That's fine.
Maybe she'll kill him for you.
Maybe she'll kill Renoa for me. She does. Perfect.
There we go.
So that will be Selfie. And then when Zell goes down, it will be Irvine. So that's Zell.
Just punches himself in the face.
Alright, so we're gonna have a final party of Selfie and Irvine, which is not bad.
All that and nothing.
Are you gonna kill Zell for me?
Looks like it.
Yes. Which is good, because you know what this means? I get automatic ATB for Irvine. Ah, maybe not. Oh. Come on, man. Come on, man. Alright.
So like any good Final Fantasy boss, she now proceeds to go through multiple forms.
Phase 2.
Maybe it's maybe not Final Fantasy VI, where you're basically fighting up heaven, but you know. So this thing is supposed to be what Squall thinks is the personification of like the strongest creature.
Yep. His GF. His inner GF, basically.
Well, yeah, we didn't want any part of that heaven either. That's why we worked to destroy it. But the fact of the matter is, the man won. He changed the world. He became God.
Phase 3. I will junction myself to Griever.
Yeah, his OC do not steal is the fun of it. Just blasts off into space like Team Rocket.
So the really nice part about this end fight is every boss phase has its own theme song. This is my favorite. Well, no, the Extreme is my favorite. This is my second favorite. So this is Meaty and the Lion. I'm gonna junction Griever to myself. Ha 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 ha! So this is the Ultimecia form with Griever. Horrendous, isn't it?
Buffalo drill.
Oh, come on! I had my limit queued up, you absolute cheater.
This reminds me of like a jungly theme from Chrono Trigger.
Bum, bum, bum.
It's got those drums, just like that. It just falls apart.
And the final form Ultimecia is here.
Yeah, what's stronger than a blue eyes? 3 blue eyes taped together.
So here's a little fun little thing for you guys. This next phase of Ultimecia, I have a tattoo of on my arm.
I'll assume you're showing it off. I can't see the stream. I just see the game feed.
I hate this game so much that I got it tattooed on my body.
I hate it so much. I mean, I have a tyrant number tattooed on me, so. And I mean, I actually do not like 7 and 8, but you know, whatever. It's not for me. It's not for me. I like the old REs.
Look at her. Look at this absolute beast of a final boss.
I got a laser for a face.
I got a laser light for a face. She also has a body dangling underneath her body, if you notice. Her torso, there's a body dangling from it underneath. That's how insane she is.
If you've ever seen Anima, it's the same thing. Anima has the
This
top
is my
half and
final
has that
one. This is
weird
my
bottom.
favorite track.
Why won't you die?
Straight on till morning, my friends.
We'd let you hear more of it, but that risks the effect running out. Let's not do that. We're so far into this now. You got YouTube. Seek it out on your own. Ready for time, then there's a bit more story to it. Whacked.
And you little bitch. Time. Oh, I don't know how to stop this. Oh, I messed it up. It was 8:07.
Not bad.
That was time, my friends. Thank you so much for being here.
But I don't think we're going through what happens after this, I believe.
It's
but
alright.
for
They can
chat,
read it for themselves.
Yeah, the summary is Squall gets lost in time and space, tries to work very hard to get back. He eventually finds himself in at the orphanage and tells Idia of
About
the plan to
Ultimecia.
start, and the plan to start the garden. However, he arrives actually far before she even knows what that is. and she's confused, but ultimately does
Starts
it
Sid.
with Sid. So yeah.
And now they're in a horrible time loop of time traveling nonsense.
And the whole scene with the flower field and everything is an important part of how Squall gets back
Into
and
his correct time.
meets swap with everyone. So, but
Yeah. That's
Final
basically
Fantasy
FF8 in 8 hours and 7 minutes, my friends. Much love.
Yeah.
Thank
that
you
last
all.
little bit of
Yeah,
meeting
little-
India.
little memories of them all running around. But that's basically the end of the run. You guys have all been awesome. If you've been here for 8 hours, kudos to you guys.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you, Wabajack, for being my commentary for 8 hours. I always appreciate it. It is a very long run, and anyone who can do this is insane. So yeah. Thank you. You can find me on twitch.tv/cyanidesugar. And thank you for having me, people of Retrothon. This has been a wonderful experience.
Yeah. You can find me, but I don't do anything. I'm just here for support. So, y'all have a good one. Thank you for having me as well.
Yeah.
I am gonna just bow out and
All right.
get some
Thanks.
sleep.
Thanks. Go to bed, Wabajack.
It is just about 8 a.m. my time, so y'all have a good one. Enjoy the rest of the marathon.
Have a good
I will
night.
be
Wada.
lurking.
So Squall's now currently trapped in time, reliving his different